Yes or no, J.D.? I want the answer now. I'm putting too much pressure on J.D. this morning. Sometimes before the show, we go over a lot of tape that we're going to play on the show, and I saw here, Mystery Singer, Total Eclipse of the Heart. And J.D. said, well, I was going to play this for Gary about whether we should use it on the show. I said, J.D., yes or no? Right now, we got 1 second till airtime. Shall I play it right now? And he went,
That's exactly what I sounded like.
Yeah, what is your answer, yes or no?
I will say for a quick opener, yes.
All right. This is a mystery singer, someone I have to guess is singing.
Only for a quick opener.
All right, here we go. Total Eclipse of the Heart.
Every now and then I get a little bit nervous after best of all the years have gone by. Every now and then I get a little bit terrified, and then I see the look in your eyes. Every now and then I fall apart. Every now and then I fall apart, and I need you now.
I'm going to guess the chick from the Brady Bunch.
No.
The one who played, no?
Maureen, whatever.
Yeah, Maureen McCormick.
Wow, interesting guess. I don't know who's doing the lead, but the background, I think, is William Shatner.
Total Eclipse of the Heart. Robin, who is singing that?
Man,
I couldn't put a handle on that.
I can give you...
a guess?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Gary Coleman.
Are you serious?
I'm being serious.
Is it Gary Coleman?
No.
Let me ask you a question. Is it someone from the field of acting, singing, or
Sports.
something else? Singing?
Singing.
Yes.
She's a singer.
Well,
She's a professional.
kind of.
She's a
She's part of a family famous for singing.
Marie Osmond.
No, well, I mean, not family, but she's in the family.
Okay, I'm going to say it's...
She's not family, but she's in a family.
Jamie Lynn Spears.
does anybody know what the fuck you just said?
No. Say it again, please. She's in a singing family.
She is not necessarily known for singing, although she has put out an album.
Lindsay Lohan.
No.
Oh.
But she's
in a singing, but she's not a singer.
What is she known for? That's what we were asking. What is her primary...
She
is it
is
Paris Hilton?
She's a juggler.
No.
She's a circus clown.
She is the child of a
well-known
famous person.
Yes.
Lisa Marie?
Kate Hudson.
She's the child of a famous person.
Yes.
I see. So, and the famous person that she's a child of is known as a singer.
Yes.
I see.
Is this Olivia Newton-John's daughter?
No.
Every now and then I get a little bit nervous.
Is this Tara Schwarzenegger?
No.
Is this Rumor?
Caroline Kennedy Schlaffer Jr.
No, this isn't her.
I think
this isn't her like first foray into singing.
Foray?
Is this Nicole Simpson?
No. Nicole Simpson, you mean...
I mean, Nicole Richie.
No.
If it's Nicole Simpson, that's cool.
Is it Sidney Simpson?
I think JD's rethinking, suggesting you play it.
It's Gilbert Gottfried's baby.
Is it Susan Smith, the woman who drowned her own children? I'd buy an album of hers. Carney Wilson?
No.
All right, who is it?
Is it Mark Harris's daughter?
Kelly Osbourne?
Oh, Kelly Osbourne.
Yes.
Wow. I was thinking it wasn't that good, actually, but...
So was I.
If we sat here until next fucking Wednesday, I wouldn't have done that.
No, why would we think that?
That's why you should have cleared that with Gary.
She had another album out of her own.
Yeah.
I don't know what she is.
Exactly.
Best of all the years have gone by. Every now and then I get a little bit terrified, and then I see the look in your eyes. Every now and then I fall apart. Every now and then I fall apart, and I need you now tonight. And I need you.
Well,
what was she singing singing this for?
Well, I relied on you for a decision.
Yes.
And in another 2 years, I'm going to allow you to have another decision.
Thank you.
But really, what was she singing this for?
Some British TV show.
One of these days, he's going to make sense.
How is that nonsense?
You did well. You did well. You did well.
Thank you.
I'm the worst with interpreting that shit because to me that sounds as good as, I don't know, Barbara Streisand. It sounds like somebody singing good.
It's good. It's okay.
It's not that good.
We have a song from Michael Jackson Jr., don't we?
Yes, we do.
Go ahead. All right, I get it. Okay, thanks.
Sorry. No, she's trying to make a musical career.
Well, she was on, doing a play not too long ago.
Right. There you go. Did you go see it?
No, it was in London.
I'm surprised you didn't fly over.
Not on my street.
I'm surprised you weren't there. All right, let me take a few phone calls right now just to kick off the show, and we will have a lot of show for you. Henry Hill is going to stop by today. If you remember the last time Henry Hill came in, and I don't know if you were with us for that.
It was a legendary appearance.
It really was. Henry was drunk off his ass. And it was a whole misunderstanding. Henry was downstairs, and he was so emulsified, if that's the word, that he literally was mumbling out on the street, laying in one of those... Well, how would you describe what he was laying in?
A flower box that's big enough to hold a tree.
Henry was outside our building in a flower box, laying down in it and mumbling, and Lisa G thought he was hitting on her. He was asking for a caramel macchiato, and she said he was disgusting. He tried to ask me if I would, I don't know, fuck him, or what did she think he was saying?
She said that he said, I want to come on your face.
Yeah, She goes, it's terrible. I can't even repeat what he said to me. I said, what did he say to you? I want to come on your face.
Right.
Meanwhile, he was saying, I want a caramel macchiato. Poor Lisa.
Ma'am, I want to come on macchiato, please. Why you look at me in the sun, please?
You were doing so well after the Howard Stern show. What happened?
I want to come on macchiato. Why are you picking on me?
I'm not picking on you. We want to help you.
You want to help me?
Are you going to be okay? Are you going home?
Yes, I am.
Where's Lisa saying that he insulted me by saying I want to come on your face?
I don't know if that's up there.
That's so great when she came in all upset.
Will was just telling me, apparently Henry comes with instructions, like an instruction book. His wife told us when he comes here this morning that you need to give him a shot of some sort of alcohol because he gets really shaky, but don't give him any more than that. Every morning she gives him a shot.
I know. I read the notes that he, of course, is an alcoholic. He goes to rehab, but he's given up. He started drinking again. So now the wife lets him...
She's trying to control the drink?
Yeah, she lets him get drunk one day a week, and then he goes out and gets arrested.
Every time?
We were talking about how funny it is because, you know that movie with Steve Martin where he goes into the witness protection program?
Right.
Supposedly...
My Blue Heaven.
My Blue Heaven. Supposedly that movie is based on Henry Hill as well. Because they used to take Henry Hill when he was in witness protection, and they would plunk him down, let's say, in the middle of Cincinnati. And he'd be there, and it would last like a day or two. Because, I mean, first of all, he sticks out like a sore thumb.
Right.
Henry Hill.
He doesn't look like he's from anywhere like that.
Right. And then he'd go out and get shit-faced and maybe organize a bunch of guys to, who knows, deal some meth. Or...
in Cincinnati, that was the first place they put him because I read his book, and he was just supposed to be there with his family. And literally within 2 weeks, he started an organized gambling ring. And then he was getting drunk and doing all that stuff, but then he gets arrested. And the great part is, like in that movie, My Blue Heaven, the cops have him, and they think they have this great case. And then the FBI comes in, and they go, no, he's ours. We're just taking him.
Yeah, we need him.
My hands are cold. My hands are cold.
He'll be okay.
Hell, Walmart.
I have another pickup.
Sticky feet and nose to your heart. I need a girlfriend. I want a girlfriend.
You're not going to get a girlfriend in that condition. Although it is a man's world, he probably could get. He does have a girlfriend.
He had a you just said.
Oh, that's a wife. He wants a girlfriend.
He's always got a
He's always
girlfriend,
got women.
girlfriend, a wife. Yeah, he's always got the wife and the gumad. I give a fuck a flat cat.
Yeah, when he was in the mob, he always had a girlfriend, a wife. He always had a fiance.
Yeah, he's used to having
right?
women.
A harem. Who are you to stop him, Rob?
He lived like a movie star. That's what they said.
I try.
What?
We're just getting your tape. Your home video.
Why can't I, kind of date?
Even drunk, he's making sense. He wants a date.
Of course he does.
Yeah.
And he's, I'm sure, thinking he's in fine shape to meet someone.
It's amazing that Henry's still alive, and then you see a relatively healthy guy like Patrick Swayze. He's got a couple of weeks to live.
But is that really true? They're saying they're trying to play it down.
Well, he's got pancreatic cancer, and they say
yeah, but
that...
they say it's a very slight form of the disease.
And then they say less than 5% of the people who have it survive.
Well, they say that...
He's responding to treatment.
Patrick, so was Michael Landon when they were putting apricot pits up his ass.
Oh, please.
Was he a smoker? I have a feeling he was, Patrick Swayze.
I'd heard he was a really heavy smoker, and that's supposedly one of the causes for that.
Right, yeah. I don't know him to be a smoker, but, they always hide that these days.
I was sad, because one of my favorite movies is Ghost, and I do love Dirty Dancing.
Dirty Dancing, too, yeah.
Yeah, felt bad for the guy, in shape.
And
55.
he's always been fit.
But if he's a smoker, it's kind of like you're asking for it.
Right, just because you dance doesn't mean you can get away with smoking.
Because Ronnie was telling me a story of someone he knew who got, throat cancer, and, in 3 weeks, they were dead, and they didn't even smoke or anything. That's what pisses me off.
Well, that's like Dana Reeve.
Yeah, Dana Reeve, that pisses me off. I'm still angry about that. I missed a couple of days of work.
Did you?
No. I never miss work. Now, let's see. Dirty Dancing tough guy Patrick Swayze hit. This is really weird, too. Page 6, Richard Johnson's column. He's pissed off at Patrick Swayze's publicist because he called up and said, listen, we've heard a report that Patrick Swayze is dying. And the publicist denied it, and he's like, how dare they? They're a liar. I'm like, I can understand why a guy might not want that getting out. Maybe
the guy is trying to have a life.
Right.
Doesn't want everybody looking at him and crying.
Well, page 6's point of view was that most publicists, when they want to deny something, will just say no comment. This guy denied it, so they didn't go with it. Evidently, there's all kinds of rules in publicity, and who knows what they are, but if I had pancreatic cancer, I might not want to share that with the world right away. I might want to deal with it.
Right.
Maybe I don't want to be out there for the last couple of weeks of my life on the planet with people walking around giving me the sad eyes and nice knowing you kind of rap. I'd rather go out without anyone knowing. I don't know. Dirty Dancing tough guy Patrick Swayze has been diagnosed with a potentially terminal cancer and might only have weeks to live. What they're saying is that pancreatic cancer is so messed up. I didn't even know I had a pancreas. Quite frankly, I never think about it. I don't even know what it does.
Maybe you don't.
I don't. I don't think I do. There's something missing. I think it regulates some enzymes.
It's the thing that gives you, puts insulin in your blood.
Yeah.
If you have diabetes, that's what's wrong. Pancreas.
Well, anyway, he has this. And according to what doctors say, that no one survives. If you survive it, if you're one of the 4% who survive it, you live maybe 5 years.
Yes, and that's what we're hoping for with Patrick.
I had a friend who just recently, about 2 weeks ago, died of pancreatic cancer. He was 44 years old, and it was one of those things where we found out he was sick, and we wanted to get together and have dinner with him, which I was dreading because, it's clearly like a goodbye dinner,
Right.
And he had family in Kansas. He went out there, and it felt like we were still trying to make plans, and then all of a sudden my friend said, yeah, it's not doing good, and all of a sudden he died today. In the middle of making plans, he was dead.
Died.
And that's how fast pancreatic cancer works. It just ravaged his body.
Well, wasn't that what Michael Landon had?
I thought he had brain cancer.
I was wondering if, Demi Moore is on the phone to Patrick Swayze, because they were so good together in Ghost. They had such good chemistry.
But then so did Jennifer Grey and Patrick Swayze.
Yeah, Jennifer Grey says she hasn't been in touch with him. Here, I'll tell you, I read it.
I don't think she's been in touch with anybody in show business for 15 years.
I'm
was
shocked.
trying to get him on the phone.
I'm shocked Dirty Dancing co-star Jennifer Grey told the Post upon learning the news. That makes me feel very sad. Grey said she hadn't kept up with Swayze in the years since Dancing, but finally recalled their wildly popular movie. If I saw him on the streets today, I'd throw my arms around him and love him up. Wild. Added Grey. 47. Hoofa.
He's 55. That shocked me.
That's crazy. It turns out Swayze was the son of famed choreographer Patsy Swayze. See, Patrick Swayze, Patsy Swayze. It's all very confusing. It'd be weird if they made like a Ghost, too, with the real Patrick Swayze. Except
As a ghost.
As a real ghost.
That Patrick came back to play the part of the ghost.
Right. That's weird. Maybe Demi Moore will be able to contact him. It's pretty sad, though, man. It really is. He's in some cool movies. You love him for those movies.
And you don't like to think of anybody, you know, healthy and fit and vibrant,
and
all
Ghost,
of a sudden falling apart.
When Demi Moore's on that pottery wheel. And
yeah, great love scene.
Yeah. Too bad it wasn't rated R. He could have banged her hard. Those big jugs. Remember she showed her jugs in that movie with Burt Reynolds?
Oh, the stripper movie.
Yeah.
Striptease, big fake tits.
She had big fake tits, because I'm looking at this picture from Ghost, and she had little...
Come on.
She had little flapjacks.
Yeah, there's a picture of her from when she was like 19 or 20 in some Blame It on Rio, some film she did, and they're not... I mean, those things in striptease are balloons, man.
Swayze and his wife of 32 years. A very successful marriage. His wife was a dancer. Wasn't she in Dirty Dancing? Wasn't she the chick who gets pregnant? No. All right, I have that wrong. We interviewed him once or twice, Patrick Swayze. He seemed like a nice dude.
I think that was his brother.
Was that what it is? We interviewed his brother?
No, we never had it.
I was going to say, I thought he had cancer that day, but
we had Gummo Swayze.
No, we had that wonderful day with Patrick Swayze's brother, Joey Travolta, and Frank Stallone.
Yeah. Yeah, that was good. Good top booking. We're so close to getting those A-list guys.
Swayze, and who else on one show?
Yeah, I think we promoted it that way.
Ghost might be one of those movies that's cursed. The guy who plays the guy who kills him,
Rick Aviles.
Yeah.
He died.
Did you ever hear a story about that guy? He died of AIDS.
Yeah.
He was a heroin addict.
He was on this show.
He was.
Yeah.
Well, there's an amazing story about him, like an urban legend in the stand-up world, that he's a heroin addict from Washington Heights, and he's coming back from a gig one night, and he's fucked up, and he's holding, heroin on him. And the story goes, and a lot of comedians swear this is true, that cops pulled him over, found heroin in his car, and he said, I'm a comedian to them. And the cop said, well, listen, we're going to put our lights on the hood of your car. Get on the fucking hood and do your act. If you make us laugh, we'll let you go. And supposedly he got up and did like 5 minutes, and the cops let him go.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Usually only strippers can get away with that stuff. Anyway, so they say Swayze, 55, was diagnosed with the illness more than a month ago. His doctors insisted his doctor insisted his patient has a fighting chance for survival.
Yeah.
Yes, he does.
I don't know. He has a very limited amount of the disease. I don't know. They always say that stuff. Didn't they?
You're not buying a thing. You're jaded, and you think they're lying.
Yeah, I think that's it for old Patrick.
Well, with pancreatic, it's not like you're jaded. It's just like, look, I'm looking at the numbers here.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying. His doctors personally are saying that about his case. You don't believe it.
His publicist said he was fine. I'm mad at him, too.
Look, I'm not an actuary, but I'm looking at the numbers. It don't look good. But we'll see. I don't know. Here. Add Swayze's rep to liars den. So they're mad at him. I was like, yeah, come on.
They think publicists never lie?
That's what you hire them for. Clean up your mess.
Yeah, what if, if Richard Johnson and the powers that be at Page 6 find out that guy was working on direct orders from Patrick Swayze, who's sick, and said, look, deny it. They're going to be mad at the guy.
The kid who invented Facebook just got on the Forbes list. He's worth over $1 billion.
Wow.
When you say kid, how old is he?
23.
And did you see that Bill Gates was dethroned as #1?
Facebook. That's like my kid loves Facebook.
What is it?
Ashley, and every kid is on it. What it is it's MySpace.
Yeah.
Except you could control who goes on it. So, like, if you want to block out your parents, from looking at your my Facebook or whatever it is, Facebook.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that way when you put pictures of your friends and you drinking and shit, and you're like 12,
Yeah,
you keep your parents out of it.
I'm surprised there's not an uproar about that.
Here I am blowing my boyfriend. My mom can't see it because I'm not making her one of my Facebook friends. You know, these kids, if you ever saw their Facebook page, you'd have them committed to a mental institution.
Well, do you, there's that question like with Gary and John Hein with their kids and monitoring. Do you say, I'd like to see your Facebook page?
No. I don't care.
I don't know. I think I would.
And it's supposed to be a place where kids can have their own little virtual world.
Look, I mean,
how about your
what are you going to do?
When I say under my house.
When I say I don't care, it's like whatever shit they're up to, they're up to. You know, we were up to shit.
Right, but...
And you give them a basic foundation, and you hope it gets them through.
Yeah, and you just hope Richard Johnson doesn't get a hold of their page.
Well, yeah.
No, it's like if you get on these Facebook pages, according to like lots of parents I've spoken to, they say you find that shit about your kids like
you would never dream.
Oh my God, they're on there, you know, with Dixie cups doing shots. They're
doing that asphyxiation thing so they get off and snorting things you can't believe.
Their titties are out. They're blowing their boyfriends. Forget about it.
They got their rainbow pictures up.
Yeah.
Can I ask you something? I have to know this. Like, how does this 23-year-old kid, how do you invent something like Facebook? What, is he on the computer fucking around?
He was like in college or something, and he was always into computers. You know, he's a brilliant kid.
Right.
And he just had this idea, and he started fucking around. And they all do it for free. They don't even, like, do it for money or anything. And they invent these programs, and then the next thing you know, it catches on. I think he started doing it for other college kids because in his mind, something was wrong with MySpace. You know what I mean? Like he had a...
Right, it was a reaction to whatever was there.
Right, and they make it better. I don't know. What do you know, Gary?
And he invents a program. He sits there and fucks around and invents a program.
He was just on 60 Minutes, I don't know, like a month ago.
I know.
And he said that, you know, he'll tell you that he started it so that people could, you know, on campus, could communicate with each other. But in other interviews, he's admitted that he used it as, like, it's a great way to get laid. Like, it's just a way for guys to meet girls and girls to meet guys and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, listen, most great careers come out of guys wanting to get laid. I mean, look at my own career.
All?
Yeah, look at my career.
Why are guys doing anything?
You know what? I have a Facebook page.
Exactly. If it wasn't for pussy, I'd be...
You have Facebook?
I have a Facebook page, and the reason I got one was because my son wanted one.
Right.
So my wife and I wanted to see what it was, so I put one up. So as soon as you put one up, it has some weird mechanism where it can go through your email list and see who else is on Facebook, and it immediately lets those people know that you're out there. Then you start getting contacted by, like, all sorts of wacky people who want to be your friend. It's really a fucking chore to have it. You know what I mean?
So you have, right now there's a Facebook page with you on.
Yeah.
And we're not your friends.
And what is on your Facebook page?
I put up a couple of pictures of me, and that's it. And then all my friends are up there. Like, the interns are my friends. They heard I had a Facebook page. Oh, can I be your friend? So they're my friends. And then what happens
And when they're your friends, if you see them all day at work, you could talk to them.
Absolutely.
But now you have them on your Facebook, and you talk to them also. You can't escape them.
Well, they post like I'll get an email that says that, you know, Liz has posted a message. But I'm thinking, you know, you could just walk in and talk to me. But I guess it's a way if you don't see people every day. Like, you know who's a friend of mine? You know who found me on Facebook?
Who?
Wendy the Snapple lady is my friend.
No kidding.
You know,
well,
people
you've got some list of friends.
But people just find you. You know
Do you ever get bored on Facebook?
I don't spend any time on it.
You don't. When you're bored.
How much time does this take?
When you were in Vegas and you were bored, why didn't you go on your Facebook and write people?
Didn't have it at the time.
Oh, okay. This is new.
But the whole point is, like, okay, if I were single, right?
Do you want to have people get in touch with you like that? I mean,
he loves to talk.
No, like, here's a perfect example.
Gary's like a wolf caught in a trap. He wants to gnaw on someone's
But also,
leg.
you're somewhat famous. You know what I mean?
But nobody knows I have it.
Oh.
But I block. In other words,
because it's not like MySpace. You can block out the world.
I block out the world. But I'll tell you what. You know who wants to be my friend, Artie? Neil Berliner. Yeah. I blocked him. That's Rapid Granny's manager. I didn't respond. I don't want him to be my friend. I blocked him. But that's the whole point. In other words,
you ever worried that he'll commit suicide because
he'll live? Neil will live. But and I don't dislike Neil. I just don't. I have enough
friends. Isn't that in a way of rejecting a guy? I mean, now
I think you clearly dislike him. No, it's just like I don't need him in my life.
Was that Neil hanging himself?
No, but it is like
What could he do to become your friend?
Why
I don't
can't
know.
he be a friend?
Because then he's got access to all of my friends. And here's what happens. Like, here's a perfect example.
Yeah, the next thing you know, your friends are now some other asshole's friends.
Like all the interns'
you
friends.
can't just be a friend. You got to give your other friends to this friend.
Sounds like a nightmare.
I'll give you the upside and the downside, Howard, really quick. The downside is, like, now all the interns' friends want to be my friend, but I don't know them, so I've rejected them. The upside is, like, if I were single, you know who's my friend? Our agent's daughter, right? She's my friend.
Yes.
Now, she has...
Who are you talking about, Laura Buchwald?
Laura Buchwald.
She's your friend.
She's my friend.
All right.
She has a ton of hot friends.
Right.
So now, if I were single, I'd start talking to her hot friends, saying, hey, can I be your friend? And that's what it is.
It sounds like a creepy stew. It really does.
I think you have to be in college to really... Like,
yeah, all the college kids love it.
Yeah.
You got to be 10. Listen to how you're talking. You know who's my friend?
Yeah, it's really like I think all my kids have Facebook. I don't think my oldest daughter does, but I think my youngest and my
What's
my
young, like
college
14 or 15?
Yeah, that's the age they have Facebook.
At that age, I could see kids going, they want to be in the in crowd.
And
that's how they do it.
They start these rumors about each other, and it becomes viral and goes all over the place.
See, Jackson got it.
That's why they all hate each other.
Yeah.
Jackson's Facebook is he's only allowed to talk to people in his school that are graduating within his 3 or 4 grades. That's his universe.
How do you know that, though?
Well, because there's a way you can set that. And again, I look at his Facebook page because I have access to it.
And what's on his Facebook page?
You know what? Pictures of him and his friends. And again, the same thing. Now he's got friends who are girls, and that's cool to have girl friends. And then they write, there's a wall that you can write on. You know what I mean? Where it's just, oh, Jackson, you're funny, and, oh, Michael had a great day today. It's fucking minutiae.
So a parent can regulate it. Like, you can regulate what
you can regulate it if you look at it.
Neil Berliner could be Jackson's friend, or would you stop him from that?
Is he in that age range?
Do you know Neil? Do you know
No, I have no idea who that is.
I've met him before.
You've met him 1,000 times, Howard, and you probably, he's an interesting guy, but I don't...
there's your Facebook. It's on camera. Facebook. I love
Monkey
chocolate.
Facebook.
Teen anal and talking all day.
Yeah, you know who I bet has Facebook?
Who?
That monkey's wife.
Yeah. Sal creating a Facebook. You can watch that all day. All right, thank you. Thank you, Sal. All right.
Wow, with some special effects, making that cardboard Facebook sign.
Sal made a big, giant cardboard sign and cut a square in it and put Gary's...
He must work like a little demon out there to get that all together.
Yeah, where do you get that cardboard?
When you're not getting your bits played, you have so much time.
Right.
You know, kids must be way just naturally smarter nowadays, because I know the idiots I grew up with, and I don't think any of us could have figured out what a Facebook thing was.
No, it's just like growing up using the phone.
Right.
They grew up using computers. They were introduced to them very early.
Right. All right, Sal, we see it. Thank you. The people on the radio can't see that. It's the problem.
But anyways, the bottom line is Facebook, for the most part, is social networking, and I think the only point of having it is if you wanted to get laid.
Right.
Although they say you can check
your boys are on a good path, then. Yeah. They're like their old man, looking to get laid.
Do you think your oldest son has gotten a little yet?
No.
No?
How
old is Jack?
13.
13 now.
13.
Oh, was he a loser?
No,
he probably kissed a girl.
I don't think so. He's a young... Him and his friends,
they're rather immature.
Yeah, they're just... right now, all they are guys. It's all the boys, and all they want to do is talk about sports. They want to watch ESPN Sports Center. They want to watch football games. They want to
throw a little whore in there. They'll watch it.
It's coming any day.
Yeah, that's true. That's right when one day your world changes.
But right now, none of them
Is it like on a dime? Like all of a sudden you realize that girls are different and whoa.
Does he go to camp?
No, but they're going on a big trip this year. They're going to Washington for like 4 or 5 days, and they're, I have a feeling like that might be where it all turns.
13 is where you try to start making out with chicks. And if you got something going on, you can get them.
I spend a lot of time with him and his friends, whether it's coaching or they're at the house or driving them around.
Right.
Like none of them have girlfriends. None of them talk about girls. They all want to hang out.
You're in the car.
Yeah, but you overhear stuff when you're in another room.
But you want to know something? Gary spends a lot of time spying on his kid.
I know.
Oh, wait a second. Neil Berliner's on the phone.
He's got
Neil.
a whole spy program.
Hey, Neil.
Howard.
Yeah.
It's a very surreal experience. I'm putting my kid on the school bus about 30 seconds ago. I turn the show on, and I hear my name. I have no idea why you mentioned my name.
We mentioned your name because Gary, we were talking about Facebook, And Gary goes, you know who, I was saying, who do you reject as a friend on Facebook? He goes, okay, I'll give you an example. He goes, I rejected Neil Berliner. I go, who's Neil Berliner? He goes, oh, that's Fruity Nutcake, Rapping Granny Fruity Nutcake's manager. I said, what?
Gary shows good judgment by doing that.
Were you hurt when Gary rejected you as a friend?
You know what? I don't get much recognition for anything I do involved with this show, so why should I feel more hurt by that?
Right. Well,
Neil writes.
You know what I heard? I heard J.D. rejected Neil on Facebook, too.
Really?
Yeah.
Howard.
Neil, is that true? Did you get rejected by J.D.?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Well, listen.
Apparently
to my house in a couple of weeks when Artie plays down here. So if he rejected me, he can't have dinner at my house. That's all.
Is it true J.D. rejected you also?
I'm saying if he's coming down with Artie when Artie plays in Florida in a few weeks, I'm doing a venue down here. So if he did reject me, then he can't have dinner at my house. That's all. What can I do?
Neil is actually...
Neil, you would know if J.D. rejected you.
I asked him maybe I don't know when I asked him, maybe a couple of days ago. So
yes, I did. I don't know him. I mean, I met him, and
why
whatever.
does Neil want to be your friend, though, if you don't know him?
I don't know.
We don't know. It's not a reject button, Howard. Like, you don't hit a button that says I've rejected. You get a thing that says Neil Berliner would like to be your friend. Confirm. And if you don't confirm it, then I just didn't do anything.
Right.
It's like confirm or ignore.
Right.
Gary, 2 questions.
I like that JD's rejecting friends. How many friends you got, JD?
Well, on MySpace, I accept everyone, so I had like over 9,000. But I'm trying to keep the Facebook,
That's your personal.
What is on your...
Howard, I have a question for Gary.
Yeah. 1 second, though, Neil. What's on your Facebook, JD?
Nothing, really. Just like a couple pictures I put up. I haven't really done anything with it.
What could his pictures be?
Yeah, what are your pictures?
It's actually like one for my MySpace pictures thing or whatever.
What? Wow. What the fuck did you just say?
You never understand.
He just said, there's one for my MySpace, whatever.
How would we know what your MySpace picture looks like?
I don't know. Sorry.
Go ahead, Neil.
Howard, 2 questions. Number 1, for you, Howard. Do you have any idea what my association with the show is at all?
You have Fruity Nutcake Rapping Granny.
Okay, no. I've written for the last 4 roasts of yours, and you've cracked up at several of my lines.
Who did you write for?
Oh, my God.
I don't want to be the one to say, because, I think...
Neil, I've told people that you sent me jokes that I've used. Absolutely.
Okay, but how come... Okay, now I'm finally getting some on-the-air recognition. That's number 1. Number 2, Gary.
Yes.
Neil, it doesn't sound like... How would I know you? I mean, when I have Fruity Nutcake in here, I don't have you in.
Okay. Point well taken. Gary, all I want to say is Greg Fitzsimmons has accepted me. Jeff Ross has accepted me. So many people...
No, but Neil, it's not a question of your talent. It's just a question of we don't really know each other. And what's the point? I don't dislike you, but what are we going to talk about it? We don't really know each other. Okay, I'm not in the comedy world. I'm not looking to make comedy contacts.
And you know what, Gary, buddy, that's another point well taken, because when I joined Facebook, it was very recent. I really didn't know exactly what it was. I thought you just can do it for networking. So I thought, that the fact that I do know you through the show, that it would be appropriate for me to network with you.
Are you a real doctor?
Yes, I'm a psychiatrist. Howard, we've had this discussion. Not that I expect you to remember it, but I'm a psychiatrist.
Oh, you're kidding. I didn't know that. An MD.
I'm an MD.
Wow.
Hey, he tours speaking. He wrote a couple of books. He's a pretty learned guy.
In psychiatry, Howard, I'm a national lecturer in psychopharmacology.
Hey, Neil, can I talk about what went on with you in Lakeland last year with the guys?
Absolutely. Yeah, sure.
So Neil is, he's a funny character. He hangs around. He writes jokes. Nobody was ever sure what he did for the longest time.
He's a talented joke writer, definitely.
So he has a toupee, right?
Right.
And it's not a very good one.
Neil, do you realize that everyone knows you wear a toupee? Or were you
Of course.
Yeah, okay.
Of course.
So we're down.
Isn't it weird when you go to a psychiatrist and he's wearing a toupee?
Howard, on the air, I told you the story of my patient who thought I didn't have one. I sent him to my guy, and he gave my hair guy gave my patient my old ratty toupee because he didn't have any money.
All right, anyway, go ahead.
So we're down in Florida. Artie's doing this big show, and Richard, Sal, the whole gang is there. And I can't remember whether it was Sal or Richard, but they got a hold of him.
I was both, and Sal did the...
They got a hold of his toupee. They ripped it off his head. And they were like parading it around the backstage area. It was really funny. And Neil was actually a pretty good sport about it. I don't know that I would have been as good a sport about it.
And then...
At this point, it's so well known that, how can you not be a good sport about it?
And then
Gary, can I be your friend on MySpace, on Facebook now?
Sure, Neil.
Can we be friends now?
You're going to once you open that door.
All this now that it's
See, here's what you're doing, though. And this is where you have to really make the thought. It's not about Neil being my friend, because I can regulate how much I communicate with him. I have now opened up all of my friends to him.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and I don't want somebody emailing me back, who the fuck is this guy?
Is there a way you could take him alone as a friend?
I don't think so.
But once you let him in your universe,
he has access to all 25 of my friends. That's a flaw. I'm going to work on the program. The premise is he could...
Gary, at that point, if I were to invite one of your friends as a friend on Facebook, then they have the option, like you did, of either reaching.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't know.
But what happens, most people...
You want my opinion? I wouldn't open that door.
But most people, Facebook and that other MySpace, it's like poker chips. People want to... It's a status symbol to accumulate friends. So almost nobody ever says no. In other words,
because like J.D., when I just said, how many friends do you have on MySpace, he cut this smirk on his face and he goes, 9,000.
And you know that, like, you know who's got the most amount of people?
That's because he didn't block anything.
Oprah has the most.
Steve-O was talking about the other day that he's got over 350,000 friends on MySpace. Right. And it's like a big deal.
He cares about that.
He does.
Well, that's how Dane Cook became a multimillionaire. You should care about it. Dane Cook basically...
It's a big deal for somebody in show business to have that many friends.
Well, Dane Cook found out a way to email like 1 million people and say, look, buy my CD, and they all did, you know. I mean, it's
once they become your friend, they become your robot. It's kind of cool.
You can control them.
Yeah.
Can I say one last thing?
Yeah.
I was discussing this with Levy last week when he was down here, and Gino Bisconti. I said, guys, it looks like a very good networking tool, because I've gotten some comedy writing jobs already from being on Facebook.
Good. All right, good. All right. Hey, Neil, no offense. I'm done with this discussion.
It's off topic. Okay, goodbye.
All right, thanks, Neil.
See you.
Whole Facebook.
We didn't want to know your whole Facebook philosophy.
I just said the kid who invented this just got $1 billion.
But can I ask a question? So I'm on Facebook and everyone's on Facebook. How does a guy, I don't pay to be on it, so how does a guy make money?
They have some sort of advertising, I guess.
I never look at it. Like, I couldn't even tell you.
Well, that's you. No one looks at it.
Oh, that's the thing.
It's subliminal.
That's the thing that they do now. That's right. What happens is, so now, if I were on there, I could say, I watched Private Parts last night, and I would let all my friends know that Private Parts is a good movie. And when I let them know that, it gives them a link to go and buy it. And that's how they sort of make money.
But according to the 60 Minutes piece, Facebook doesn't make that much money. It's the potential, I guess, right. The platform.
Yeah, you got all those people in one spot.
They just need a businessman to figure out how to make a dime with it.
Right.
According to JD's Facebook page, you'll be interested in this. His interests are movies, girls, Guitar Hero. I want to see him play Guitar Hero.
He did it at John Heinz's daughter's bat mitzvah. He was wailing.
I saw him in line waiting with the kids.
I'm in line.
Who's next?
JD couldn't get to the front of that line.
Guitar Hero and beer pong. Explain to me Guitar Hero. That's where you stand there and you pretend to be a guitar player.
You plug in a guitar. It's a video game. So on the screen, they have buttons that you hit that correspond to buttons on the guitar. It has nothing. This is the key. There's nothing to do with playing a real guitar.
Right. Fucking gay.
And it has a little bar that you strum.
Right. It's fun, Howard, but like I know people go, oh, it teaches you how to play the guitar. I go, not at all.
Let me ask you something, JD.
Idiot.
What is this? Let me see.
That's him playing.
That's you playing Guitar Hero? Oh, that's Jason and you. All right, can I tell you something, man? If I was you and had the kind of empty life you have where you have no friends and stuff, I would practice real guitar. Why don't you take some lessons? And maybe chicks would look at you differently. Like, you play Guitar Hero.
Wyclef Jean plays guitar.
Yeah, why don't you play guitar? Why don't you learn that?
Because I don't care about either one all that much.
Well, why don't you care? I mean, why don't you... Like,
what?
I don't know.
He has 9,000
What are you talking about? On Facebook, it says your main interests are, after girls, Guitar Hero.
It's retarded. What?
How old are you again? Honestly, how old are you?
Idiot.
How old are you?
28.
28, and your favorite thing is Guitar Hero?
No, dude, it's just something to put up there.
But do you want that on there? Like, when chick gets on there and sees that your favorite thing is Guitar Hero? That smells like loser. Play the fucking guitar.
Dude,
you're 28.
Like, nothing else about me screams loser.
You're 28. By the time you're 30, you could actually play an instrument.
On Facebook, you don't have to be a loser. You're writing yourself as one.
JD, yeah, you're in your wildest imagination, you're still a loser.
Yeah.
Someone told me you just blew $500 on a new PlayStation.
Yeah. Oh, I did know. Well, earlier this year for Christmas, yeah.
What are you, Winnie the Retard?
PlayStation. Dominic, you're on the air.
PlayStation 3. Thank you very much.
I wanted to thank J.D. for how nice he was when we were watching Hardy down in Atlantic City. So Leslie and I are giving him a $500 gift certificate. However, we want to know if he wants clothing, like we'll apply at the Gap, or does he want me to give him a credit at a strip club?
What would you rather have?
Strip club.
All right, you tell me the place. I don't know.
Where you want to go?
Rick's Cabaret.
All right, I will today call them up, and you'll...
Is that where that fat black chick is?
Yeah, his
She wasn't fat, all right?
Dominic, can you just make out a check to a fat black chick over at Rick's Cabaret?
No, seriously, I will call them today.
We gotta find that girl.
Make a credit for you.
Like, J.D., here's a perfect example. Talk about screaming loser. Instead of taking $500 and maybe buying, I don't know, a little bit of an outfit that could get you a real broad.
He's sending it right to the strip club.
No, you don't understand. She's so beautiful. She's got a big, fat
He can
ass.
get up in that VIP room with her.
J.D. is still under the delusion. He's one of these days a chick's gonna be his girlfriend.
No.
I think you are.
No, I'm not.
You don't think you're ever going to get a girlfriend?
Get a girlfriend?
I think he's under the delusion that he can talk a stripper into being his girl.
That delusion ended like years ago, 2 years ago.
But do you think you'll ever get a real girl?
I don't know.
When we first started taking him to strip clubs, he thought that he could bring the strippers home with him in some way. And then we told him that it probably wasn't going to happen, but he didn't believe us.
Oh, he thought there was a store you could go buy a girl.
Yeah. Well, he thought that maybe one of them would fall in love with him.
But I'm just saying, he couldn't find a girl on the street, but he thought there was a store you could go to.
All right. Hey, Dominic, very generous of you. Thank
All right,
you.
now you know how they use this Facebook in divorce cases.
No, how do they use it?
The spouse puts his wife's picture up and makes up all lies and things about her, like, enjoy sex with donkeys, like to go to sex clubs. And they fill it all out. And they do it on all the different Internet things. And the wife gets, of course, messages and calls. And they really have a problem stopping this because there's no controls.
All right. Well, thank you, Dominic. Fascinating look.
So Facebook was bought by a huge company. That's what happened. That kid got $1 billion.
Remember that Barney's gift card you gave him, J.D.?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, J.D., yeah.
He sold it for $250.
Oh, that's right. I just heard this yesterday.
No, you're kidding. How much was it for?
He got 50 cents. He got 50 cents.
I needed money then, and I thought that certain person would not say anything. But
who'd you sell it to?
Well, when I was friends with him, it was Jared Fox.
Right.
Oh, that's why you don't like Jared.
No, that's not.
In Jared's defense, he waited to tell me that till yesterday.
Yeah.
Because we didn't have time to talk about it yesterday, but I gave him a $500 Barney's gift certificate, so he sold it for 50 cents on the dollar.
You could have brought it to me, J.D. I would have given you the $500.
I'm sorry. I wasn't. Well,
I'm sorry.
We don't talk. I don't know.
I don't know how, as the guy who gave me that gift, I don't know how to feel.
Oh, no,
You hate Jared, right? Is that why you hate him?
Is that the only reason?
Yeah.
No. I just don't like him personally.
I heard you got pissed that he was at Rick's the other night while you were there. Like there was a whole big thing.
He can be anywhere, and if I'm there, I don't like it. So
what?
We can be anywhere. It's not just Rick's. It's wherever.
The other day, I'm sitting here, and JD's telling me what's on my page for the show. And sometimes I have to go, JD, I apologize. I don't know what you're saying. I just don't even know what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Well, we have limited amount of time, and I try and get it out as fast as possible.
Yeah. So Jared was there, and he's real good looking. And he was at Rick's Cabaret.
Well, it was just... It
was annoying to you?
You really hate him.
I don't like him.
So you were annoyed?
Yes.
Did you actually see him? Or like?
Yes, of course. We were like in the same area together. Like,
isn't Rick's like 5 floors? I mean, can't you guys pick a floor?
Well, they were filming like around and stuff. And
you want to be part of that?
No, we were waiting. Me and Richard were supposed to do something, so we were waiting.
Hey, Jared, if you're listening, why don't you get some dances from that fat black chick JD's all hung up on?
Howard?
Yeah.
The guys are telling me that JD's hatred for Jared is so deep now that he won't even acknowledge him in the office. Jared walks in and says hello, and JD just turns his chair.
Wow.
I feel a breeze going by. I don't know who that is.
How many good-looking people would you say you like?
I like Will Murray. He's a good guy.
Whoa.
So is that weird when you see him, like, and you have to turn your back? Is it weird?
Just, for the moment, and I just walk away.
Wow.
Jeez, I just don't understand how this got to this point.
I think it was a big misunderstanding.
So crazy.
I told him that he said me.
So at what point you were good enough friends with him to go to him and think he'd keep a secret that... I mean, you cut a gift's value, like, right in half.
What?
Notice what Benji did. He went right to the source and got all the money.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to give these jerk-offs
Dude, I would have given you $500 so you could have had the full 500.
Yeah.
And I'll go to Barney's. I go to Barney's all the time.
I would have done the same thing.
But
you should have done Benji's move of, like, keep bugging Teddy about it.
Well, this was before, I think, Teddy, I don't know.
All right. Thanks a lot, J.D.
Yeah, thanks.
Good going. Well,
Thank you, Jared.
And thank you, Dominic, $500 over at Rex for you.
Gotta worry about that, young man.
Right.
What were you doing at 28?
28? I was on my way with my career. I mean, that's why I say, if you're going to play guitar, don't play PlayStation guitar. Get real guitar. Get speech lessons. Get something.
Well, if what Gary's saying is true, maybe... Because I tried to play guitar a couple times. I just don't have any musical ability.
No, you don't try. If you sat down...
I tried. I'm telling you.
It's not natural to you, but if you worked hard enough at it, you would get it.
You don't believe that some people might just not have that in them to learn how to play?
I don't have musical talent at all.
Right.
But I sat down with a guitar, and I, learned the basic chord structures. I hired a guy. He gave me like 10 lessons. And they teach you how to put your fingers on the right strings. I mean, you're not retarded.
You're not going to be a great artist.
Right.
But I want to be.
Do you want to play as good as I play? Let me tell you, in 6 months, you could play as good as me.
How old were you when you learned how to play guitar?
I was in college. I picked it up. But, I mean, I took piano when I was a kid, but I was a failure at it.
Can you read music?
No, I can't. I used to be able to, but I can't anymore.
Right after... my father fell. I was 19, and my Uncle Tommy came to me. He was my godfather. He was like, look, again, I had nothing going on. He was like, we're worried about you. Do you have any interests? And I said, I don't know. I guess I'd like to play the guitar or something. So my Uncle Tommy's a good guitar player. Oh. And he goes, he gets me a beautiful acoustic guitar as a Christmas gift. And that fucking thing sat there. 5 years later, I hocked it to pay off a gambling debt. And I would pick it up sometimes, and,
But you've seen me play.
You think you ought to pick up a guitar and be a virtuoso? You shouldn't have to take a lesson.
I'm not that crazy. No, I know I have to take lessons. And
I play good enough that I can, like if Fred said to me, play the following chords and I'll play lead, I could do that.
You're definitely very passable. You're better than the average guitar player.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, I took 5 lessons, maybe.
Better than the average guitar player? I think
a lot of average
guitar player would be able to play.
Yeah, Fred and I want to do a number. This leads into what we want to do this morning on the show. Fred and I want to play a little tune for you. It's a little something we put together the other night.
Fred, how old were you when you started playing
About 16.
Guitar? All right. Yeah, you know what? As I got into show business, I'm amazed at how many people actually know how to play guitar. A lot of people, a lot of comics know how to play.
Well, for me, it was like there was nothing to do where I was.
Right.
Let's go to Wolf. Wolf, you're on the air in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. We're saying good morning to some folks and talking about whatever's on your mind. Go ahead, Wolf.
Hey now, Howard.
Hey now. Amy Fisher is stopping by today. Henry Hill is stopping by.
Wait a minute. What is this, a rogues gallery? Amy Fisher?
Rikers?
Come on.
She's here, Howard.
Oh, Amy's here.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I should take a break.
Has she heard what we say about her?
No, just shut up.
Does she know, like her husband, we love him?
Is her husband here, too?
We love him.
Yes.
Is her pussy here?
I got to talk.
Everybody needs to be quiet. We're taking.
No, I got to talk to them about that porno film we made.
I got that.
All right.
Hey, Howard, I just wanted to say, you were on a roll yesterday, buddy. You were like a regular Rich Little. We got a Ted Kennedy, an Elvis Presley, and a Gary impression all in the same show.
Today's show, if you stay tuned later on in the show, all 3 of those people will be talking to one another. Who are you, sir?
On Facebook.
Hello, I'm Gary. And I'm Ted Kennedy.
By the way, I already have 70 requests for friends.
Nice.
Wow, it's really happening over there.
Neil Berliner has 300 requests for friends.
I've accepted J.D., and I've rejected Neil Berliner again and Marion from Brooklyn.
All right, we'll talk to...
Marion from Brooklyn, you rejected her? That's the perfect way to talk to Marianne. You don't have to listen to her.
I don't want to mix work with Wagpack.
Right. All right, Gary doesn't want his fancy friends mixing with Marianne.
Look at this awful world that's been created. Like, JD, 9,000 friends. Not one of those people are your friends. You don't have friends. Friends you go get lunch with.
Right.
I mean, it's crazy.
We're going to take a break. There's a lot to talk about. Oh, my God, there's so much to talk about. I have so much to talk about here with you.
Something on your mind?
Oh, yes. Always.
Hey, Howard, with all those impressions, I actually was inspired to check out richlittle.com.
Yeah.
And just so you know, he actually sells 8x10 charcoal celebrity portraits for $40 a piece, if you're interested.
Oh, now he's gotten into the art thing.
He's Da Vinci. He's a Renaissance man.
Charcoal celebrity portraits.
Yeah, I mean, if you want a Tom Cruise or a Humphrey Bogart charcoal, just go to Rich Little and you can get it.
Wow.
You know how everybody wants to be a Renaissance man? They said that William F. Buckley once built a harpsichord from scratch and then played it.
William Buckley was into everything non-commercial.
Yeah.
Like just shit nobody cared about.
He built a harpsichord.
If you want another impression, I could do an impression of my mother. I was on the phone last night with my mom. My mom's so funny, man. She goes, what do you want me to do with these posters?
What posters?
Right, that's right. I go, what posters? She goes, what posters? Like 5 months ago, I was at her house. I went over there.
Yeah.
I'm helping her fix up her house.
Uh-huh.
So, in what used to be my room in high school, my parents hung that giant NBC poster that I hate.
Right, that thing that was for the subways.
Yeah. It said Imus in the morning and Stern in the afternoon.
Yeah.
And it was weirdness, more afternoon weirdness, or I don't even know what it was. And it was like all cartoon characters of our characters.
Right, I remember that.
Because it was like Imus's poster, so I particularly hate it. So they have that big giant thing. My mother goes, so when I was there, she goes, well, you know, we are redecorating. And,
that's right.
you know, what do you want to do with this? We're going to, I guess, she couldn't bear to tell me she was throwing it out.
She's taking it down.
So I said to her in passing, I go, well, you know what, maybe we'll just sort of archive it somewhere, you know. That's another word for throwing it in a storage bin.
Right,
and
like
hoping one day it'll be worth something.
You don't have to see it.
Right. Luckily, I can keep buying more and more storage bins for all my garbage. Like, that's why my apartment's so neat. It's not that it's neat. I just take everything and throw it in the garbage bin, which is called a storage bin.
It's garbage you don't throw out.
Because people come over to my apartment and they go, man, you're really organized. And it's, you know, I say, that's right. You
don't know. All those storage places you see in Manhattan, Howard's junk is all over them.
I get a bill every month for about $50,000 for junk. One day, if I ever go in there to look at it, I think rats will be living in all my stuff. So I must have said to my mother in passing, you know what? Call Laura, my assistant, and you know, I'll call her, and don't worry. So, it's, you know, I know my mother. My mother's so anal retentive. It's probably been sticking in her craw. I probably said, okay, I'll have Laura call you. And meanwhile, I do have a few things going on in life. Do you know what I mean? I know.
Everybody calls
busy.
You like that's the only thing you need to do.
So imagine,
why haven't you done it yet?
Yeah, imagine months later, my mother goes, well, what do you want us to do with the poster? I'm like, what poster? She goes, the poster, the NBC hanging on our wall. You said you wanted it. You were going to have Laura call. I mean, first of all, she's not decorating her house yet. The thing could just fucking lay there for the next 6 months or whatever, however long it takes.
It's bothering her.
Oh, they're on fire about it. They sit there and stare at that thing and says, he hasn't called. He said Laura would call, and no one has called. And I'm not going to call. Well, if he said he's going to call, he should call.
And this is an all-day conversation.
This goes on all day, and it's like, I just know what goes on in that house. The whole house is empty. There's nobody living in it except for the two of them. Just the two of them. It's like one big empty mausoleum.
And they don't need that room for anything.
They don't need it for anything. They don't use it for anything. But they're preparing for this big makeover in the room. My mom's going to use it as a knitting room.
Oh.
You know, she's going to sit in that room.
She has to have a separate room to knit.
Well, they don't know what to do. So there's going to be a knitting room.
Where is she knitting now?
She probably knits downstairs, and now she's going to knit in the room. So, but of course, the one thing that's sticking there is that stupid poster.
She can't knit looking at that.
And they couldn't bear to throw it in the garbage. Just throw it in the fucking garbage. I would never know the difference.
Right. I mean, she didn't even have to involve you in this in the first place.
Well, they figured maybe I want it.
And that was a nice thing, but now it's become your problem.
He hasn't called.
When did you first discuss this with him?
Well, when they were here. And we said, you heard me, and you heard him say that Laura would call me.
Oh, boy. And you never
And no one has called me. And let me tell you something. If I say to someone, someone's going to call, they call.
That's right. That's because you're doing the right thing.
No one ever said, he's probably busy.
And this, no, that wouldn't occur to them. Like my mother called up like I would know what she's talking about.
Right, the poster.
The poster. And you want to say to your mom, "Are you brain damaged?" But she's your mom, and I love her. But my parents will obsess on this poster.
Yeah.
Her and my father will put me down into the ground.
You remember when he made us wait?
And then it'll become a legendary story. You talk about things. There was a time, do you remember, Ben, the story about the poster? When Howard said he would take the poster?
I remember that.
All you'll have to do is be in a room and having a conversation with somebody and say, I'll have Laura call you. Oh, let me tell you about
the time he told me Laura was going to call. Well, we're sitting with a poster from NBC. And look, we were ready to get rid of this thing.
Months!
And no one called. So when he says Laura's going to call,
don't hold your breath.
That's the code word.
You'll never hear a word.
So anyway, I wrote Laura a note last night. Can you please call my mom? How's Laura going to pick up the poster? Does she have a van? Does she have a big enough back seat? I go, Ma, don't worry about it. If we don't want it, we'll just throw it out. Okay. And when is she calling?
Oh, my God. Whoa.
I love my mom.
Of course you
truly do, but her and my dad can obsess on something.
That's all what else are they going to do?
Right. And my mom wouldn't just call up Laura and say, hey, come. Well, but maybe that would be wrong.
She makes it a problem.
Yeah,
she
waits.
Sits there until it really irritates her.
Yeah. And it always somehow ends up me being the jerk-off.
Yeah.
Oh, here's my mom. Hi, Mommy.
Hello?
Hi, my mother.
Hi.
Hi.
Should I tell you the way it really happened?
All right, go ahead. Just for the record. My mom will straighten me out.
We're getting the first time.
How did it really happen?
It really happened when I said to your father, I think it's time to get rid of this poster. It is yellowing and doesn't look as good as it used to.
Right.
And he said, well, we should offer it to Howard.
Right. That's right.
Right. Okay, that's number one on the hit parade.
Okay.
When we offered it to you, you said, I'll get somebody to pick it up. You never mentioned Laura. You never talked of Laura.
Right.
I never talked of Laura.
Right.
So your father said to me, they're going to probably be coming soon. Call Howard. He's probably forgotten about it.
I did. I forgot about it.
Okay. So I called you and I said, Howard, what do you want to do with it? I never mentioned Laura.
No, I just thought it was funny that you said, what do you want to do with the poster? And I had no idea what you were talking about. And
well, I reminded you.
Yeah, you did. All right. Don't get upset.
So what are you carrying on?
I don't like to upset her.
You don't like to upset me?
No, my mom breaks my heart.
You do a pretty good job.
My mom breaks my heart.
In what way?
You don't know you break my heart?
In what way?
My mom had a tough life growing up.
Oh.
And, her sadness has become my sadness.
But it's over, you two.
No, but her life was horrible.
But it's over.
Not for me.
Rejoice in the fact that she survived
No, but my mom...
And she's had a wonderful life.
Right. No, my mom...
She's not Patrick Swayze.
When I was growing up, my mom would tell me about her life over and over again.
That, but
I never told you over and over.
Well, you kind of did, but it's okay.
Ridiculous.
Oh, I know your life story better than I know my own.
you know my life story. Well, maybe you want to know my life story. Maybe you want to take it on.
And you know, when you're a little kid and you hear your mom's life story, my mom's life story is horrible. I mean, there isn't a worse life on the planet.
Oh, stop it. That's where you really go off the rails.
No, it's true.
Talk to somebody living an orphanage life of AIDS in Africa, where both their parents were killed.
We're going to Africa?
And they're starving, and they can't get an education. And then tell me how worse.
All right, my mom's second place to that life.
All right.
My mom was
What are you doing? Are you fighting with Robin about my life?
Yes. My mom's life was horrible.
It's ridiculous. And you know, you're one big exaggeration.
No, it's not. It's really a bad life.
She wasn't in a concentration camp. There were plenty of worse stories.
Listen.
There's plenty of worse stories.
Not many. So anyway,
my goodness, I could give you plenty.
Like, my mom had a really tough life. And then, like, the other day, she sent me something in the mail, and she wrote my name on an envelope. Howard Stern is my name, by the way. And I looked at the handwriting, and I began to get so sad. Because
the handwriting made you sad?
Because her handwriting is so... She tries to have such perfect handwriting, my mom.
I do not.
You do. You're very proud of it. And I could just picture...
out of town.
I could picture a little girl who didn't have a mother. Listen to me. I can picture a little girl who didn't have a mother, who didn't have a father, really.
You got that from my handwriting.
And wait a second. Listen to me. Would you listen to me for a second?
You don't break his heart. He breaks his own heart.
You asked why you break my heart, and I'm telling you. I picture a little girl somewhere off living with a relative that her father passed her off to. And she so desperately wants to...
Well, that was instead of an orphanage.
Right. And she desperately wants to fit in and be loved. And rather than go the way of, like, becoming a criminal or something, which I would have done if I was her life.
Sure.
She would go to school and want to have perfect...
And practice penmanship.
Well, want to make sure she did well at whatever she did.
Sure.
To be accepted.
Well, everybody... tries to do well. Come on.
It broke my heart. And I took the envelope and I put it in a box.
This is your fantasy.
Would you let me finish?
See, this is when they
say... It is your fantasy.
No, it is not.
See, this is where that generation goes, your generation overthinks everything.
So I took the envelope that my mother wrote my name on, and I put it in a box, and I saved it.
That's wonderful, Howard, but you created a fantasy to make it really special.
There's no fantasy.
There is a fantasy.
Robin, you know what, Robin, with all due respect... With all due respect, you don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know that she did that.
I know what she did.
Oh, my God.
Mom, did you try to have good handwriting in school?
Sure, we did penmanship.
Right. And
she didn't do it alone.
All the kids in school did penmanship.
And when the teacher recognized you, it felt good, right?
Sure.
Were you specially recognized for penmanship?
No, she wanted to be loved.
Penmanship isn't that good. Really?
Nobody loved her.
Oh, cut it out, Howard.
But it's true, right, Ma?
You know something? What's happening to you?
I'm feeling your pain.
You're feeling my pain.
You don't like that?
It took a long time.
Oh, bullshit. I was trained to feel your pain. I'm like a dog.
You're a mess is what you are.
No.
Well, you love to feel bad, so instead of thinking of all... She's had... I mean, that ended with the marriage at 18 to your father, and she started her wonderful life of building her own family. You have ignored all of the rest of her life to concentrate on her childhood.
No, you don't know. My mother's sadness is deep.
Nobody knows the trouble I see.
You always look so downtrodden when I see you.
But you said that, you know, through meditation and everything else that
she's doing well now.
Right, so, I mean, that's
and she's meditated for how many years, Howard?
Who is speaking? Who's that third voice?
That's Artie.
Who can get a word in with these two yenties? I'm trying to have a moment with my mother and relate to my audience.
But I just wonder why you concentrate on her childhood as opposed to her wonderful adulthood.
I would sit at my mother's knee, and she would tell me her saga.
Yes.
Every day.
And you have a tendency to dwell on the bad things.
I won't go through the saga until I'm not on the phone with my mother because it would be too painful for her to hear.
Yeah, why would you want to upset her?
Right.
She's having a good day.
But I can tell you her story.
I'm trying to.
Right. Mom, thank you. I love you. And
I love you too, Howard. And when you tell a story...
Get it right.
Get it right.
Okay,
for
thank
God's
you.
sakes.
All right,
And throw out the poster.
Yeah, just rip it down.
You know something? I was ready to throw it out.
All right, Laura will get in touch with you today. Thank
The
you.
problem would have been solved.
Thank you, Mother.
All right, I love you.
I love you, too. Bye-bye.
All right.
No, I'll give you the saga now. Here
No,
we
I
go.
got to say, what you said
Here's the
was
saga.
beautiful about her penmanship, but I think Robin is very right, too.
Yeah, he's created a movie.
Here's the saga. When I was 9 years old.
See?
This is what I listen to every day.
He hears this in his head.
Let me tell you, this
Like
is
a
every
soundtrack.
day. If you don't think the world is a scary place to me, here we go. This is like hearing Freddy Krueger every day.
You sure this happened or you didn't replay it in your head every day?
Right.
If I'm I didn't want to do it with my mom on the phone, but here we go.
Did you tell yourself this story every day, or
Yeah,
did
I made
she
this up.
say it
No,
every day?
she said it every day.
Every day.
My mother was very depressed. When I was 9 years old, my mother went to the hospital. Well, those doctors, those ghouls, they got a hold of her. And we never knew what happened to her. She never returned. She never came out of the hospital. And we were kids, and no one told us. They didn't even tell me my mother died. They just brought us to the funeral. And that was the first I learned of it. And I don't know, my father, he might have killed her.
Oh, God.
Because we don't know. And he was a very violent man. We would go to a movie, and he would pull out a knife and start to fight. And then when my mother died, it was just me and my sister. And my father sent us off. We were going to an orphanage, but out of the kindness of your Aunt Pearl, they took us in Ohio somewhere. Then Grandpa married a nice woman. And the nice woman was to be our mother. But, of course, he ruined that.
Oh, my God.
And then the woman was nice to me. You know, I only had one pair of underwear, and I never had a toy.
Oh, my goodness.
I never had a doll. I never had anything. I had nothing. Now,
I'm laughing at the music. Now
I'm
you're
sitting there.
super-
Now, you can laugh about my mother's story, but let me tell you, when you're a kid... Wait, turn that shit off. When you're a kid and you start... That's like the first 1 minute of the saga.
Look, my mother, you were talking about somebody in here the other day who used to use a slingshot to kill pigeons to eat.
Wycliffe.
My mother did the same thing.
All right, I'm not... Listen.
Do you see me sitting around? My mother's mother was retarded, practically.
You're as mental as they come, trust me. So there's something at work there. Nobody thinks you're normal, Robin. Don't pass yourself out as normal.
And here's your music.
Right. And maybe you should think about your mother's story.
Oh, my mother had to drop out of school in 7th grade. She never got to practice penmanship.
Well, that's nothing. We were shipped off.
Oh, my goodness.
We were shipped off into a concentration camp. Robin, isn't this the weekend you have to fly across the country for another treatment where people can lay hands on you? All right. Hey, listen, we got to take a break. We're going to talk with Amy Fisher next. And we have a whole bunch of things. All right.
I'm trying to think of a story about my mom, but nothing comes close.
Let that click. Come on. All right. Let's take a break and we'll
My
be back.
mother used to trap blackbirds. They didn't even get pigeons.
Oh, my.
Well, we trapped blackbirds and ate pigeons.
Oh.
And practiced our penmanship. All right. We'll be back right after these words. Maybe I'm amazed, baby. All right, here's Amy Fisher. A lot of people, I can hear the emails already. I can feel them. People say, why'd you have Amy Fisher on? Because, she's the most popular human being on the planet.
Well, we've always been in Mary Jo's camp.
We are in Mary Jo's camp. There's no question about it. But I'm always interested in what Amy's got to say about this sex tape. The first part is that she made a sex tape with her husband, and she's... Oh, here's Amy.
Love that clip.
There.
Come on.
How you doing, Amy?
She looks like she's walking to her death.
You look like you're walking to your death. The boobs, you made them very big. Didn't you?
You think they're big?
Oh, yeah, I do. I think. What are they, D cups?
They are.
They are, yes. You really
goodness,
made them big.
She is afraid.
Are you afraid? You are nervous, aren't you?
A little bit.
You are shaking.
A little.
Yeah, all right. Ease up.
Everything's all right. You want
We're
coffee?
not that bad.
I'm okay.
You look like you're going to pass out.
I almost did.
Did you really?
I did.
Yeah, I tell you, it's got to be tough in the sense that, I mean, look.
What do you do?
I just said to Robin, I can see the emails already. Why'd you have Amy in? We despise Amy. Amy shot someone in the head. Amy should still be in jail. You've heard it all. So I am sure that when you walk into a room, you don't know what to expect. True?
Well, it depends which room.
Yeah. I don't understand why you
Are there rooms you feel perfectly comfortable walking into?
Some.
Yeah? What's it like for you now out on Long Island where you live? Is it...
People are always nice.
They are nice to you?
Very nice.
Do you have friends?
I have a few, yeah.
Girlfriends?
Definitely girlfriends.
They don't lay trips on you?
No.
They don't?
No.
You on Facebook?
Are you on Facebook?
I don't even know what that is.
You're not on the internet?
Not much.
Right.
No.
I got to tell you something. I've watched some of the sex tape between you and your husband.
We've listened to a lot more of it.
Yeah, we've heard tons of it.
I know. I heard I talk too much.
Yeah, well, the two of you talk too much.
I've never heard such talk.
But I don't understand this career path you're on with this sex tape. I mean, look, I thought you did something smart. You got out of jail and you said, look, I'm going private citizen. I'm even changing my face a little bit. We get some plastic surgery. I want to put the Amy Fisher of the past behind me. I want to raise my family and do the best job I can. Now the new Amy Fisher going around with sex tapes.
And getting back together with Joey Buttafuoco.
It makes no sense.
You know what it is? I tried to live a very quiet life, and I literally had reporters, like, jumping out of bushes. I mean, I'm trying to, empty the groceries out of the back of my car with my children, and people just snapping pictures of me, and you have to say, why? Why is this so interesting? I didn't find it interesting, and the media did not allow me to live a private life. I went to college. I figured, okay, get a job, be like everybody else.
Right.
And it was always, this is the girl that shot somebody, blah, 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 in continual purgatory forever.
Right.
Can never go on, can never be anybody, can never be accepted.
Right.
And, I realized the only person that really needs to accept me is me. So.
But becoming a porno star is a very drastic... What do your kids think about this? Do they know?
Well, I don't talk to... my children are 7 and 3. We don't...
But they're going to know.
Discuss things like that.
Yeah, eventually they're going to high school.
This thing's going to be out there.
You know what? I think, your private life, as anybody in the spotlight knows, is very different from your public life. And the way you interact with your parents or your children and people that love and know you is very different than, people that have an opinion about you that don't know you.
So what do you do? So now you're selling the videotape of you and your husband having sex.
You're not claiming this was stolen or anything?
No, you know what? I did. I signed off on it.
Right.
And, I'm very comfortable with myself and my sexuality, and I felt like, this is okay for me.
I have a hard time watching the tape. I got to be honest with you. You look like a victim in it. I mean, you really do. You look like, I don't know what is going on there.
I haven't seen it.
You and your husband, I'm sure in private, are very sexy people, but, I mean, it is not I've said to Robin, it's like, it kind of creeps me out a little bit, the tape. Does it creep you out a little bit to see yourself fucking, blowing?
I haven't watched it.
Talking about your pussy and your clit and all of that.
Oh,
and Howard, you were describing a scene yesterday where she's in a tub showering and
there's no soap. You're dry and you're rubbing yourself and your husband's talking about your clit and he wants to see pink and open it up. And I mean, it's
graphic.
Hey, but you're graphic. It's very, very graphic. I mean, you're going to have to deal with all of this with the kids and everyone. Plus the people who are going to say, how dare you try to make money on a porn tape after you shot Mary Jo in the head? It's just bringing up more and more aggravation.
Like I said, everybody lives their own life. There's always people that like you, people that don't like you. I'm not running for public office. And, I try to be nice to everybody when I meet them. And, so be it. It's life.
But, I mean, is this a career path you're trying to take?
Yeah, what is the game plan?
Well, I'm not going to be making any porn tapes
You
in
will
the future,
not?
No.
Wow. I tell you, it's pretty wild. In fact, when I read...
How is the porn tape doing?
Yeah, how many have you sold?
I have no idea.
You're not involved in the business?
Mm-mm.
Has it made any money? Have you seen a check?
No, I have no idea. I have nothing to do with that at all.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I mean, you must know.
I really don't.
You're not nervous about that? I mean, you let your husband handle all that stuff, and he doesn't share that information with you?
No, you know what? I think it's just the distributor, Red Light District. We haven't gotten that information yet. At some point, they'll provide it, but they haven't.
Do you get a payoff up front when you sell it to them?
Yeah.
You do?
And,
How much money do you get for that?
You know what? It doesn't even matter.
50 G's? 100 G's?
You know what? It's irrelevant. 50,
Why is
100, a billion, it doesn't matter.
All right. Look who's on the phone. Here's your first phone call. I told you, open up a can of worms. Jessica, Mary Jo's daughter.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, I'd prefer not to take phone calls.
Hear Jessica out if she's on the phone. I mean, why not? Why not? Why not talk to her?
You know what? I really prefer just to talk to you. I can't talk to you.
Jessica, I can't talk to you. Amy doesn't want to speak with you.
Well, maybe Jessica can talk to us.
Bad. I didn't want Amy to come onto my front doorstep and shoot my mother in the face. The least she could do is 5 minutes. I don't even have a lot to say to her except for
what? You're leaving?
I am, Howard.
You are?
Yeah.
All right. All right. Well, you drove Amy out of the door.
I'm sorry. Maybe
I can't hear you. I'm sorry. What? You don't want to talk to her? Well, okay. Well, okay, we'll see you.
Oh, this is...
I'm sorry. Guys. Well, Jessica, Amy doesn't want to speak to you. She left.
Really?
She walked out. She just walked out of the room. It was the shortest interview I've ever done.
That's what she should have done 20 years ago when she was on that doorstep.
Jessica, I'll talk to you. How you doing?
I do now.
How do you talk to you?
I stayed home from school.
I
don't know what to think about what you think.
I don't know either.
I don't know what the hell to make of that.
Wow.
Well, Amy made an effort to come here. I'll give her a website out, AmyFisherCaughtOnTape.com. But
well, that was very strange. She was saying she doesn't know anything about the videotape or the finances, but she's here to promote it.
Yeah, and $50,000 or $1 billion doesn't matter.
No, the money is inconsequential.
Well,
Amy left. So, Jessica, what were you going to say as long as I got you on the phone?
Well, me and at least the mother side of the family try to keep things classy. I wasn't going to attack her or anything. I was just going to bring up the point of how all of her actions to this day, no matter how good or bad, will come around and bite her in the ass when it comes to her children. As a child, one of the only children of this unique situation, I haven't talked to my father in over a year because of his past actions. And I wanted to give, I don't care what she does with her life. She's a hoe bag. She always will be. She looks like a Dallas cheerleader that never made team. She is going to be who she is and do what she does. But for some reason, it seems like she doesn't have it through her skull that anyone can give birth. Crackheads can have a baby. It's the decisions that people make when their children are alive.
All right. Now. Well, I'm glad you called. I didn't know that it would drive Amy out of the room, but it has.
Me neither. I apologize, guys.
No, everything you said we agree with, and, look, it's...
Thank you. And Artie, I'm going to see you in April, and I can't wait to give you a hug.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Jessica. I'll see you then. Bye-bye.
We're watching Amy get on the elevator.
Tim Sabian's on it.
Amy left. Gary, the shortest interview I've ever done. I barely got started.
You know what? Seriously, when she's walking out, I was like, in my mind, I'm going, fuck you, goodbye, skank. I mean, goodbye.
Right.
Fuck her.
Right.
But I want to make a point about something because we never got to talk to her about it. She did that interview with a magazine where she said all these really horrible things about Mary Jo, like she gets to make money, who the fuck is she? And Amy's been going around denying it like crazy.
Right.
And we just heard the tape.
Yeah, Chauncey Hayden did an interview with Amy Fisher. And she said some pretty horrible things. And Amy has been denying it, but Chauncey's tape is on the Internet, and I've heard it.
So you hear her voice saying exactly what...
There's no mistake.
There's no mistake. She said them, and she should own it. And by the way, she shouldn't... I didn't know she didn't want to take phone calls.
She's a horrible human. She really is.
You know what? I really could care less that she was upset.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm not...
She should be able to handle anything.
Right.
She shot a woman in the head, and she's living her life.
All right, Dominic, you're on. Dominic Barber, who brought Amy and Joey together.
Well, I actually brought Mary Jo and Amy's mother together to try and help Amy get out of jail. Mary Jo did not want to help Amy originally, and Mary Jo is the reason Amy got out when she got out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and that night, which I don't know if you remember, Mary Jo, was almost 8 hours of conversation between you and her mother. And it was fascinating to me, just probably the longest time I ever kept quiet. But I'm kind of sorry she walked out, because I don't think Mary Jo is here to yell at her or insult her. I just think that everyone can kind of talk it out, because this case really did grow on the Howard Stern show also.
Yeah, well,
right from the beginning, right through it with Joey, and remember we had Amy's father on one?
Yeah, I don't know. I was curious to talk to Amy about this porno tape, and, you know, it's kind of weird. You don't want to be in a position where you're having fun because, you know, Amy did commit a serious crime. But I don't know. It was just also weird.
You know, the fact that she thinks people should leave her alone about it now is part of her problem.
Listen, it's an awful...
She has never acknowledged how horrible it was.
It's an awful thing she did, but, you know, I think it's more her actions recently that's getting me incensed, because everybody's different than what they were when they were 15, 16, whatever, and you make mistakes, but I believe people change. But recently she's been doing shit that is just awful, and it's...
I don't understand. You mean Mary Jo's daughter calls in and she runs out of the room? What is that about?
She probably wants to be paid for it. If it's going to have a confrontation.
Oh, I see.
If anything, I think Mary Jo's daughter calling in was almost like a cautionary tale. It's like, look what the actions of what my father did to me. I think she was trying to, you know, key her in on, like, what are your actions going to do to your children?
Yeah, but Amy, as usual, is not willing to face the consequences of what she has done.
I mean, I'm angry at her for, like, shooting a person, but I'm not as angry because I feel she was a victim then, and I still think she's a victim now. You know, she was a victim of Joey back then, you know.
She's a grown-up.
Right.
You're
she's
still
a grown-up.
responsible for what
dude,
you do, whether you've been victimized or not.
Way early. Damaged goods.
All right, so let me ask you a question.
I don't think she's ever had, like, you know, any kind of, like, introspection, any help. I don't know if she went to jail, if she saw a psychiatrist or something. She obviously needs help.
But why can't she
doesn't need, like, to be, you know, kicked at with stones?
Why can't she go live somewhere that isn't the New York area? Get off of Long Island, go live in Minnesota. You know,
why can't Gary the retard fly a jet? I mean,
because he's retarded. She's not retarded.
That's easier said.
And Fred is making the argument that emotionally she's so stunted.
Emotionally, she is crippled. She is crippled
you know,
inside.
He's taking the attitude that she's crippled inside and wouldn't know how to do anything else
She
anyway.
hasn't a clue.
There's a lot of people who would call Joey the biggest monster in all this.
He really is and was.
Well, I was having her in. I was going to let her promote her tape. I wanted to hear what was going on with her. I thought it would have been an interesting segment.
And I tell you, I think
I don't think she should have walked out. I don't
you're here to talk about the tape, but you start to describe to her some of the things she did in the tape. She goes, boy, you're really graphic.
And Howard, here's some insight into them as a couple.
Right.
So if your wife was upset and leaves somewhere and she walks out, you'd go follow her and try to make her feel better.
Yeah.
Amy leaves. The husband's out in the lobby. He's still talking to the camera, you know, plugging the video.
Well, he's having a good time.
Oh, we should talk to him then.
Yeah, what happened to him?
I don't know. See if he's still out
That's
there.
all right. All right, forget that.
I think Amy should come back and finish this and talk it out, because...
I don't think that's happening.
She's in a car
I don't know. Maybe she's listening now.
It's okay. You know what? As a matter of fact, I always am weirded out by doing the whole Amy Fisher thing anyway. Yeah, it's kind of freaky, you know? It's just freaky.
Yeah, you're sitting there talking to somebody who could shoot somebody in the head.
Yeah, I'm like sometimes I'm sitting there. I've never sat in a room with Amy before. This was the first time. And quite frankly, she's a lot more attractive in person than she is on that videotape.
That's the other thing I was going to say. She's really a stunner.
Yeah, she's actually good looking. And what's really odd is that on that videotape, she doesn't look half as good as she does sitting in person.
Well, even when she was the Long Island Lolita,
right.
I never thought she was all that.
She's pretty good looking.
But obviously she's, you know, really good looking. She just doesn't take a great picture.
Yeah. I got to say, I was blown away by how good she looked. I never thought of her as being attractive at all, but she looked hot as hell.
I'm surprised you didn't offer her some money to have some sex.
Well, I was about to.
she walked out.
And also, there's a bookie I need shot.
All right, let's go to Marianne from Brooklyn. Go ahead, Marianne.
Howard, I'm glad she walked in. You know, Fred, she can make a porno tape and do that, and she can't seek psychological help for herself. Fred, you're totally off base today. I have to disagree with you.
No, she could seek it, but she's incapable of seeking it, Marianne. There's a difference.
She knows how to party and have a good time and live out on Long Island. She could go live in...
You're coming from a place of health.
Yeah,
all right,
what Fred is saying,
Mark,
I agree with. She's like a prop.
All right, Mark, you're on the air in Jersey City, New Jersey. Go ahead, Mark.
Howard, I have to agree with Marianne. As far as her being emotionally stunted, I think everyone in the studio is emotionally stunted on some level. It doesn't give you a license to act like an ass. Right. And I find it distressing that people like Richard Lewis, it takes them 10 years to get on the air, and every 8 weeks we give this pig a platform to push her newest agenda. They're like the bottom of the barrel. Her and Joey and David Creef, the whole fucking gang of them. And, I mean, she's a victim. Anybody who watched that vile tape she made was a victim. I mean, Jesus Christ, let her get out of the fucking studio and keep her out. Let's get back to some laughs, not this fucking heinous fucking shit.
All right, real good, Mark. You've had a word on that. Captain Jenks wants a word about this. Go ahead, Captain Jenks.
Yeah, Howard, there's just one word to describe her, and that's cunt. And, I mean, from now on when you refer to her, just refer to her as cunt. She is the epitome of a cunt.
All right, let's go to Dennis. Dennis wants to say something.
Feelings.
Yes.
If she was willing to date Jank, she'd be there in a heartbeat.
How many times can I say the word cunt in 5 seconds?
Go ahead,
Howard.
Yes.
Yeah, I called the other day about Uncle Mike, and I was telling you how these ex-cons are never rehabilitated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just reemphasizing that fact that also, if you think about it, Joey Buttafuoco, he's never once ever admitted to any guilt with like the insurance fraud and when they caught him with the ammunition in his closet and stuff. The guy...
There's always a misunderstanding.
He's a typical criminal. He never did anything.
All right, Mel, you're on the air in New York City.
Hey, good morning, Howard. Great interview. That little whore has not changed a bit. I know people that are still banging her. She cheats all the time.
Well, we don't know that.
Well, that's your story.
Listen, if she was on, I would have threw some names down. She would have ran out anyway. So.
All right. Well, you know, Gary did say to me she is known for walking out of interviews.
Oh, yeah.
It's like her thing now. And he said, I don't think she'll last more than 10 seconds. I go, that's ridiculous. I'm not going to sit here and beat her up. All I did was plunk down the phone, and she walked out.
You didn't even ask her anything. You took a phone call.
She left and said...
She walked out of Inside Edition, Howard. But the worst part is, like, she walked out, it's fine, but now she's going to be able to utilize this for press to sell her little whore video.
Well, you know what that's like? It reminded me of Anna Nicole Smith. Remember when Anna Nicole sort of pulled the same thing, and then she got on the other entertainment shows by saying she walked out?
Yeah, all right. Well, there it is.
If Amy will be able to catapult this into more publicity.
All right, thanks, Mel.
Okay, thank you. I love you guys.
Love you, too.
But what is the mindset? Do you guys think there's any way she could change, you know, from what she was?
This girl, much like Fred said, she's never probably sought any help. It's a very hard thing to live with what you've done when you've done something so heinous. So maybe you don't ever want to go revisit it and really look at what you did and how it worked for you. Is a kind of scary thing. And she's trapped, therefore, in whoever she was at that time.
All right, let's go to Keith in Saskatchewan, Canada.
Hey, Howard, how are you doing today?
Hey, Keith.
Hey, that was the best interview I've heard. Unbelievable.
I sort of got that same... You know how we, in retrospect, had a creepy feeling about having fun with O.J.?
Yeah.
That's how I was feeling. I was like, are we going to have fun with Amy Fisher?
You know, when she walked in, I said... I don't know how to even lighten this up.
Yeah.
They said, it was weird anyway from the start. It might have been better just not to even go there.
I mean, this was the best outcome.
Yeah, actually, she did the right thing, leaving. And you know what? I'm actually relieved.
Yeah, thank you, Amy.
Yeah, thank you, Amy. Honestly, I'm relieved. Who needed this?
Really?
Playing the actual porno itself is way more fun.
Way better.
You know.
Were you, I don't know, where were your plans to go? Were you going to play that audio for her?
Sure. I mean, I don't know. You know what? I kind of just...
I'm upset we missed
I was going to really sort of talk to her about the comments she made about Mary Jo, and then now denies them, and I'm going to say, I heard them. You did make those comments. Don't deny it, and don't act like you didn't make the porno tape.
And so if she said those things once, that's probably what she's saying at home in her house. You know, F Mary Jo.
Yeah, I don't know. You know what? It was probably a mistake booking her in the first place.
You know, that probably is true. Yeah. I mean, when you said she was coming in here, I was like, you know, I have the same feelings about Henry Hill. only it's... Because Henry's suffering so much.
Yeah, you don't feel bad because Henry's like such a fucking alcoholic, kind of down on his luck.
Henry is in hell.
I almost wish Henry would marry Amy, and that would punish her.
Although Amy walking out of the interview will be on Howard TV tomorrow. That will be the featured show. It's funny because her camera just stays with her right in the lobby.
I know. She's standing there trying to avoid looking at the camera.
But I will say this. I got to be honest with you, and when you see it on TV, you tell me if I'm lying, because people accuse me of having bad taste. But I think, and Robin, correct me if I'm wrong, Artie, Fred, Benji, I think Amy Fisher was pretty good-looking.
Hot
way better than what she looks on that video.
Her body looked great.
It pains me to say, I agree with you.
Yeah, I get it, you know.
She was, her hair looked really sexy.
You know what really threw me off was she was acting coy. You think?
Well,
you know what's hot? Think about her in prison sucking some pussy.
Right.
Yeah.
Let me see your pussy. Didn't she?
Well, there were all those stories. There was that big black woman who came out and said Amy was her girlfriend or something, and she was in love with Amy.
Maybe if I had just stuck to prison stories and
you'd have still been okay with it?
Maybe that would have been better.
Every topic.
Come back, Amy. We figured out how to do it.
We figured out an angle on you. We're not going to talk about Mary Jo. We're just going to talk about your sexuality in prison.
She would have walked out after every single topic you just brought up.
I know.
And another great thing about Howard TV, when you see it, is the fucking expression on her face walking in here. She really looked like she was about to be beheaded.
She was shaking.
You'd think this woman had never done anything bad in her life, and she was going to the Inquisition.
She was the Queen of England.
Well, anyway, that's the end of the Amy Fisher interview. It lasted, I think, 3 minutes.
I hate that I want to bang her.
Yeah, I was angry at my penis.
That's why
that just goes to show, Robin, we have no control.
Yes, but that's why so many movies were made about the girl, too. I mean, just remember, 2 different actresses played this chick.
Yeah, I got to be honest with you. I got to be honest with you.
And Drew Barrymore.
You know, I despise what she did. I don't like what she did.
And you want to...
I would bang her. I'll be honest with you. I would fuck her.
You think for a night you could... Okay, let's...
Yeah, I mean, that's what...
All right, wait, let's get into this.
That's why I said to Beth last night, you don't understand who you're marrying. I said, I have no morality.
She's marrying an average heterosexual guy.
I'm telling you, it doesn't matter what a girl does.
I would say that.
Let me tell you.
Like, Rob, I know Robin, as a woman, if a guy walked in here who had, shot a woman in the head or something, Robin would be able to say, yeah, very nice-looking man, but I'll tell you what, I couldn't even bring myself to kiss him. Women are so much more evolved. I know as a man...
Robin dated Nick Manning.
Yeah, but come on.
I went to dinner with him and 5 other women.
But she's sitting on the couch with the big titties, and right away I go, she shot a woman in the head, she's fucking insane. I'd fuck her.
All right, now wait a minute. Well, let's see how far you go with that, okay?
I would fuck
Say you walk into a bar...
Right.
And Amy Fisher's there.
All right. I'm not with
all her baggage.
I'm not with Beth.
You're not? No, of course not. You're single.
No.
And, she's did exactly what she did in this scenario, and you go up and
I guess I wouldn't.
You're a little lit.
Yeah, maybe I would.
And you see her. Would you be willing to fuck her? Would you be willing to say stuff, even though you totally disagree with it? Like, yeah, fuck Mary Jo. She's, would you be able to?
No. I couldn't do that.
I mean, to fuck her?
No, I couldn't do that.
See, I don't think I could do that either. So maybe we're
starting to paint the reality. Now I'm in a bar, and she's there, and I'm afraid. I guess I would be afraid to bring her home. But here's another scenario I think it could happen. Like, if you told me there were no strings attached.
Yeah.
And nobody'd ever find out.
Nobody'd ever find out. And we're at, let's say, a strip club, and we're in the back room. I probably wouldn't either. You know what? Maybe I wouldn't. I think she
the
freaks
reality
me
of
out.
seeing her there.
I think she crosses a line. I mean, you're really getting into some dark territory.
I think you're right. I think, you know what, Artie? I'm starting to paint the picture. I think I would actually say
guys will lie to get in a chick's pants, but, like, even if it's just you and her talking, like, I don't think that could come out of my mouth. If I said, look, if I agree with her about everything with the Mary Jo shit, I think I could fuck her. I really think I wouldn't cross
Better
that line.
not to talk about Mary Jo at all.
Well, if it comes up.
But you know what? I can't believe you guys.
Why?
Because
that there's actually women we would turn down?
No. Yes, that's it. Because you've said these things to me before about different situations, and then you've gone and done them.
Like what? Something like that scenario?
There have been times on this show people have said, oh, who would you not follow? Remember that? The little conversation we get into, and there were a whole list of guys you wouldn't follow.
Yeah, we're lying.
And then you followed them.
We'll follow. Hey, Howard, you're on the air in Jersey.
Howard, I rushed through taking a crap. I just got out of the shitter. I'm looking for what's the Amy Fisher. What happened?
You missed it?
You missed it.
You missed the world's shortest interview. Within 1 minute, she walked out of here.
Give me a replay.
Well, long story short was we started talking. Mary Jo's daughter called in. I said, hey, let's see what she has to say. Amy goes, I don't want to take any phone calls. I said, well, let her at least make her statement. She's called in, and then she walked out.
Jesus.
Yeah, that was it.
You know what this says, Howard? You need another Sirius radio for the bathroom.
Yeah, I gotta get the portable.
That's right. You got to get the portable. Stiletto. Fred's right. All right. Hey, thanks, Howard.
Love you, man.
All right, Lisa G is here. Lisa G taking a pounding on the intern show.
Really?
Yeah, Steve the intern really gave it to her heavy.
Steve!
Yeah, here's Lisa G from the Howard 100 newsroom.
What's going on?
Lisa got pounded on the intern show.
Oh, like I care.
You care.
Why would I care? They're not my interns.
Say?
They're your interns.
They're your interns. You want to hear it?
No.
Robin does. Who are you, Amy Fisher?
Look, they're usually pounding on me. I have to hear them pound on somebody else.
I interviewed her husband.
How'd that go?
He feels you blindsided her.
I did?
I'm just telling you what he said.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry.
And no one's letting go of what happened so long ago.
No one's letting go.
Well, what else is
that
there
Mary Jo forgave her. I'm just telling you what he told me.
Let me just say something. What else is there to talk about with Amy Fisher than what happened?
Why is she famous?
Yeah.
If she hadn't shot somebody, we wouldn't know who she was.
Got a
She's
point.
perpetuating it with the porn tape.
Of course.
It's like Ed Gwynn not want to talk about the monster.
If she wants, yeah, exactly. If she wants it to go away.
Right.
She should go away.
Right. I mean, that's crazy. Wait, let me find the Lisa G stuff.
You know who has a Facebook? Howard 100 News has learned that Jason does for his cat.
Oh, that's sweet.
That
what a nut.
Is the gayest. I like Jason, but I don't. That's gay, man.
That's not gay. That's gay to the 10th power.
It is as gay as fucking a guy.
All right, here's Steve the intern on the intern show from last night ranting about Lisa G. The guy was on fire.
Wow.
Listen.
I mean, am I off here about Lisa G? No, a lot of people get annoyed with her because she's a reporter. You know, she's always in your business. She's so annoying. I hate Lisa. I love Lisa, but I hate and she is annoying, and she does get in your business, and I'm speaking for myself right now, but I think guys like John, Gary, Jason, and Will would agree with me is that Lisa G is so fucking nosy, but it doesn't have to do with the news. The difference between Steve Langford, who is crazy, absolutely.
They're being
he's
sexist
looking
here.
for a news story, and he says, no, this is a news story, this is a news story. I work for the Howard 100 News. I got to report a big news story. Lisa G is just a fucking yenta and annoying. Lisa wants to know what the fucking piece of paper on your desk is. Not because it's a news story. It's because she's got nothing better going on in her life, and she just wants to know what the fucking piece of paper is.
Whoa.
Lisa, leave me the fuck alone and everybody else. Wow. Jesus.
Wow. Did he eat a cupcake before the show?
Do you think
Well, keep listening.
Lisa Rinna has fucking whatever in her lips? Who the fuck cares, Lisa? Aww. We're going out to a break.
Wow.
I love all these guys. They're immediately radio hosts. We're going out to a break.
But what set him off? I really don't understand the basis for his anger.
He's crazy.
Well, Gary was trying to explain it to me. He said Lisa has this thing where, like, she'll walk into the office, and, like, Gary got, like, a box of chocolates from someone, and Lisa will walk up and go, box of chocolates. And then she'll just, like, open it up and start looking to see who it's from.
No, I asked him who it was from.
No, but he said sometimes you just even go through his stuff.
No, I would never do that.
That's what he says. He says that Lisa really, like, it doesn't even appear to be for the news. It's just she's very, very nosy.
Hey, Howard, Will will come in. Will will tell a story how he had a piece of paper on his desk of some sensitive information, and Lisa's like, reading it and asking what it is, and it's like, it's a paper on your desk.
They don't keep it out on your desk.
Yeah, but Lisa, we trust you to some degree.
Right, so I didn't report anything about it.
know, but
you didn't have to report it. It wasn't your business.
What was
it was on my desk.
But you don't read something on someone's desk.
Leave it the fuck alone.
What note was it?
None of your business. There's your answer.
What was it?
None of your business. I'm not saying.
What do you mean? Was it no? What type of thing was it? Like
a caller called us with some information that affected somebody on the show.
Oh.
And I wanted to know whether we should pursue it in any way. And I was told, leave it alone.
Right.
And then Lisa happened to see the note, and then she started talking about it. And I said, Lisa, leave it alone.
Doing my job.
That's not your job.
No, your job
isn't to
snoop around my
desk.
I'm not snooping. I was just standing there. It was big lettering. I don't even remember what it was. Are we all done now?
She knows exactly what it was.
You took some lumps. You took some big lumps. Yes, Benji.
Ouch.
I got an example, and I do like Lisa, but at least several times a week I'll walk in with my salad, and I'll walk past her, and she always looks at my salad and looks at me, and she goes, "Won't that make you gassy?" I couldn't eat all that. I would get very gassy. Don't you get very gassy from all that salad?
Well, do you?
No, but it happens like 5 times a week I'm asked that.
You don't get gassy?
No.
That's called investigative reporting.
Lisa's onto something. You can't eat too much. You get so gassy. I've been getting gassy lately. I've been eating too much. I cut back.
That sort of means your system is not able to digest everything you're putting in. Because if you rely on vegetables for your fiber, it makes you gassy. You need to mix it up.
All right, Lisa,
would you like some real stuff now?
By the way, you weren't the only one to take it on the intern show. There was some other good stuff. I got a story about Gary. Oh, and this is what it's like to get Artie's bagel in the morning. Did you hear that one?
No.
And Robin's banana.
By the way, I heard some of this.
Oh, somebody's getting my banana? Then we'll stop that. I don't want to have anything to do with these interns.
I heard some of this. By the way, the bagel again today is not enough butter. Get fucking butter in here.
All right, here's the story on Artie's bagel. This is funny in light of Artie and his butter demands. Listen to this. This is it from the intern who has to go get the bagel.
You were down before a store opened.
This is before 6 a.m.
Getting a ton of butter and a bagel from people that aren't even working yet or trying to get stuff ready.
I did it all last semester, and it is the most horrible job to have to do as how it's turned into. Because when you go down there, there's 2 guys that are getting ready for the store to open. They're laying out like 100 English muffins, like ready to go for Egg McMuffins. They're getting ready for the store to open. They don't give a shit about Artie and his fucking buttered bagel and his extra butter. So, like, the guy will make it for you, but then you have to wait for someone to come for a cashier because there's no cashier on duty. So then they get someone out of the back to do that. And then when you ask for the extra butter, she has to go through this whole thing of going through the refrigerator and the extra butters all the way in the back. Oh, Robin's banana.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
First, the bananas come in.
Robin banana.
When you go to get the banana, you have to hope that the fruit delivery has gotten there already. Because usually there's like a pile of boxes on the floor. You just dig a banana out of there. So one day they didn't get the fresh delivery, and I got this really disgusting old banana out of the back that they gave me. And there was nothing else. It was like the best they had. So I said to Robin's intern that day, I was like, Robin might be in a bad mood today. She's got a rotten banana this morning.
Oh, no.
And then he was like, oh, don't worry about it. I throw a banana out every day when I clean her off, and she never eats them.
Oh, so you're going
I
down.
go through all that shit for nothing. She doesn't even eat the friggin' thing.
Well, in my defense, I eat everything they bring me.
This is all true because I'm standing there when the intern's down there.
Because you're investigative reporting.
Right. But, Artie, as much as you want your buttered bagel, they don't give a shit about your buttered bagel.
Listen, we're in the middle of man-fucking-Hatton. It's too much to ask for a bagel and butter? We got our fruit delivery. It's the new interns. You guys are pussies.
Our fruit is rotten.
Yeah, I want butter from the motherfucker. You know what? There was no butter. There was like a little strip of butter. There's no butter in here.
Why do you order a banana and not eat it?
Sometimes I bring a banana.
Oh.
Is it sometimes sexual or not?
No.
Sometimes you bring a banana from home and you don't need your banana.
And so the banana that they bring, I just leave here.
And then they were bashing on Gary because He evidently needs chocolate chip cookies. And one day he was here, and the vending machine didn't have chocolate chip cookies, and they had to run out and get him chocolate chip cookies, and they send them all over. I mean, it's like a madhouse.
Listen to these motherfuckers. It's the worst job. Try putting insulation on a fucking...
Several years from now, they'll be crying the blues about their miserable childhood when they had to stand around for bananas and bagels.
I remember one time I was late for Jim Baree, this fucking generation.
All right, let's get over to Lisa G., who has the news.
All right, a revealing interview with Richard Christie is now online at killerreviews.com. Richard talks about his love of horror movies and divulges that starting at the age of 8, his parents would take him to any horror movie he wanted to see. His mother even once woke him up before school at 3 a.m. to watch the film Gates of Hell on cable. Plus, Richard says he tries to watch an average of one horror film every day during the months of September and October.
Tim, you're on the air in Philadelphia.
Hey, now.
Hey, now.
Hey, I got you can kill 2 birds with 1 banana. You can take care of the banana problem and take care of the Yenta snooping around problem. Just take the banana every morning and Lisa's pussy.
What kind of comment
we waited
is that?
for that.
Excellent.
What a delivery. So, in other words, if we took the banana and put it in Lisa's vagina, she would no longer want to snoop around and look at people's desks? Is that it?
Yeah.
I see. All right. Thank you. Robin, what about donating your banana to Lisa?
Here it is. You can have it.
I have my own, thank you.
By the way, that was Scott Greenstein calling in.
Oh.
Yeah.
So nice to hear from him. Yeah. I didn't know what he was doing.
Debbie, you're on the air. Go ahead in Richmond.
I just want to let you know that Lisa is annoying, and I love the show so much better when you skip over her.
Oh,
gee. I like Penny Crone better than her, and she was annoying.
Oh, my goodness. Well, Lisa, I, for one, want to vote and say I enjoy when you come in.
Thank you.
I do. I'm being honest. I'm sorry that Debbie feels that way about you. A lot of women are jealous of you. Very jealous of your news gathering. You know, she's a lot like Lois Lane, this girl.
It's a lot like Hillary Clinton.
She'll do anything she can.
Clinton?
How so?
Everybody's hating her right now.
Well, let me tell you something. Hillary Clinton pulled a big comeback.
Which is great.
And I'm very happy about it. And I'll tell you what.
Now everybody thinks she's the front runner.
That's right.
It's ridiculous the way these people flip-flop.
They're all two-faced. I said she's the front runner. I said she's going to get the nomination. We'll see who was right.
Now poor Barack Obama should be her running mate.
Loser.
What they're saying.
Right. And let me tell you something. Watching her come back from the dead there, they wrote her off, was like watching the New York Giants.
Well, you know, she didn't come back from the dead. Neither one of these people have enough delegates to get the nomination.
I didn't get the same feeling as I got with the Giants. But, you know, it
was exciting. It was, if you were watching on TV, it was exciting.
But you're acting like this is a sporting event, and she beat the spread. She hasn't beaten anything.
Yeah, she beat the spread.
Go
ahead. You're on
I was going to debut my big Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton joke last night, and I couldn't do it because Hillary won.
There you go. It's ruined.
What was your big joke?
You know, the one I said the other day about we haven't seen a black guy beat a white woman this bad since O.J. trial. And now with Hillary winning, I can't do it anymore.
Vaughn, you're on the air in San Jose.
Hey, Howard, I have a question for you, but first I was wondering, is it possible for me to play the Bigfoot game?
We don't have a Bigfoot game. We did that yesterday.
Oh, I thought maybe...
you thought it was going to be a regular feature?
No, I just didn't know if you had one.
All right, Vaughn, thank you for the call.
All right.
With the games. Anything else, Lisa, from the newsroom?
Yes. With the end of Celebrity Rehab on VH1, I spoke to Mary Carey yesterday. She says she is 80% sober.
80% sober? That doesn't sound sober to me.
This is like Artie. He doesn't drink till the weekend.
She says she has like 3 or 4 glasses of wine now.
Oh, my God.
Oh, boy, that Celebrity Rehab really worked.
Dr. Drew would like her back for season 2.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, that's why she's drinking.
Right, because what other show's looking for her?
It'll be good for her career.
And she said the producers are possibly interested in doing a spin-off with her, trying to find a husband.
Oh, boy.
All right, so let's move on to page 69. This one has to do with Benji Bronk, since he threw it on me earlier. Jason and Will report that he's worried about his image and that he's asked photographer Jason Kaplan to retake photos of him so he could put his hat on and cover his bald spot The gossip gurus of page 69 add that Benji now cranes his neck forward in the photos, advice he got from Doug Goodstein on how to look skinnier.
Benji, that can't possibly be true, is it?
Hey, man, my looks are pretty much my career.
I mean, if you're really worried about how you look, lose 100 pounds.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, come on, dude. Stop having people reshoot pictures. I mean, let's face it. I mean, you don't really care about your appearance. You eat until you explode.
You're right. That would make more sense, but at the moment, that's the best I can do.
You know what he's like? He's like the Elephant Man in that scene in the movie when he puts on the tuxedo to go out for the night, and he looks at the woman and goes, how do I look?
You look like a fucking maniac. You know what? I got to tell you, though, Benji, I mean, none of that makes any sense. It really just doesn't make sense. And I prefer the Benji that used to run around here naked and not care about how he looked. I mean, that was a lot more charming, if
this is political Benji.
For lack of a better word. Anything else, Lisa G?
Yes, tomorrow marks an historic anniversary in the world of Howard Stern. It's going to be 11 years to the day that Private Parts hit theaters.
That's right. And I noticed in my book I wrote down, I think it's, let me see, I'm gonna give you this. Not only is it 11 years since the movie Private Parts, which really, I can't believe it's been that long.
Yeah, that seems like a long time ago.
But I noticed there was another anniversary this month.
Of
for those of you who are fans of this show. It was 2001 on March 5th that Jackie left the show.
Oh, really?
So how many years is that, Robin?
2001?
Is that 7 years?
Yeah.
All right.
So when you mean you wrote it down in your book?
Yep.
Or?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Like every year you keep writing it down?
Day for you.
No, it's printed out in my book. It's a printout. And every year I celebrate that day.
I didn't realize that was such a big day for you.
Oh, yeah.
You celebrate.
March 5th. I feel so... You know what it is? I write things down. You see, I have a Franklin Covey book. So if you're a Franklin Covey customer, you can type in... So that when they print out your calendar every year, certain dates always come up. They mark them. And one of the dates I chose to mark, for example, I have the Private Parts thing. That made me feel good. The same as you just mentioned.
Do you have Rosh Hashanah?
1997 Private Parts #1 movie in the country, okay? And then before that, Jackie Martling, 2001, leaves show. And I only put things in there that make me feel good.
Right. Very nice.
And you should put that in your book.
It's like your Emancipation Day.
Yeah, you should put that in your book. Weren't you happy?
You know what? I really don't know how that day makes me feel.
Really? Well, you should write it in your book and see what happens to you.
I'll tell you what, it's in my book.
Well, I'm happy every day that Artie's here. You know, I haven't even thought about it.
I have in my book the day Artie joined the show.
Well, what else is coming up in your book?
You want to know? I'll tell you what else is in my book. I'll give you a heads up.
Okay.
Yeah, because you should put these in your book.
Yeah. This is how she does it.
Easter Sunday. Right?
I'm an organized guy now. I have all kinds of things. Here you go. Gary Dell'Abate's birthday is March 14th. That's coming up. Here, on the 29th, WCKG in Chicago became our 23rd affiliate.
Wow, Howard.
That's right.
You've got some book.
And March 23rd, 1994, I ran for governor and had 18% of the vote going for me when I resigned.
Who knew so much happened to us in March?
A lot of things happen in March. I could give you every month.
April's probably busy.
April's got a lot of... Here, we went to #1 April 22nd in 1994 in Cleveland. In 21 months, we were the #1 morning show in Cleveland.
Wow.
Isn't that something?
Isn't that something?
But the one that is biggest and circled, Jackie Martling leaves show.
That's a huge thing for you. Like, what do you do...
I celebrate.
Jackie Martling.
You know what it is? I check my book first thing in the... it's Jackie Martling Day. I check my book in the morning, and I see it, and I go, this is going to be a great day. Here's something good that happened to me on that day in history.
March 5th, 1982. You know what happened?
I'm going to be leaving the show. I can't get... I want...
Did he actually make a speech?
Yeah, I called Howard, and he didn't care, and he gets everything, and I get nothing, and we're the Beatles, and I don't get...
Or did he just disappear quietly?
I don't know, but I said my book.
He didn't say anything on the air. I remember you guys got on the air, and he wasn't there, and Howard made an announcement to the audience.
Look at this, June 27th, 2007. This is already into June now.
Okay.
Gary removed my jizz tissues from my apartment.
I remember that.
That's right.
When did you say that was?
Made me feel good.
No, because I was here for that.
That was in June. It's in my book, yeah. You should see my book.
Jizz Tissue Day.
It's Happy Jizz Tish. I thank you, Lisa G. Very good report, and keep on doing what you do. I like when you snoop around, personally. That means you're doing your job.
Keep on getting on their nerves. It means you're doing your job.
It's been a very busy morning. When I come back, I've got a lot of things to get to. But look, let's recap. Amy Fisher walked out after 1 minute.
I'm really shocked.
Right. We never even got to...
we offended her.
And by the way...
We offend her.
By the way, not that I want to acknowledge this, because that's the only reason he fucking did it, but I'm grossed out. Could you tell Benji to put his clothes on?
Are you
took
naked?
His clothes off?
After you said that about him, he took his clothes off.
Back to the charming naked
and I can tell you, the smell is not pleasant.
Ooh.
Is it really smelling?
There's an odor.
I'm going to smell you.
Dude, there's an odor.
I really don't think I have a smell.
There's
Take off your headphones.
You know
you
what?
can't get
Can you
there.
really be honest?
I have to say...
I know I'm gross because of my weight.
Wait. Let me take my headphones.
Yeah,
Benji, I'm being honest. Most of the time, you've done very well lately when it comes to your sense.
I do not. I'm freshly showered.
But today you're just slightly right.
Wait.
Howard's sniffing.
You know, I'll tell you what's going on over here.
All right. There's a smell?
It's a slight odor, right?
It's not it's not overwhelming like a huge stink.
Right.
But is it body odor?
No, it's like there's a stale quality to you.
Yeah.
You're stale.
Showered.
No, I know.
But
you
don't shower right, and you don't wash your clothes right.
You know what it might be? How often do you launder your towels?
Once
naked. Artie won't even look at
towels every week.
It's really gross.
Is it like once a week? Because it might be like stale water on the towel that you wipe yourself off with.
Robin,
I'm
you give an honest opinion.
Go over and smell
him. I want to maybe away from this area. Can I get away?
No, you be in your area. Robin will smell you.
She's smelling the same area that I'm in.
Seriously, you got to stand next to him for what?
Oh, my God, he's completely naked.
Yeah. It's really weird.
Oh, my God.
And I won't do it.
Don't touch her.
He's got a nice clit, by the way.
Get near, bud. Get near.
Grab yourself while I'm over.
Oh, my God.
Get near him. Get near him.
I probably won't move.
Be still.
And stand there and breathe. All right. Wait, she's going to come back with a report.
Smell his balls.
His balls are like wrinkled.
You got no dick.
When it's hard, it's big.
Yeah.
But you put your fucking pants.
It's like you're like a chick about dick. You don't know that.
Artie's really uncomfortable. He's going to file an HR report.
I know what you're talking about.
Go ahead.
There is sort of like a yeasty kind of
all right. Well, okay. Listen.
Odor to him.
Well, he's got a lot of...
It's not strong.
No, it's not horrible.
It's subtle, but it's there.
It's creepy.
I'm telling you, like a lot of people in New York, you don't do laundry properly, and you don't fucking shower good.
Benji, you won't...
I'm telling you, you smell my underarms. They smell great.
Okay. Artie, you won't even look at them.
Great is the adjective I
I'm telling you, it's a pleasant...
All right. It's not horrible. I said it wasn't that bad.
But smell under my arms. It's great.
You're a little stale. Okay, I believe you.
You know what?
I think if you put the clothes back on, it'll cut... Because I didn't smell it until you took your clothes off.
I mean, your ass is on a chair. And
yeah, that's gross, too, man.
Yeah, and whatever the interns are, leave this chair where it is. Don't be swapping them around when you're vacuuming in the studio.
Yeah.
I don't want to be sitting on Benji ass.
Right.
I didn't believe how naked he was. I thought maybe he'd have his underwear.
Oh, no, Robin, no. It's all naked.
You really can't even look at him, right?
Yeah, it's gross, man. Look at him.
And you'd think he'd be embarrassed. He's nothing to show.
By the way, I can't look at me naked either.
No, I demand you see my cock when it's hard sometimes.
So make it hard. Make it hard. Go over there and show it to her.
Would you agree with that, Rob, if I get it hard?
If you get it hard, would you look at it?
I'll be too shy right now.
I don't care if you got a hard...
If he's fully aroused, will you look at it?
Sure, I'll look.
How are there gay people? How are men gay?
Normal length, but very thick.
Well, go ahead.
All right, but I can be shy. I have to
Can she do something to turn you on?
No, she can't do anything. Get yourself a magazine.
And if you get hard near me, I'm dropping it.
All right, I'll go do it in Robin's office.
No, you won't. I said I'd look. I didn't say I'd look at you get it that way.
Well, listen, I will come.
I forget it. No one wants to see you. Put your clothes
after
on.
the show sometime.
After the show,
Put your clothes back on.
I'll come look at your etchings.
I can't believe Ivy Supersonic was fucking that.
I know.
Ivy was clearly obsessed with it.
Yeah. All right, we're going to take a break. I have so much to get to, but
she
first...
likes the smell of fresh baked bread.
Yeah, let's come on. There's a lot to get to, including I'm not even going to tease this. All right, we'll be back right after this. So wonderful. Actually, that leads me into my next topic before we get Henry in here. So, on the Internet, someone sent this to me yesterday. Ellen DeGeneres has a commercial on the Internet for Halo dog food. And, I'm sitting there going, can that be for real? This is the woman that keeps getting dogs and returning them and giving them away?
Does she have a dog?
She claims in the commercial she does, but I don't even know that that's true. I got to say, a bigger offender of this seems to be Paris Hilton. I was thinking about you when I read this story. Do you see what she does?
Yeah.
Supposedly, somebody, a breeder or somebody in L.A. or someone who owns some sort of dog situation said that Paris Hilton has gone through maybe 30 dogs that she just returns or just abandons, and her help just bring them back.
Right.
In the last,
they said they found one that was locked in a closet for 2 days.
Yeah. Oh, my God. How awful.
But, how do you expect that she's really going to be taking care of a dog?
But that's even crazier than what Ellen does, supposedly. And, I'm not even a dog lover, and I think that's, you don't pay attention to
You got to hear this. This is just so weird. Ellen DeGeneres.
HelloPetco.com. How's it going? It's me, Ellen DeGeneres. Hi, and I want to talk to you about something.
By the way, I realize why her act disturbs me so much. It's the same thing like Greg Fitzsimmons was talking about the other day. It's like with the Academy Awards. She gets on Ellen DeGeneres, and she has this whole thing where she's confused. Everything she says is like...
And she doesn't know what she's going to say next.
She said no,
right.
and she's confused.
I don't know where this is going.
But we know she knows where it's going.
Yeah.
We know that it's an act.
The whole thing is planned out, yes.
Yeah, and it's like when on the Academy Awards, when they get up there and they go, when that guy Steve Carell gets up and he goes, I'm now going to give away the award for Best Documentary. And he starts to read the documentaries, and then the woman goes, wait a second, Steve, don't you know we're giving away Best Animated Short? And he goes, what?
We're not doing
that. And he off mic, he's like, what? We're not doing that off mic? And then the whole audience is laughing.
Can they see this in Croatia?
I'm really so embarrassed. Yeah. Can they see this in Croatia?
People?
How many people are watching this? 80 million people? Oh, my. And it's like, we know, fuckhead, that what are we, idiots?
And Ellen DeGeneres' act is like this. She's always
confused.
Whole act,
yeah.
Well, Bob Newhart did it, and when he did it, it was fresher 50 years ago. But now it's sort of like, you're right, everybody knows what's going on.
Yeah.
That I love.
Here, wait.
Personally.
Right,
Petco.com. How's it going? It's me, Ellen DeGeneres. Hi, and I want to talk to you about something that I love, personally. Food. Isn't food delicious? I eat it all the time. I really do. My motto, if you want to know, has been for a long time, food. It's for eating. You want the best food you could possibly give your animals. And what I do is I feed my pets, it's called Halo Spot Stew.
What pets, man?
She's talking about Portia.
Yeah, because quite frankly, we read that she gave away like 5 dogs already. She gets them, and then for some reason can't relate to them.
None of them are named Spot, but I don't show them the can. You can feed. So what if you had an animal named Spot, and you're like, I'm feeding it Spot Stew, and you'd show the animal, look, your name is on it. If they read, they would be impressed. Anyway, there's all kinds of things that Halo has. We have Live-A-Little treats, and it should be called Live-A-Lots, because that's how good it makes your pet feel. I'll tell you a true story. Before I gave my dog Wolf Live-A-Littles,
Wolf
wasn't happy at all. He would read the obituaries in the morning and was addicted to online poker. And then I gave him Live-A-Littles. He was cheery, and one day I caught him bedazzling his own...
So Wolf is the one dog that survived all that?
That she can relate to, the one that can get through her crazy, I can't deal with you situation.
Dog Bowl and singing. Special. These are a few of my favorites.
Somebody put a pussy in her mouth and quiet her down.
Yeah.
Things. He didn't know the whole song, but he had a little of it down. In fact, here's the thing about Halo. I love the food so much for my animals, I decided to become part of the company. I own the company with Halo so that I could reach. They weren't telling people as much as I would like them to. Anyway, they'll tell the dogs and kitties. Everybody will learn about it.
She owns it.
And it'll, before you know it, Halo will be on everyone's lips, and which is good because it's food. And you know what my motto is? It's for eating. I'm done. Bye.
Boy. Wow. What a read. Or not a read. I don't know what that was. I got a dilemma out there. So I got Henry Hill, you know, the murdering gangster, and his new girlfriend, his fiancée. She's out there. So he says they need to give him a drink because he shakes so bad from not drinking.
But I smelled booze on him. When I was walking through the hall, I started to smell booze, and I looked up and I saw Henry Hill.
Yeah, well, he's such an alcoholic. She was in AA with him. That's where they met.
What was she doing there? Looking for a husband?
I guess she was, I don't know. Bring those two in here. Here's Henry Hill. You know who Henry is. He's the guy.
Mr. Goodfellas.
The movie Goodfellas. He was a murdering mafiosa. Now he's out of the witness protection program. There he is. And he's got, he's already got
What has he got there?
He's drinking
That's
something.
Red Bull.
Red Bull. What's on your lip? What?
I fell down.
Oh, wow.
And I got a bruised rib. I need a drink so bad, Howard, please.
And that's your fiancé? Hi, this is, what is your fiancé's name, Lisa?
Lisa.
Hello, Lisa.
Is that your real name? You're willing to give your real name?
Yes. And no, I didn't meet him in AA.
Where'd you meet him, Lisa?
In the street. I thought he was a homeless person I was helping, and I helped him out most of the summer.
She's lying?
She's lying? Why?
What happened, Henry?
Everyone tells me you hang out with, like, all the homeless guys all day.
What's the matter? They're people?
No, I know, but I'm saying you're a homeless guy, right? You're now
was.
homeless. He was homeless.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why are you making faces at your fiancé?
Because I need a drink, Howard, please.
What's going on?
Shaking like a motherfucker.
Okay, let me understand what's going on. You went to AA, right?
Yeah, I go to AA all the time.
You called us and said you were going.
And Lisa, you said he was off the booze.
He was for
now
a second.
But now he's allowed to drink, what, once a week?
No, not at all, but I can't. What am I going to do with him?
And he wakes up and he needs alcohol?
Absolutely.
How much is he drinking now?
Enough.
He's really good if he has, like, a couple beers.
Yeah.
You know, like in the morning. But you can't hit him about 3, 4 o'clock. He's toasted.
Yeah.
He's
Henry, if you're going to keep whispering to me while your fiancé is talking, I can't do this.
My fiancé? Who said which?
Oh, no? Okay.
All right, who is this woman?
Is she not your fiancé?
Yeah, she kind of is.
Kind of.
Did you propose to her?
When I was drunk, maybe. I don't remember. It was a blackout.
Did he propose to you?
Yes, he did.
Do you want to marry this guy? He's got a lot of problems. You seem like a nice woman.
You know what? He's like a grandfather. You know, he's like, I got this thing about a grandfather kind of in the street. You can't stick an Italian guy like this on the street.
Right.
You got to take care of him.
What I heard is that Henry...
How do you find these people, Henry?
That you allow Henry to drink once a week, and then he goes out and gets arrested because he gets so shit-faced. Is that correct?
Sometimes. But
Yeah.
they put him in a drunk tank for, like...
4 hours.
4 or 5 hours. They find out who he is, and then I end up... They bring him home, right? And then they end up showing back at the doorstep wanting books signed and video signed and posters signed. Oh, yeah. It's awful.
You're a big star, huh, Henry?
Shit, right.
Yeah, wow.
What is going on, Henry? You're in love? You're getting married?
How can you marry a guy who can't even get through the day without having... he needs a drink.
Please, Howard.
What? Talk to me. What are you asking for?
But I know you're not a bartender, but please, may I have a drink?
What would you like,
shaking.
Henry?
One
That
beer
much.
would be good for
I
you.
don't want a beer.
But how much do you need? How much do you need?
About 4 ounces.
Of what?
Any whiskey?
All right, I'll tell you what. I'll give you a drink if you tell me what it's like to murder a man. Stop the bullshit that you never killed anyone. I'll give you the drink if you come clean with me.
Okay, give me the drink first.
No.
No. We know you.
I want to know. What was it like when you murdered a guy?
You talking about with an ice pick, a gun, or
give me the ice pick. What was it like when you gave the guy the shiv in the back of the head? with the ice pick, Henry?
Over here by the brain.
By the brain. What was it like?
It goes in easy and it comes out easy.
And does the guy die right away?
Yeah. Instantaneously.
What, are you upset, Lisa, that you're...
Yeah, because he keeps telling me, I never killed anybody. I never killed anybody.
He killed.
Yeah.
Don't believe his bullshit.
I only want to drink.
All right, give him a drink.
What do you think he's drinking?
What do you want?
Anything.
It don't matter at this point.
You got any Mad Dog?
You got any Ripple?
What happens? Your hands start to shake, Henry, if you don't drink?
Yeah, actually, it does really.
He's really good with a couple...
Put the bottle of Jack there. Can I do
No.
Hold on. I'll tell you about another murder.
No more murders.
Oh,
all right, there's your
God.
drink.
Do you go to DTs, Henry, if you don't drink?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, we don't want to see that.
What are the DTs? What happens to you? Do you start to see things?
Sometimes I get a seizure.
You get a seizure.
Yeah, I had a seizure once in a car.
Really?
No way to get a pair of shoes.
Well, why would you marry a guy this fucked up?
I don't think I'll probably marry Henry.
No.
I take care of him. Who else is going to do it?
Are you having sex with him?
Yeah, constantly. Can't you see?
You had sex with Henry? Henry, what just happened? Why is your eye all fucked up all of a sudden? What happened?
Fell down in the elevator last night.
No, but he just popped himself in the eye with a Red Bull.
Is that what he did?
Yeah.
His eye just turned completely... You mean he hit himself with a can of Red Bull in the eye?
There's too much energy in that drink.
There is.
Henry, this is sad.
Come on, Howard.
Get your life together, dude.
What are you talking about?
I'm going to be 65. Why should I get my life together now?
Do you want to die?
I didn't give a fuck. I'm on borrowed time anyway.
All right. So is that what's going on? You're killing yourself with alcohol? And
No. Actually, if I get back to New York, back to California, I'm going to actually go into rehab.
Again?
You should do celebrity rehab.
Get out of here.
Yeah, do that.
Why don't you go on celebrity rehab?
Yeah.
Seriously.
You'd be great on it.
Why won't you go on celebrity rehab?
Because in rehab, I drink and use. I don't use drugs. But, no, honestly. Honestly,
in rehab, so what the fuck's the point of going then? Don't go then.
My probation officer wants me to go.
Oh. He has to go.
That's a different story.
You're being made to go.
He's being made to go.
I'm not made.
Did you ever make love to him? Did you ever have sex with him?
A couple times. It was, I don't know. It was all right. I mean, I'm sober. I've been sober a long time.
He banged you?
Oh, yeah. Don't even start talking.
I'm asking, how was it?
It was all right, you know.
He was able to get hard and give it to you good?
Yeah.
Look at you, Henry. Look at you.
You little rascal, you.
You're lucky you found a nice woman.
He likes brunch.
And what's his thing? What does he like to do in the bed?
I like blowjobs, tell you the truth.
Really? That's your thing? Lisa, you gave him a blowjob?
Now I'm going to be like the fucking blowjob queen of fucking California, you asshole.
No, there's a lot of people who have that title.
You get in line. That's attractive.
That's real attractive, right.
Oh, I'm going to throw up.
Henry, seriously, I was going to say, what's your liver like? I mean, that cough, you're near death. What do you...
I'm not near death.
What did you fucking... Listen to you. Henry, that's... That's a death...
That's a
what
death
is that,
rattle.
Robin? I'm like backing up away from him.
She's nice.
Goodness. He's a mess.
You
he's
are
run
vile.
down. His lungs are congested.
He's vile. You really are, Henry.
When's the last time you saw a doctor, Henry? You got to...
At least I go to the emergency room at least once a week, every 2 weeks.
Is that right, Lisa? What's wrong with him?
Nothing.
They find him on the street drunk, probably.
What about have you got a physical lately, like your liver, all that shit?
Of course.
Yeah? And what happened?
I take him to the doctor weekly, really.
I go to VA all the time.
His liver's all right?
I'm throwing up from that cough of yours.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna puke. I'm not kidding. That just really was vile. That was really
cigarettes,
vile.
Howard. Stop it, please.
I got to get out of this business. It's really hit rock bottom today.
Can Amy Fisher come back?
Fisher. I mean, honest to
See,
God.
she looks good.
Let's go to Bill. Bill, you're on the air in Rome, New York.
Hey, now, Howard. I hate it when you call this guy a murdering mafioso. He was nothing but a gopher. That's all he was.
He's a murdering gopher.
What do you mean?
He never killed nobody. He actually didn't do much at all.
Really?
He just hung around. That's all he did.
He hung around.
He robbed a few things.
He said he put an ice pick through a guy's head.
He did nothing. Ask him.
Henry,
He was a fucking golfer.
Were you a golfer, or were you a golfer? Or were you like a top guy?
The guy in the hole was a golfer?
You know what I mean. Like you know, like a shine boy.
Guys in the hole.
Were you shining shoes?
Shut the fuck up. Tell his ass to get off the phone.
When your best years...
guys that know him from back then, because I did some time myself.
Did you?
And he was nothing. He was just a fucking golfer.
Yeah, but, you know, he got books written about him. There's a movie made about him.
Henry?
What?
What's Tommy got to say about you?
Tommy Two Guns? Dig him up and ask him. Fucking moron.
Hey, let me ask you something, Henry. Your best year in the mob, how much money did you make? Best year. When you did, was that Lufthansa? Was it...
Air France, Lufthansa, Alitalia.
That was your biggest year?
Actually, it was in '67 when we robbed the Air France.
When you robbed Air France. How much, what would you say was your income that year?
My personal income?
Yeah.
$60,000. In 1967.
Your whole income for the year was $60,000?
No. That was when I won score.
Okay. But add up your bet. What could a guy, a top guy...
$120,000, $150,000, I don't know, something like that.
You say you made $150,000 cash your best year in the mob?
No, I made a lot more than that.
So what was your best year? Why can't you answer a fucking question?
How? Why you got to question me? You be drinking all...
Get over here and shine my shoes.
Yeah.
Fucking Tiger, you shine box.
There you go. All right, Howard, thanks for taking
All right, thank you, Bill. No, I'm really trying to understand. Like, let's say a guy just decides...
Howard, I got no fucking clue.
No, here's my question. Henry, I'm trying to get an answer from you.
Cool.
Let's say someone's making a career decision right now. They're deciding to go into the mob, okay?
Mm-hmm.
They could be a made member, cool. All right? What could they expect a good year? I realize that we're talking inflation now, but your best year as a mob guy, could you have made $1 million in a year back then?
Well, you know, Howard, this is how it goes. You know, if the trailer was worth, you know, if the fucking trailer was worth $4 million, right, we'd have to discount it, right, to the discounters.
Right.
So we get maybe, you know, we rob a couple trailers every day.
Right.
Some days we rob 2 trailers.
Okay.
You know?
So what? Give me a good year for you.
Fuck, I don't know, Howard.
You don't fucking know what you made?
Fuck, no. Easy come, easy go. I wish I would have saved 2% of it.
Right.
This is why being in retirement, I would be living off her.
Can I ask him, Henry, on a $4 million trailer, what would you see out of that?
$50,000.
$50,000. So that's a good score.
And you robbed how many a day?
2 a day. On a good day.
On a good day.
On a good day. All right. Well,
that
listen.
sounds like a pretty good living.
Well, it was booked next fucking day, but...
Let me understand something,
What do you think about the Giants, dude?
I'm very happy about it. I mean, you know, shit.
Henry, by the way, just wrote a screenplay about fixing the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, Final Four.
Yeah.
Did you get a copy of it?
No, I didn't. Did you fix the NCAA?
You're involved in that script, dude.
I'm involved in the script?
What's he playing, a forward for Boston College?
How am I involved? How am I involved?
Wait till you read the script, okay? You can pass on it.
What Final Four did you fix? What year?
What year? 79-80 season.
Really?
You fixed the NCAA. Why are you getting upset when we ask you a question?
How could you not know?
No one knows what you've done, Henry. We're trying to establish what you've done.
When Bird played Magic, Indiana State against Michigan State?
No. College, I'm talking.
That's college. That's that year.
Larry Bird wasn't... No, come on, dude.
In 79, Bird... Look it up. Larry Bird was on Indiana State, and Magic was on Michigan State. They played that year in the Final Four.
That's the name of the script.
Henry, tell us when did you...
It's Hollywood, dude.
I'm trying to interview
you.
Henry, look at me.
Yes, Howard.
When did you fix the NCAA tournament?
79.
Oh, 79.
Hey, I got it as Louisville over UCLA. Is that the one?
In 79, look up. He just said 79.
79 to 80. So look at the 1980 champ.
No, but look at the 79 champ. That's what he just said.
Well, Henry, how did you fix it, and how did this occur?
Money, Howard.
Money, okay. All right, now we're getting
drugs, money, and rock and roll.
In the spring,
slow horses.
In the spring of 1979.
You're claiming you paid off the players?
Only the leading scorer and the center. That's all you need.
Oh,
dude.
It was a woman college.
The lady score, the leading score. Okay, leading score. You fucking right. Why are you fucking with me? Not that fucking with you.
Allow me to interview him, because I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. You made a movie about fixing the NCAA tournament. And
no, we didn't make the movie yet.
Right.
He's written a script.
Right. So you're saying...
I don't write. I can't even spell my fucking name backwards.
All right.
You've got to...
Robin, please, don't pick on me. I get him picking on me, you picking on me.
I'm not picking on you.
Not you, Howard.
I'm trying to interview you.
Interview me?
Yeah, I'm trying to find out some information. I'm asking you about the NCAA tournament, Henry.
The Final Four?
Right.
March Madness?
Yeah.
Shut up.
Now, how much money did you make off of fixing the tournament?
$420,000.
Oh,
wow.
So that's a big score. Your bosses must have been very happy with you.
Of course. The bookmakers weren't happy.
Right. When you made the
They didn't have the internet gambling at the time.
So what you did is you put a lot of money on the game. You knew you were going to win.
And we just shaved points. We didn't fix anything. We shaved.
Shave points. You said to these guys, look, if it gets crazy out there, miss
a few... Just sort of ball in the fucking stands or something.
Right.
That's called fixing.
If they had double-crossed... Well, yeah, that's called fixing. If they double-crossed you...
They would get their fingers fucking broken.
They would. That would be the end of their career.
Most of those dudes don't even... Well, most of them don't go to the pros and know it. You know what I mean?
Right.
So this is their big payday. This is the only time to make
they eat steak and wherever the fucking game is played and shit.
Right.
They get carte blanche, but they ain't got no fucking cash.
Right.
And that sucks. They should pay these basketball players in college. They should give them some fucking money.
All right. I'm glad you feel bad for them.
That's another issue.
Did anyone ever double-cross you?
Henry has a cause.
Did you ever go to fix a game and then someone got cold feet and then they double-crossed you?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So what did you do to him?
Not Ernie Cobb. He's a black dude. I think it's still... He's playing in Israel. He's the only guy that didn't get convicted in all, the basketball.
What's his name?
Ernie Cobb.
Okay.
And the captain of the team was was Sweeney.
Right.
And we fixed this one game, right? And then we shaved the points,
Right.
The Boston Eagles.
Okay.
I don't, no offense, Howard. I know you went to school in Boston.
That's okay. I don't care about this. Yeah.
I don't want to offend you.
You're not offending me. Go ahead.
So I had to fly up to Boston, right? I called ahead. Meet me at the airport. I don't know, the hotel.
Yeah.
Airport, right? I told this little cocksucker. Because, the captain of the team was a pretty short dude, but, as you fuck up again.
Go ahead.
And your fucking arms ain't going to work no more.
Mm-hmm. Nice. That's the way you get these guys in line. Now, did he fuck up again?
No.
He did?
No. We won 10 in a row. 10 bets in a row. Come on, dude. And back in those days...
How do you convince him to do it in the first place? Physical threats?
No. Rick Kuhn was the center.
Right.
For BC then.
Right.
And they approached me, actually, Mm-hmm. They did, honest to God.
Right.
Nobody's arguing with you.
They want to make money. Yeah.
I don't know if any... I don't even know who these people are.
No, they're college basketball players who never became anybody.
Right.
And they know that they can't go to the pros.
Right.
And then they just, they figure that,
Do you think it still goes on today?
Howard, I don't know. Do you think baseball players and wrestlers take steroids?
So you're saying you think it does go on? Do you ever get tipped?
Give me a fucking break, Howard.
Is there still a mob? I thought most of the mob is gone now.
Are you out of your fucking mind? I was in Brooklyn yesterday doing something, and are you fucking kidding me, Howard?
I don't know anything. I'm an entertainer. I don't know anything. What do I know? Tell me what are you saying?
He started to get scared. We were in Brooklyn, and he wanted to leave these certain places. We were doing a documentary.
Where's that Junior?
He thought he was going to get whacked in the head?
No, fuck no. There was bodyguards around.
Why go to Brooklyn?
That's where they wanted to shoot it at.
Oh, right.
These fucking English cocksuckers.
We went to Robert's Lounge. You're
lucky you didn't get whacked. You're lucky, Henry. Henry. You're lucky.
Henry.
Wait, how many points is the most you ever shaved? Like, what would you tell, like this Ernie Cobb guy, after you said you're going to break his arms, like, how many points would you shave?
Well, the line was 7.5.
Right.
Right. So we bet the other side. Just go under, motherfucker.
Right.
We don't give a fuck.
We don't care if you win, just
and
go
you would
under.
just bet the spread, the under-over?
Of course.
Yeah.
There wasn't under and over back in those days.
Has Mr. Cobb ever been interviewed about this? Does he probably thinks you're lying, I would assume. Am I right, Gary?
I don't know.
I mean, what is that?
I'm not sure. He's all over the place, I got to tell you.
I don't know who Mr. Cobb
Henry is claiming that all these people went to jail.
Except for some one guy in Israel who didn't.
Did all those people go
Henry Cobb.
I don't know. Howard, I can tell you
Mr. Cobb didn't go to jail.
No,
Mr. Sweeney went to jail?
Right. Mr. Sweeney?
No, he copped the plea with the Fed.
I see.
And rather on the rest of the ball players.
Who did you tell you were going to break their arm? Who did you say your arms ain't going to work no more to? Who?
Before I think on. The captain of the team.
Sweeney?
Sweeney. Not Tom Sweeney. He was an FBI agent.
Well, it's very, very scary.
Howard.
So you never went to jail for any of this?
Dude, I got clemency.
Howard, can I tell you how this whole thing went down?
You got clemency for that?
No.
What are you saying, Henry? I could see why these guys in the mob had it with you. I mean, you can't get a fucking straight answer.
The mob had it with him. The FBI had it with him.
No, the FBI was cool. Let me tell you something. Let me give you a shout out to
Ernie Cobb was found not guilty.
Yeah, it was the only...
So he was the only clean one.
Are you kidding me? In the Boston Garden, when the old Boston Garden, I used to give his girlfriend, this black chick, gorgeous, by the way. Not as beautiful as you.
All right, who cares?
Okay, just
well, at least he was found not guilty. Let's make.
That's the only case we lost.
All right. Okay.
I watched a special with Henry on one of the channels, A&E or whatever, where they talked about this whole scandal. First of all, one of the funniest things was they said him and Jimmy, the guy that De Niro played in the movie, they would go sit in the front row of these games, and they would watch an incredibly talented player shoot a ball and miss the entire backward and would go into the crowd, and they would laugh their ass off because they knew exactly why.
They were getting $5,000 a game.
What the?
Henry, 400. You made $420,000 on that game. So how much do you have to give the capo?
To Tutti Capo.
Did Capo to Tutti? Yeah. How much do you have to give the Capo to Tutti Capo?
Yeah, you got to throw something, right?
Tribute.
Yeah, tribute.
Is it half?
What? No.
Is it half?
No.
What would you get? Who was your boss?
Paulie, Big Paul.
Big Paulie. So you go to Big Paulie. Big Paulie.
Here's $100,000, dude.
Here's $100,000.
No, I don't give it to him. I give it to somebody, one of his emissaries or whatever you call it.
How do you know it gets to Big Paulie, though? How do you know the emissary doesn't take 60 G's off the top?
Because he knows better.
He knows better than to do that. You don't fuck with Big Paulie.
Hey, Henry, would you bet with bookies in New York or Boston?
All over the country, dude.
All over the place.
Got to spread it around.
And then how would you...
Henry, Artie just made a bet recently with a bookie.
Yeah, what would you do?
He won $78,000, and the bookie says...
Hey, can you loan me a couple of thousand, Artie?
No, the bookie claims he can't pay
Listen to this story.
Henry, let me hear the story.
Yeah, so what would you do in this situation? So the last... I bet the Giants the last 4 weeks, they cover every week. I win $78,000, and I go to get the money, and the guy gives me $18,000, and he goes, I
owe you $60,000.
Well, yeah, I'm bankrupt. He goes, I'm bankrupt. I can't pay you no more.
Come to file fucking Chapter 11, motherfucker.
That's what he said to me. So
Henry,
what would you have done there?
If Artie had called you and said, hey, listen, Henry, I need your help.
What's your cocksucker's name?
I'll tell you,
Henry, how would you have handled that in your day? Seriously.
With a fucking Louisville Slugger, motherfucker.
With a baseball bat.
Right. Exactly. Well,
and if he said to you, I got kids and a wife and...
So bring them in here, too.
Yeah. Well, why are you being a bookmaker, then?
Yeah, right.
No, that's a fucking real job. That's a good question. But so say I said to you at this point, you could take 10 G's and a 60. Would you help me out at this point for 10 grand?
If Artie gave you 10 grand, can you fix this problem for him?
Absolutely.
He is collection agency.
No, I am not.
You're listening? I hope your wife's listening, too.
I can't get my money from Warner Brothers, but I'm suing them now.
From Warner Brothers?
Seriously.
Why don't you take a baseball bat to Warner Brothers?
Yeah, right.
How much did you bet with Warner Brothers?
My fucking life, that fucking stupid movie. You know what they told me?
Goodfellas?
Yeah, you know what they told me? They couldn't locate me since 1998.
Well,
you fucking believe that bullshit?
What deal did you cut with them? They
I got 7% of back money, dude.
You do?
Now, Lisa, what about you? Were you ever involved with organized crime at all? Were you,
Well, I kind of met Henry through some guys.
Mob guys?
Yeah.
So it's like a dating service.
Yeah.
But mob guys don't like Henry.
The mob dating service?
This was iDate.
But mob guys, if I may speak for the mob guys don't like Henry.
You don't know mob, you're Jewish.
Yeah, but I'm saying you're Irish.
I'm half Irish.
Mob guys.
And Jewish.
Mob guys don't like Henry because he's a rat.
Stool pigeon.
Right, stool pigeon. Why would they set you up on a romantic date with Henry?
It wasn't that way. I saw Henry outside. I had a store in Santa Monica. I saw him outside on a bench. He looked, like he was hurting a little. I went outside and started chit-chatting, talking, and da-da-da-da. He asked me to go buy him a half pint. I said, oh, my God. All right, I'll be nice to a homeless,
I wasn't homeless. I just got to the fucking place for Palm Springs.
Yeah, I didn't know this. I didn't even know who this fucking guy was. So I went inside, bought him a half a pint, brought it back out, started talking. He came pounding into my store, and he said, I need your fucking bathroom. And I said, okay. Well, at first I said, no, get the fuck out of here. I don't want you in here.
Right.
And he goes, here, my name is Henry Hill. Here's my wallet. And he gives me his wallet, and...
it's romantic.
Isn't that romantic?
Yes.
Yeah. And I'm like, Henry Hill.
That's what every woman...
You knew the name right away.
I knew the name right away, right? So what do I do is I get on the phone and I call...
Throw off.
I know.
Yeah, go ahead.
I get on the phone and I call my friend Johnny Francisi, who is Sonny Francisi's kid.
Okay.
Okay, and he runs the Columbos right now. Family.
Whoa, wait a second. Let's back up. We don't know anything about that.
You're not mob affiliated?
No. All right, I'm going to get off this topic. I don't know these gentlemen. I'm sure they're nice guys.
They're not gentlemen.
I'm very excited about this. I don't know about anybody running it.
And they called you.
Listen, they're not running it. We don't know if they're running anything. I don't know anybody running anything.
All right, I'm sorry I said that. Well, anyway, I was on the phone with Johnny. Johnny says, give me the fucking phone. Let me talk to that motherfucker, right? So I get him on the phone, and it turns out that these guys know each other. Both were in rehab together.
Oh.
Okay? So, and then I started, because I knew Johnny from...
All right. Well, I don't know. I'm getting uncomfortable because I don't know these people, and I don't know their names.
Oh, they're cool. They're all right.
Call family, dude.
I don't know anyone. I
can see Howard's getting uncomfortable.
I get uncomfortable. What about in rehab? You don't meet any famous people, Henry? Do you ever rub shoulders with...
He's the most famous person.
Are you the most famous, or do you get to rub shoulders with famous people?
What's famous, dude?
What's famous?
Jeff Conaway?
Well-known people.
Well, we met him a few times. Well,
you met Jeff in rehab?
Yeah, we met Jeff in rehab.
Yeah.
No.
Were you in rehab?
He's not a nice guy.
He's not a nice guy.
She's got 19 years sober.
Oh.
Yeah.
By the way. The most famous... I don't want to mention his name.
Mike Tyson?
But he was in the Beatles.
Mike Tyson?
Oh, Mike Tyson was in the Beatles?
No.
Ringo?
Richard
Sharkey.
You were in rehab with Ringo? That's cool.
No, he's got 16 fucking years.
Oh, so who are you in? Paul McCartney?
Who was in there with you?
Who was in there?
No, they go to the meetings. We go to these meetings. And
Pete Best?
And we live in Malibu area, right?
You know what? I don't want to know who was in rehab.
That's not cool.
That's not cool.
That's not cool.
No, never been in rehab.
What about Britney Spears? She's in rehab. You ever see her?
Yes, we have.
You've seen her?
Yes.
Oh,
really?
Yeah.
You see her, Henry? Do you ever talk to her?
I have a...
Could you help her out?
She needs more help than I could give her.
You're telling me you think Britney Spears is fucked up?
She's on her way to suicide, dude.
You think so?
She really is, honest to God. It's a sin.
She did good in rehab.
She did good? Good.
She was good. She was a little scared. She was sober, and she was scared. And I saw her in a meeting, and it was like... The paparazzi was there. That was really fun. I
started throwing fucking bottles at them.
At the paparazzi.
We started to. We came into...
Well, they shouldn't be at a rehab. I mean, they
weren't at rehab. We was at a meeting.
It sounds like rehab is the most fun place to go.
Sounds like a good time.
It is.
I would like to hang out with Britney Spears.
Really?
I really would. Why not?
And a Beatle.
And a Beatle. You got to be kidding me. Mike Tyson? I love the Beatles. I love the
My
Beatles.
homie, Mike Tyson.
Yeah? You're good pals with him?
Yeah.
No, we're kind of friends.
Friends, yeah.
No, because we used to live in the same neighborhood.
All right. Well, there you go. Well, look, you two, first of all, Henry is here. He is trying to make money through his artwork, believe it or not.
I don't. Is that working?
It's on eBay.
People buying that artwork?
Do you ever sell anything?
Yeah, you know what the most popular is?
What is it?
You.
He drew me?
He draws pictures of you, and they sell in 10 minutes.
They do.
They sell in 10 minutes. He's got Artie, and he's got Robin.
Is that what you do, Henry?
They're adorable.
And I use the other half. What? I use the other half of my brain, which ain't got too much of this brain left. So I use the other.
All right.
Let me buy one of me.
Well, and Henry has some sort of sauce that he sells. I can't even believe it.
Plunk that down.
It's Henry Hill sauce, right?
No, it's called Sunday Gravy. There you go.
What's it called?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the name of your sauce?
It says Sunday Gravy. Right? Yeah. Wise Guy Henry Hill Sunday Gravy.
Wise Guy Henry Hill Sunday Gravy, and you sell that, and you're making some money doing that.
Actually, we got someone's investing in that shit. You know what it costs to fucking get that shit manufactured and get it...
Do you think it's a good idea to call your sauce some shit? I mean, do you think maybe if you sold it a little more effectively, you'd make some money?
We're looking for distributors now. It's all natural.
I see.
We're going to go into Trader Joe's and looks good. It's good sauce.
It's really good. What do you look at the?
Well, good for you. And let's just say that Henry is a recovering alcoholic.
No, he's not. He's not recovering. He's never going to recover.
You want to see one of your Henry's paintings of you?
Yes, let me see on eBay.
Oh, my God.
Very nice. It says Howard and Henry.
Oh, that's Henry?
Yeah, I thought it was Gary. That is very good. You should be very proud of yourself. Right. So, there you go.
I see you're in New York with Howard.
That's right.
I do everything in abstract.
Right.
That could be Cincinnati, too, Robin.
Or L.A. La La Land.
All right, let's go to Johnny G, who wants to say hi. Johnny G. Hi, Johnny.
Hey, Howard. Hey, does that sauce that Henry got have some lead in it or something? Oh, God. Holy shit.
You won't get heartburn with it, motherfucker.
Yeah, your show, man, is starting off, a roller coaster. I guess you got to actually kill or allegedly kill somebody to be a friend. And then what can you say or do to run him out of the studio?
I don't think there's anything. Yeah.
Nothing.
Oh, my God.
Henry, you can't get rid of.
He hangs in no matter what.
He don't care what you say. Henry,
I need a drink, dude.
Henry, enough with the drinks.
Dude, come on, I want you. I'm still shaking.
How much money? Lisa, you're getting very upset with him and his drinking, aren't you?
It's embarrassing. Everywhere we go.
Henry, you're worried about shaking. What, you got surgery coming up? Shake.
Yeah, I do. Actually, I do.
You do?
You're not performing it, are you?
He has a hernia. Don't go there.
Oh, my God.
What the fuck is that?
Pregnant.
Did you see that, Artie?
Yeah. That's a hernia, yeah.
Let me
Double
see
hernia.
What is that?
No, don't.
But I got to quit smoking first. My surgeon won't operate me.
Oh, my God. What was that?
Aliens.
Look like
Show
you're
us
pregnant.
that again.
Let me see that thing. What is that?
Wow.
Double hernia.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
no
my God.
Well, the cough sounds good with it.
Oh.
Henry, what really, something's, I don't know. Go to the doctor.
I'm in pain right now, dude.
I hear that, but I feel funny giving you drinks.
No,
Lisa,
please. I don't take medication.
Henry, we're going to be leaving shortly. I'll get you a six-pack on the way home.
Yeah.
We're going into Connecticut to see the family.
I don't want to feed into your alcoholism.
Yeah.
I really don't. I don't. What?
He's right.
I smoke pot. Because it's legally in California.
He has a legal marijuana card, by the way.
Good. Great. I'm so glad. I'm happy for him.
He doesn't drink
Lisa,
as much.
you seem like a lovely woman. I don't know what's going on here.
What am I going to do with him?
This is a big burden for you.
Yeah, why would somebody burden themselves with Henry Hill? That's what we're wondering.
Yeah.
Every time I throw him out or get mad, he comes right back in a cab, and I have to pay for it.
It's like a dog.
It's like a dog.
How often does that happen?
A week?
Are you in love with Lisa?
Three or four times a week.
Henry, are you in love with Lisa? Are you in love with Lisa?
Love sucks, Howard. You know about that.
Are you in love with her?
Of course.
What do you mean, of course? Tell her you love her.
I love you, Lisa. Can I drink now? How warm.
Would you give up alcohol for Lisa if Lisa said she was leaving you?
No.
You would not?
Absolutely not.
No.
So you love alcohol more?
No, I don't. I'm an alcoholic.
Yes.
Yes.
So how many drinks do you have a day? You mean you wake up the first thing you have to have a drink?
No. I wait till 10 o'clock in the morning.
Does he have a drink?
Yeah, when we're at the house, my son, my poor kid, I swear to God, if I'm leaving...
Talking about kids. Hey, Howard, you want some hip-hop?
Well, let Lisa finish, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yes, Lisa?
Let me give a shout-out.
My son, if I have to leave, go to the store, whatever I'm doing, I have my son divvy out, like a beer every hour. So he times it, and he gives Henry a beer every hour. To get Henry not DTs in my house.
Right.
I don't want that.
How old is he? 19?
He's 20.
20. Well, he's learning something about...
He's a producer.
Yeah, he's producing beer for you.
No, he works. He's a music producer.
Is he?
Yes,
Right.
he's a good kid. He's not a criminal guy.
Right. Is he upset that you're with Henry?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you doing this month? When I brought him home, he looked at me and he says, "Why is this guy on the couch?"
Do you love Henry?
Of course I love him.
You love him?
What am I going to... Yeah, of course.
Wow. All right.
So, your motives for helping him are... Like, no one in your life sort of ordered you to help him, right? I mean,
no.
Like, it's just out of compassion, you know...
Artie, I'm an Italian girl. I come from the, Italian... Everyone in my family's dead.
Right.
What
do you mean? From the mob?
No.
Wow.
And, it's like I feel like I'm healed. Something in me is telling me...
Do you feel guilty about stuff you did years ago? Do you feel you're, like, giving a penance now or something?
It could be.
She's in purgatory.
Do the
could be.
The kids coming up in the mob nowadays, do they admire Henry or do they hate him?
It depends. You guys, like, say that he gets a lot of ranks and this and that. But I do his email all the time. He gets hundreds of people calling saying he's a superhero to them.
From young mobsters who are trying to get their careers together?
Yeah, I put him on MySpace for a minute, and the people and the feedback is, like, unbelievable.
They love him. Everybody rats today. All they have to do is get caught. Everybody rats, right?
Henry started that whole ratting thing. Everyone's ripping off Henry.
That's right. That was Valachi started the whole fucking thing.
Right, Valachi.
You don't want to take credit for that.
No. All right, look, Henry, I wish you luck with your pictures. Henry Hill's artwork is available on eBay.com. You got to get this drinking under control.
I am. When I get back, I got to stop smoking first.
Right.
And I can't stop smoking unless I stop drinking.
Right. All right. Well,
Psychiatrist?
You have 2 psychiatrists? All right.
I need 4.
Yeah, those psychiatrists definitely need psychiatrists.
What is it, Ralph?
Hey, now. Hey. What's the difference between giving Henry a drink and letting Artie eat Hawaiian Punch and cupcakes and all that other crap he's killing him?
Oh, come on. It's a big difference. Come on.
No, it's really not.
Come on. You're being
obesity?
Obesity is different.
Look at my double hernia.
Ralph, when you get a show, you can give Henry drinks. How's that?
Or keep him from eating cupcakes.
Yeah, you can feel good doing that.
Hey, how's Henry's chick? Is she hot?
She's hot, yeah. She's a good-looking woman.
Thank you,
You're a good-looking woman. I can see you got big boobs. I get it.
I'm a little overweight these days.
Yeah, you might be. Not much. I like them big.
Like Jenny Savile.
How big are those breasts? How big are the breasts?
D's.
Henry, good for you. Does Henry spend a lot of time on those?
No.
So you have D's and Henry has DT.
So you mean he's got a hot chick like you? Lisa, he's got a hot like you. You're laying there naked. The big boobs are out.
That doesn't matter when he's drunk.
And he doesn't even pay attention to you.
He's got a wet noodle when he's drunk.
Wow.
Constant. And he's got a nice noodle.
He's got whiskey dick?
Whiskey dick. He's got a nice... He does.
Henry, why don't you fuck the poor woman once in a while?
Rather drink.
What's the attraction to Henry?
You're a good-looking woman.
You know, we have a good time together. When we go out...
We laugh. What do you do?
We walk down. I have 3 dogs. I'm an animal lover. I love animals.
Really?
I take Henry to a lot of benefits with me. I do a lot of... I do.
Yeah, that's nice.
We do. And we have a big one coming up this summer.
Your friends must be impressed with him.
What kind of benefit are you taking?
We're doing... Well, this year we do Topanga Days up in my neighborhood. It's a 3-day music festival for the community.
You're a good-looking woman. You should be able to get any man you want. Henry, he won't even fuck you. I mean, you've got to be horny. When's the last time he gave it to you?
My son is probably listening to
but listen, your son's not naive. He's a smart kid. He knows you 2 are sexual beings.
You sleep in the same bed every night, right?
No.
I mean, honey, you could have gotten a Gotti, a made member, I'm sure.
Oh, my God.
You played your cards right. I don't understand. But, all right, listen, you chose Henry, and he's a lucky man to have you. He really is.
Thank you, Howard.
You seem like a very nice
I want to give a shout-out to the FBI in Southern California. No, seriously.
All right.
To the Fugitive Task Force. They're good friends of mine.
All That's
In
good.
case I ever become a fugitive.
Sounds like a good life.
Howard, can I give a shout-out about a benefit that we're doing in a couple months?
Okay, go ahead. You might as well.
All right, thank you so much. It's called the Annual Musicians Picnic, and what we do is we raise money for MAP. It's called Musicians Assistance Program, which Buddy Arnold put together, and we've had great stars there, headliners and stuff. Duran Duran, Eric Clapton came to the show, and every year we do it. And Henry, I'm trying to get him involved to do something.
To ruin it?
And it's September 17th this year, and...
Uh-oh, he's going to cough. I got to get out of here. All right. Henry's eBay.com. Have a great weekend.
An appearance. Great act.
What a great weekend.
Lisa, lovely to meet you. Thank you. Hang in there, baby. You're putting up with a lot there. There goes Henry and Lisa.
Henry, thanks for the gravy.
All right. Henry, who are you endorsing for president? Quickly. Just yell.
Hillary.
All right, thank you. All right, Henry Hill, everyone.
Thank you. And Bahama for vice president.
Bahama for
what is the guy's
vice
name?
president?
Say it.
Don't make me think. What's
the guy's name who's running?
Abba.
What?
Abba
Bahama? What? Abba Kanaba. All right, thank you, Henry. All right, Henry, go ahead.
What?
Just trying to work him out of them. All right, thanks, Henry. Bye, Lisa.
Bye, Henry.
All right, there they go, the happy couple.
He was really fucked up, huh?
Yeah.
Not as fucked up as he has been.
Oh, I could get him fucked up. If I gave him a couple of drinks, forget about it.
You got to see the hernia. I mean,
oh, my God.
You have no idea.
It looked like somebody's ass is poking out of his stomach.
Oh, my God.
You know on Alien? There it is. You know on Alien when that thing comes bursting out of someone's stomach? Ralph, when you see this on Howard TV, it's this big mass that just pops out of Henry's stomach.
But does it look like an ass?
How is he hanging on? He should really be...
How is Patrick Swayze dying and Henry's alive?
Life makes no sense at all.
Henry's a trip, man. Remember?
What's he doing walking around with that hernia?
Oh, you have to see it.
Well, hernias are awful. My cousin had one for years, and he couldn't get it done because he had to lose weight. Doctors can't operate on him unless you, get well.
Right, yeah, you got to be healthy in order to survive the operation.
When he was coughing in here, I felt like I had TB.
But I can't imagine what that hernia is doing when he's coughing.
Well, you could see, how did the human race survive, before medication and viruses?
Because it was healthy.
In the 1800s, that guy would cough on something, and then 80,000 people would die in the neighborhood.
Hey, where's that, the page with all of those clips from Henry when he was...
Henry's like Gollum at this point.
Gary pitch too.
All right, thanks.
Just a little taller.
Actually, not much taller at all.
Really?
Ma'am, I want to come and muck you out, please. Look at me in some place.
You were doing so well after the Howard Stern show. What happened?
I want to come and muck you out. Why are you picking me?
I'm not picking on you. We want to help you.
You want to help me?
You're going to be okay? Are you going home?
Yes, I am.
Do you want that Henry? Because he's 5 drinks away from being that Henry.
Remember?
No, that Henry, you can't really deal with at all.
Right.
Remember Lisa got all offended? She thought he was saying, do you want to come in my mouth? I want to come in my mouth.
And Lisa, don't you think Lisa's delusional that everything's about her and maybe everybody's attracted to her and she's got to protect herself? That doesn't sound like I want to come in your face at all.
Did Henry look like he was focused on anything but himself?
Here's Henry coughing, a replay from just a few minutes ago. I can't even listen to it.
That is, you know what? I've heard bad coughs. That's the worst cough I've ever heard.
Artie, you should save that for when you call in sick and just play that.
Yeah,
if I did that...
Gary,
we know you were sick.
Just have a tape of that and go, this is Artie, I don't feel so good.
I'm going to call Henry to cough for me. It'll be a scam I run. Henry, I sent you 500. Cough into the phone.
It hurts my chest.
You can sell that as a ringtone.
My hands are cold. My hands are cold.
He'll be okay.
I got a warm heart.
I have another pickup.
Sticky feet and no sweetheart. I need a girlfriend. I want a girlfriend.
Imagine being that wasted you want a girlfriend.
Well, that's what happened. He said that to this woman, and she
said okay.
Yeah.
AT&T, 78.
Excuse me?
Excuse me, I don't understand you. Hold on. The caller has said, I'm bringing over coffee. What would you like? The caller has said, I'm bringing over coffee. What would you like? Sir, I'm having a very difficult time understanding you. You're going to have to clearer.
Did you just say you want Lisa's cum in your mouth, or?
You need to speak clearer. I'm going to need to disconnect you. Sir, I can't understand you. Speak. Sorry. Goodbye, sir.
Fuck you.
Have a good day.
Fuck you.
All right, Jacob, you're on the air.
Howard.
Yes.
Hey, good to talk to you, buddy. I finally got through. Hey, that was an awesome segment. Really enjoyed it.
Yes.
Are you guys ever going to get Elegant Elliot back on?
We try to get everyone on. What can I tell you? We are working on having everyone in here so that I can finally just quit the business. I got to tell you, when Henry was coughing, I really wanted to quit. I was ready to leave.
Yeah, I could see that. You really had hit rock bottom there for a moment.
Yeah. Oh, that cough.
It's a fascinating story, obviously.
You were asking yourself, what kind of show is this?
You know, and I even like Lisa seems like a very nice, normal woman, and she's with Henry.
She's running benefits for people.
There's something wrong there.
Yeah.
What a
saint.
You know.
No.
No?
No.
I mean,
no saint.
Oh.
As Artie pointed out, she must feel terrible and need to be punished.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, well, and she said maybe that's it. She sounded like she agreed with that theory. You know, when I had to do that, when I was they asked me to picket for the strike, I happened to be right behind Nora Ephron and Nicholas Pileggi for like 2 hours. Nicholas Pileggi wrote the book Wise Guy and then Goodfellas, and I was asking him, he said he liked the Stern Show, and he goes, I've heard you guys have Henry on, and I go, when's the last time you talked to him? And he said, years. And I asked him what it was like writing the book and, the movie. I said, could you deal with him, getting stories out of him? And he said, well, he was articulate then because he was deep somewhere in the witness protection program. And we would call him, and the FBI guys would make sure he was articulate and stuff. And that's how he wrote the book with him. Like,
I see, because now you couldn't.
Right, just over the phone. Because I said, look, to Henry, I know, you have meetings with the guy? And he goes, it was different than that, because he really wanted to get the book done, and where he was, they'd make sure he was okay to talk on the phone.
Yeah, well, they were like babysitters.
He had handlers then, yeah.
Well, you wonder... well, you wonder what even what he told Pileggi is a lie and what.
But you don't know.
Well, I'm sure he embellished and sort of made his role bigger and more glamorous than it was.
Right.
But, I love the way when he talks, even when he's talking about that, point shaving deal, he's like, yeah, he was the only one we didn't get. Like, he's one of the FBI investigators.
Yeah, he loves, you can tell he loves that action, man. I hate to say that I relate to that, but when he talks about shaving the points and making the bets, that's
he loves it. He loves
live,
the life. All right, listen, we got to take a break. We come back, we'll do the gossip game. We'll get things going. Everybody just take it easy and calm down.
Yeah, let's get this thing back on a normal course.
That's right.
Give me a drink.
We're going to be back right after these words. Fa-fa-fo-hi. They're doing a fa-fa-fo-hi song, Gary. Fa-fa-fa-fo-hi. Fa-fa-fa-bo-hi. I love it. There you go. Not for you. Not for your ears. It's insulting.
Am I supposed to be honored when you say that?
But what are we talking about? We have so many things to get to here, and I know we have the gossip game coming up. There's a couple of songs, first of all, that came in for Robin. I'll wait till she comes back into the room. Oh, what was that thing you were reading me about Jesse Jackson?
Well, John Hein found this for me. I guess Jesse Jackson's part of a coalition, a group or whatever, that's against the Sirius XM merger. They'd be for it if there were certain concessions that were made.
Let's hear this. This is called the Jesse Jackson Shakedown. What does he got?
Well, listen to this first, just so you know. It's called the Georgetown Partners. That's what they call themselves.
Sounds good. A good fancy name always helps.
And they have had, I'm quoting from an article when I use this adjective, an incredible 23 meetings with the FCC and an astounding 18 meetings in 45 business days in 2008. So this year, they've already had 18 meetings in 45 business days.
The FCC met with Jesse Jackson's group.
Right.
18 days.
Apparently, the way I figure it is, you can't say no, because if you do, then you're a racist. If you say no to a meeting, right?
That's part of the shakedown. Yeah, so what does he want? Let's hear. So he'll allow the merger to go through Jesse Jackson, who's done nothing to put up any money toward this organization or invest money in it or take any risk. Let's hear what he would allow.
There's a lot to go through, but basically it looks like they're looking for around 20% of the channels to be given to them that they can use.
Give it to Jesse Jackson.
So and the Georgetown
Well, it's true. He deserves it.
So they can use it for minority programming.
Oh, okay. That sounds good.
It's only 1/5 of the company.
That sounds fair. Because people aren't struggling and people aren't trying to make money.
But they have
That's great. You know, like you walk in and you muscle in on a business.
So we want to merge, and that means they have to be given something.
And the FCC's met with Jesse Jackson 23 times.
But the FCC has
Why don't other people just pony up and say, give us something, too?
Well, why doesn't everybody just get a challenge?
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Like,
why stop with him?
regular citizens.
What about the Inuits?
Walk up. Yeah.
Well, thank God for Jesse Jackson, who's always looking to figure out how to get in on something. Yeah, go ahead,
Yeah, he's against it because he thinks with the satellite radio monopoly, there's minority interests aren't represented. So it would be okay if the merger happened and 20% was of the bandwidth is dedicated to minority.
Well, and why doesn't he put up 20% of the money?
Well, okay,
that this place bleeds every month.
The kicker is that 20% would be free. People wouldn't have to pay for it. It would confirm. It would follow FCC terrestrial radio regulations.
Oh, I see.
That would be disgusting. That would be not being satellite.
Well, how about 20% of all the radio stations in this country hand over 20% of their airtime to Jesse Jackson, too? That sounds pretty interesting. So, like, in the middle of the day, you'd start hearing Jesse Jackson programming.
Oh, that'll work.
On any random station.
A lot of people will go for that.
Here's a dozen questions, Howard, that the FCC has not been able to get an answer to in their 23 meetings. How much money is Georgetown Partners willing to lease for 20% of the spectrum? Mm-hmm. Will the partners pay for marketing costs? Will the partners help pay for customer service? Will the partners pay for royalty costs?
No answer on that?
No, they can't get an answer.
I can't believe it.
But they've met 23 times to not know the answer to that.
I see.
Will they pay radio rebate costs?
Well, why should they have to pay anything? Why can't they just have everything free, like communism? Why don't we turn this into a communist country where 20% of everything is given to Jesse Jackson?
Why are they meeting?
Yeah, why bother meeting?
There's absolutely no reason. I mean, and why is it Jesse Jackson? Who is he?
Oh.
He's a guy you can't say no to, or you're racist.
He was standing close enough to Martin Luther King to get in that picture, and he fucking built a life out of it.
I don't understand how he keeps marching up to corporation doors, demanding things.
Right.
It doesn't. I have never gotten a penny. What does it have to do with black people?
You know what? One of his most interesting...
You're not black. That's the problem.
One of his most interesting moments was, I think it was Coca-Cola. But he went to them and he started, ranting and raving that they didn't represent minorities and that he was going to stage a huge boycott and protest. And then, shockingly, like 6 months later, his son owned 3 Coca-Cola
That's my point.
franchises.
Do you know that for a fact?
Yeah, no. We talked about it on the air.
No.
You don't remember, I guess.
Because sometimes you say stuff and then it's not true.
Yeah, I like it when you do that, Howard. Like you
No, sometimes you say stuff and it's not true.
But we did talk about that on the air.
We did, okay.
Reading the article.
We talked about it.
Well, I gave you the article and you read it.
But I don't remember that.
Okay, you want to go find it?
No, fine, go find it.
Okay.
That would be good.
All right.
Yeah, go find it. What, right now, in the middle of this conversation,
I don't know. I mean,
I just say, do you know that to be a fact?
I don't know why you question that. Yes, I do remember it.
I'm questioning it because I don't know that fact. You know that for a fact, is what you're saying. Why are you taking that as a challenge? I'm asking you to verify that you know that as a fact.
I remember that we had an article. We read that. We talked about it. Yes, we. Okay. You and I fucking read the fucking article.
Yeah. So why are you
read it?
getting angry?
You took the paper and you fucking read it.
I don't recall that. So I'm asking
you. Okay, so your memory loss
why are you yelling at me?
I don't know because you're...
I'm asking you, do you know that as a fact? What are you, a fucking idiot?
Yes, I'm a fucking idiot.
I'm asking you if you know that as a fact. That's it. I'm not accusing you of anything.
Yes, Benji.
No, Gary. You just made a statement that Jesse Jackson's son owns 3 Coca-Cola plants.
My memory serves me correct. That
do you know that for a fact?
I'm pretty sure I know it as a fact, but you, of all people, can always make me doubt myself.
Gary, I'm
pretty sure I know it as a fact.
So you don't know it as a fact. You're pretty sure you know
99 and 9/10% sure.
All right. So you're able to verify that.
I believe I'm able to verify it, yeah.
All right. So that's what I want you to do later on. Bring me verification.
Okay.
Why are you taking that as a challenge?
I don't know, because...
You're being retarded.
Because there's lots of things that we've discussed on the show, and I guess you just don't remember it.
Gary, I don't remember this fact. Do you... Robin, am I saying something insulting to this maniac?
No, I think Gary's thinking of it as an attack. You're just trying to cover your bases.
Yeah, I'm just trying to know, is that really a fact? Because then when I hear from Jesse Jackson that you accused him of having 3 bottling plants,
Can I just play the devil's advocate?
I want to know if it's real. That's all.
Well, Gary, I think when you said... Well, sometimes you say stuff and it's not true. I think he took that as an attack when you said that.
That's exactly right.
He has made mistakes in the past where he thought something was true and he's wrong.
But we all have on the show.
Yes. So that's why I'm asking you. Do you know that as a fact?
I will go and bring you verification when you're done browbeating me.
No, you see, after you make those statements, I'm the one that has to deal with them.
Right, because I've cost you so much money in lawsuits.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I like to be fair to people.
Okay.
So when I ask you, why would you get defensive? Just say, I believe it to be true. In fact, I can look it up. That's what you do. You're being bizarre right now.
I don't think I am, but that's okay. We can agree to disagree on that. I think Artie hit it right in the head.
No, Gary, I'm asking you, I don't know that as a fact. I don't recall that as a fact.
Okay.
If I ask you if something's a fact, and then you just say, I believe it is, and I can get verification.
Okay, Howard, I believe it is, and I can get verification.
Or you say to me, I'm not 100% sure, I'll look into it. Or I'm 100% sure. Those are the 3 answers, not attacking me. I need to know if you really know that.
Okay.
You understand?
Yes,
that's my responsibility.
I understand.
You're being stupid.
Yes, that's right. I am.
Your reaction to my question is idiotic.
I'm an idiot and stupid.
No, I didn't say you're an idiot. Your answer is idiotic. Yeah, you're being stupid.
That's right.
You're not understanding what I'm asking.
I'm not trying to be stupid. I'm just trying to move the show along. I'm not trying to be stupid.
You slowed the whole show down.
I think you did.
Do you know that? I didn't do anything except ask you a question, and you got into defensive mode.
Okay.
I need to know if you know that as a fact.
Okay. I think we've established that probably about 7 or 8 minutes ago.
Yeah, but you're not letting go of it. No, you're not letting go of it.
I'm not letting go. You're not letting go of it.
You're not letting go.
We established that, and I said I would go and get... Did I say 4 minutes ago that I would go get verification? You said, okay, great. Then you go to rebrowbeat.
No, but you were in attack mode as if
and then you go to rebrowbeat again. You're not done yet.
There's something wrong with your response.
You're just not done talking about it yet.
No, you're irritating me.
Yes, I can see that.
You irritate me.
Yes, I can see that.
Because you're not comprehending what it is that's upsetting me right now.
I am comprehending it. I said I would go and get the verification you desire. So what else is it that you need?
Because you went into attack mode.
No, but that was all before that. Then we established what you just said.
No. You're wasting. You're bizarre.
Right.
Your bizarre behavior is bleeding into the airwaves.
That's correct.
And you're ruining my airwaves.
Should I leave?
Yes.
Okay.
Leave. But leave the ratings things we were going to discuss. I had a whole agenda here.
Well, you can do that. You don't need me.
Yeah. No, I needed you for that. You've ruined it. You've ruined it. Yeah, you ruined it.
Yes, I did.
You ruined it. Get out. Get out of my show. Now, go get verification. Why are you back?
Because I have the verification.
Okay, good. Go ahead. What do you got? That's all I was looking for.
It all began in the early 80s when Jackson's demands moved Coca-Cola to award more distributorships to minorities. Among those who got the lucrative contract, Jackson's half-brother, Noah Robinson, now serving life prison sentence. So it was his brother.
So it wasn't his son.
It was his I'm sorry, I was off.
You know what?
It was his half-brother.
But here was the thing. Here was the mistake that was made. Apparently there was a boycott of Anheuser-Busch in 1982 that Jackson tried to organize. They gave a lucrative distributorship with revenues of $30 million to $40 million to Jackson's sons.
Yeah, good. I just want to make sure that is a fact. That's it. I don't know why you have to get defensive about that.
And that's from National Review Online.
He takes that as a
personal attack.
A personal attack.
Yeah. And I think it was because we have read those articles on the air before. And when he was saying it, I was like, I know some relatives were involved, but I don't know the exact companies. And that's all you were saying. Just give me the verification.
Howard, do you mind if I play devil's advocate here right now about this?
No, I really don't. I really don't need to be challenged on this.
I see his point. Maybe I can explain it to you better.
You should talk to him.
What is his point? What is music playing?
I needed to know whether that was a fact that he was 100% sure.
And when you were talking about that specifically, he was fine. When you made it a more general insult of like, you say stuff and it's not true before.
He has done that before,
then thought it was
where he's come back and said, I swear I thought that was a fact.
Right.
So I said, do you know that for a fact?
Where Gary let it go too long was he clearly didn't know if it was a fact. That was the problem.
Right.
Yeah, but the point is Howard was just like talking about, these are people of a very litigious and...
No, I understand why Howard's doing it.
I'm just saying, do we know that his son has 3... Yeah. As it turns out, his son doesn't. See, Gary again jumbled it up. Anheuser-Busch boycott ended up with it. And not that it makes that much of a difference, but he does jumble facts.
Actually, whatever.
Yeah, it was his half-brother. What are you going to say to that? I'm wrong?
No, nothing.
You jumbled it. You were jumbling.
Yes,
you're known to jumble.
Everyone sees it as jumbled.
Is your favorite thing in the newspaper jumble, Scrabble? That word jumble.
I'm going to say the thing is jumble. I'm so stupid. I'll just be
so in other words, I was right. He didn't have his facts completely right. Am I right or am I wrong, Robin?
So off base they were.
No, you weren't off base, but you were not 100% correct.
You said, are you sure? And you said, I'm relatively sure.
I'm relatively sure, both. Relatively sure isn't good enough. That's all. Just asking. Don't get defensive. Oh, there he is reading a book of facts. Oh.
Wow.
That is funny.
Yeah.
He's eating the book of facts.
Is that what he's doing with it? You don't learn the book of facts by eating it. Sal's got the Gary mask on with a big book that he wrote, Book of Facts on. And he's scratching his head and eating it. I really wasn't being accusatory. I was just trying to find out how sure he was about that. That's all.
He mistook the origin of your concern, I think.
He cross-pollinated 2 stories.
That's right.
But the point is he was thinking, Howard was not having faith in him. And Howard was just thinking about who we were talking about.
Right. But I think the other thing, too, that Gary kind of stuck himself with is he was absolutely sure that the story was true.
Right. The way he said it, it was actually as if it was fact.
Right.
Right. Absolutely true. And then all of a sudden it's not the exact fact. That's why I know Gary jumbles stuff.
And it happened.
Right.
It happens to us all.
In 2002, if you remember, Gary told me on the air a guy was gay, and it turned out he wasn't.
Really?
And then Gary admitted he didn't read the article. So I got to be a little careful.
2002?
So 2002, I got it in my book. Another happy day. Another big day in my life.
April 8th, 2002.
Remember that
Gary says someone's gay.
Remember that, Gary? Remember you thought you read it?
Vaguely. Is that a bigger day in the book, or is Jackie a bigger day?
No, Jackie's a bigger day.
That's always
the day he left was the biggest day.
Gary declares someone gay day.
The day Jackie left this show was Christmas for me. All right?
It's your New Year's. Your 4th of July.
All right. He thought I was attacking him. I wasn't.
I know. That was the problem.
What I'd asked Gary to come in with, he had the latest sort of rundown on the ratings of the radio stations we left. And we did some of these yesterday. But here in San Francisco, we have Kits. This is a station we used to be on. They're down from a 1.7 to a 1.4. They're sinking. Let's see. In other words, they were already down to 1.7. Now they're down as low as a 1.4.
Yeah, they've gotten worse.
Right.
The bleeding has not stopped.
JFK in Washington at 1.9. Those stations are going to be worth 0. San Jose, let's see what's going on there. Maybe they had a comeback. No. They're down to a 1.4. All right. Enough gloating. I apologize to my audience that you had to sit there and listen to an argument like that. It was foolish.
I think they loved it more than anything.
Oh, man.
I apologize, Robin, to my audience.
Well, I think they were enjoying it, as Artie said. In fact, I hear people on the wrap-up show all the time saying, we think Howard's gotten nicer. He doesn't give Gary such a hard time anymore.
Mac, you're on the air in Las Vegas.
Yeah, Howard, hey,
the song Robin's Hair Pie?
Yes.
I wanted to know, did Richard and Sal write that?
No, Dan the song parody man.
I couldn't get that out of my head. I was singing it all day long.
Do you have Robin's Hair Pie, Fred?
I don't know if that's been released to me yet.
I'll tell you what. I'll play it. Are you requesting it?
Yes, sir.
See, Robin, everyone loves that song.
Now it's going to be top of the request charts?
All right, here you go. I got it.
I want Robin's hair pie.
It's Wyclef Jean.
I want Robin's hair pie. I want Robin's hair pie. I want Robin's hair pie. When she was younger, she was quite a catch. Shoving lots of meat and veggies in her snatch. Now coffee cleanses, keep her cold and clean. To wash away the jizz of Jimmy Florentine.
I'm not going to play the whole thing. Did you hear the new one, The Taint? Have you heard that?
The Taint?
Yeah, The Taint. Have you heard that one, sir?
No.
I don't think he's heard it either.
You want to hear a new one?
Yes, sir.
Robin, girl, you know what's making me hot is a spot between your ass and your twat. It's a taint I love. It's a taint I love. Oh, my God. It's a taint I love.
Sexy.
It's a taint I love. Robin, it's a taint I love. Robin, it's
The Taint I love. Very nice.
People are gross.
You know, when I did that Ellen DeGeneres story, I don't know if everybody caught the importance of that. If I told you, if you read about me, that I had adopted 5 dogs, and at least 5 of them I gave away.
At least 5.
Like, they come into my house, and then I just can't deal with them. You would say, listen, there's something with you and these dogs.
Wrong.
You maybe don't like dogs.
Stop adopting.
Right. But then if you read that I got a dog food endorsement from Petco or something, you would say that's crazy.
Well, it's not even a dog food endorsement. She claims she's bought part of the company. She now is in the dog food business.
I don't know. It's wild. Isn't that a wild
story? What is her obsession with dogs?
I don't know. Leave these dogs alone. Yes, Ralph, quickly. Come on.
Hey, now, quickly. Hey,
yeah, I got Mike Walker next. Yeah.
Something from yesterday. So, you know that thing with Benji and the iPhone?
Yes.
Artie gave him an iPhone, and then Benji hit him up for the service contract?
Yes.
For $100 a month for a service contract?
No, he didn't hit it up. That was part of the gift.
It was part of the gift, right? So,
yes.
he said to Artie, you know, it was $100 a month, $1,200 for that, right? Meanwhile, I have an iPhone. The service contract for that is $65 a month, basic. So Benji was kind enough to give himself an upper tier.
Now, I didn't come up with any price, Ralph. That's what they told. That's what Teddy told me. Artie wanted to give towards
All
it.
right, thank you. I'm done with that. I got a lot of email about Benji returning Artie's gift.
It's just low.
And I would have had to put about 1,000 into it to turn it on.
Most people agree. Most people agree with Ralph. I usually don't have a problem with Benji, but what he did with Artie's gift made him look like a classless piece of shit. This is what people are saying, Benji. What can I tell you? People didn't like that you gave Artie back his gift and took cash instead.
According to my math, you owe him $360. All
right. Hey, Ralph, did you hear J.D.? What J.D. did with my gift?
What did he do?
Last year, I gave him a $500 Barney's gift certificate. He sold it for 50 cents on the dollar.
Wow. I would have bought that.
He sold it for $250.
I would have given him at least $350.
I mean, come on.
All right,
yeah, he should have put that up for bid.
Mike Walker is a top gossip columnist. The man. How long have you been in business, Mike?
Oh, quite a long time, Howard, about 30 years.
30 years with the National Enquirer?
Yes.
Wow. 30 years. Let me tell you something. That National Enquirer is cutthroat. If this guy wasn't the best, they'd get rid of him. Because gossip's their middle name. I mean, they got to make sure the guy's current and relevant.
Why has he stayed? He could go anywhere.
He's been offered a ton. Where else have you been offered?
I have. Well, I'm not going to say, but I mean, I like what I do, and I'm in a unique position, and, you know, I'm the #1 feature on the paper and have been for years. And,
for kids who are thinking of going into this field of, gossip journalism, what is a top salary in that field? How much money can a guy make?
These days?
Yeah.
The range, it's how high is up. But, I mean, I would say the range would begin somewhere around, $250,000 on up.
No kidding.
600, something like that.
Beginning is $250,000?
If you got it.
Well, you don't begin as a gossip columnist, Artie. You to become a columnist, you work your way up to becoming a columnist.
Right,
columnist is a special position on a paper, and they're usually only, 1 or 2 or 3.
I'm going to guess you're pulling down a big contract.
Oh, no.
Are you under contract to the National? Are you in contract with the National Enquirer?
I was.
Right.
I decided to let my contract lapse at the last sale.
Mm-hmm.
The Enquirer was sold some years ago, as you remember. And at that point, I just said, no, I don't need a contract.
Are you underpaid?
I think I am.
You are? Wow. Did you tell your boss that?
I'm constantly. This is a very bad time to be telling anybody you're underpaid in the news business. Every time you pick up a paper, you see, the New York Times, stock prices crashing.
Yes, but the Enquirer is different.
Well, yeah, we do pretty well.
You do well. The people buy it at the supermarket and stuff. You don't rely just on advertising.
But it's funny what you said. I have a book coming up, and in that book, I talk about you. I don't want to tell you what it says yet because you'll preempt it. No, you'll preempt
cheated.
It. No. And I make the point, I say that several times you have talked about reality shows. I'm talking years ago.
Yes.
And you never get credit for them. Remember the Osbournes?
Yeah,
I heard you tell them that they should do a show where cameras follow them around long before anybody really thought about it.
Nobody gives me credit, and people take my ideas all the time.
Well, you'll get some credit, my friend. But anyway, the point I'm making is, do you know how many times I've been approached to do shows
Mike,
where I would teach young columnists, gossip columnists coming up, how to be a gossip columnist as a reality show.
I see. Well, let's hope.
Do you think that would work as an expert?
No. Not.
No.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what kind of... I guess it'd be interesting to see the life of, like, a paparazzi or something.
What do you teach them? How to put, like, an effeminate thing on their voice or something?
Always with the gay thing. Artie just says a gay...
Do I think it would work?
Artie is anti-gay. I've asked him this question before. He denies it.
Do I think it would work? It would depend on who your students were. It would, there'd be a lot of factors. But yes, there could be...
A lot of factors.
There could be potential in something like that, yes.
A newsroom, tough, two-fisted editor.
Yes,
telling them
where you sit there and say, that's not strong enough.
And send them out on things.
I'd be there every week.
I like it.
I'll watch it. Mike, if you're in it, I'll watch it. All right, let's go to this. Play the Gossip Game online with Mike Walker at nationalenquirer.com. 4 stories. All 4 stories, listen to them. 1 is fake, 3 are true. Pick out the fake one. Go ahead, Mike.
All right. Top fashion model turned actor Jason Lewis, who stars in the Sex and the City movie, took just 1 L.A. yoga class, never came back for seconds, and left behind his foam rubber exercise mat. When it became obvious his hunkiness was gone for good, all the yoga babes started clamoring to glom the mat. The instructor finally auctioned it off, and after feverish bidding, one ecstatic woman forked over $450 for the sweat-stained treasure.
All right, number 2.
Attending a Lakers game at L.A. Staples Center, Entourage star Jeremy Piven freaked when he realized he'd left his cell phone in his car. In a trademark diva move, Piven interrupted a guy behind him who was talking on his cell and asked, "Hey, let me borrow your phone when you're through." The stunned guy who was on with his girlfriend told her, "Hey, Jeremy Piven needs to use my phone. Gotta go." He happily surrendered his cell, but Piven made 1, 2, 3 calls. The guy repeatedly tapped him on the shoulder, but the star kept holding up a finger in a just 1 more minute gesture. When Piven finally gave the phone back, he told the guy, "Sorry, you'll need to charge this. It's dead, but thanks." Dumbfounded, the guy took a deep breath, then got over it all when Piven signed an autograph for his girlfriend.
All right, number 3. That's an amazing story. Go ahead.
American Idol judge Paula Abdul, who lives in a woodsy L.A. canyon, let teeny doggy Thumbelina out for a pre-Betty Bride tinkle, went inside to don her nighty-nights, and peeked out a window and screamed when she spotted a slavering coyote about to pounce on her pet. Grabbing a towel, Paula burst through the French doors into the backyard, shrieking at the top of her lungs. Waving the towel like a mad toreador, the wackadoodle warbler charged straight at the creeped-out coyote, which instantly hightailed it back through the hole it had dug under her fence as Paula snagged Thumbelina and ran inside, heart pumping like an Idol contestant facing Simon Cowell.
Okay, and number 4.
Short but sweet department. Petite superstar Reese Witherspoon's a movie giant. But when the director of her new flick, Penelope, plopped her on a Vespa scooter for a scene, those gorgeous little gams just wouldn't stretch to the foot pegs. After wooden blocks were strategically pegged, Reese's tootsies still kept slipping off, even after prop guys affixed non-slip tape. The director finally gave up on Miss Girly Girl and had the Vespa towed by a rope that was just out of camera shot. I was height challenged, admits Reese, and I was a little embarrassed.
All right, good impression of Reese Witherspoon there. Jason Lewis, yoga class. Did they take the mat and auction it off, Robin? Jeremy Piven borrowed a phone, and you made 3 phone calls on it?
Drained the cell battery.
Paula Abdul rescued her dog from a coyote.
With a towel.
And Reese Witherspoon can't fit on a scooter. She's so short, they don't know what to do with her.
Height challenge.
I got to tell you, the Jeremy Piven story is so bothersome on every level that but I believe it for some reason. Jason Lewis, I mean, using a yoga mat, are women that fucking insecure?
Insecure? What has insecurity got to do with it?
Hold on. Are women? Let me finish my discourse, please. Are women so insecure, self-loathing, and self-destructive that they would bid on a sweaty mat because some guy was? That's unbelievable to me. That's the fake story right there. Jason Lewis.
I've heard so many more desperate stories than that.
That's horrible. I say that's fake. Reese Witherspoon, I believe. Paula Abdul, I think that bitch is crazy. I watch her on American Idol.
We just saw a woman in here who's engaged to Henry Hill, and you're asking if they bid on a Jason Lewis?
Yes, I believe they would not do that. I want to believe that women are better than that. I really, really want to. I want to believe women sat in that class and went, you know what? He's a cute guy, but I'm not giving you $450 for a sweaty mat that he laid on. Paula Abdul, I mean, is crazy. I've never seen a more mush-mouthed woman. They ask her opinion on this American Idol. The woman cannot give an opinion. She's still not clear on what she's supposed to be doing there. This Simon Cowell can't take her. Sometimes he looks like he's going to take her and throw her out a window. So I believe Jason Lewis, the yoga mat story, is fake. Robin, what do you believe is the fake story?
It is the Paula Abdul story. Not. She could. You think she's going out there and face a coyote to fight off a coyote for her dog?
Yes.
Forget about it.
All right, let's
First of all, those little mites of hers, they don't even let them out of the house.
All right, let's go to Artie. Artie?
Well, I don't know who Jason Lewis is. He's
gorgeous.
Well, I'll take your word for that. But he's on Sex and the City. And is he in the movie?
Yes.
All right, listen. I am getting ready to just throw up every day when this Sex and the City blitz of publicity. It's going to be so sickening and in our face, and I believe Mike was paid off to throw a Sex and the City.
This is the start of it, huh?
Yes, he's been paid off.
Oh, God.
All right, so what do you think is the fake story?
I think so. He had to make one up because he's on the fucking shill.
All right, let's go to Fred. Fred always gets it right. Go ahead, Fred.
Okay, quick question. I just want a clarification. This isn't asking for any more information than he already gave. You said that Vespa that Reese Witherspoon was riding was being towed by a rope?
Yes.
Fake story.
Fake story. Freddie's using his motorcycle expertise.
It's dangerous, and B, if those guys did that, they're taking a mega superstar and trying to kill her. I mean, usually with cars and stuff like that in movies, if they want to do stuff, they put it on a platform and they have it like that.
Well, to be fair, I believe that's what it was. The rope was pulling a little, platform thing.
No. Not buying it. Not buying it. They put her on a flatbed.
Howard and Artie say Jason Lewis yoga mat story is fake. Robin says Paula Abdul. Fred says the Reese Witherspoon item is a fake one. Go ahead, clear it up for us, Mike. Which one is fake?
Okay, I would be happy to. Once again, Howard Stern wins the game.
Of course.
And Artie, by slavishly following him also.
No. I have a separate theory.
When did you? I didn't hear a theory.
That you have been paid off by Sarah Jessica Parker.
Came after Howard led the way for
That's absolute. I knew it was fake.
I couldn't believe Howard.
I couldn't believe it.
Artie's probably right now that I think about it.
Howard's wrong because women are that fucked up in the head.
No, they're not.
They are.
No, that's a sick story.
Please.
Thank you so much, Mike.
They were buying Princess Diana's dresses.
All right, good job.
You think guys bought those things?
Play the gossip game with Mike Walker online, nationalenquirer.com. This man's making way over $250,000. He admitted it here today. All right,
did not.
Yes, you did. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Mike Walker, very successful in the gossip business. All right, let's just remind everyone, if you have huge man boobs, this is the last time I'm mentioning this. This is it.
I think we're coming up to a deadline, aren't we?
We are. If you have huge man boobs and you'd like a chance to win $5,000, that's a lot of money. Send in a topless picture of yourself to contest@howardstern.com. Got to act fast. Entries must be received by March 7th. I don't know what today's date is, but that's close. The 6th. Man Boobs Contest, sponsored by GoldenCasino.net. Have a blast playing blackjack, roulette, craps, and much, much more absolutely free. Check out GoldenCasino.net today. Oh, let's get right over to Steve Langford. Steve Langford has the news from the Howard 100 Newsroom update.
He has a huge penis.
And he has a huge penis. That's correct.
Robin's like,
Langford has a huge penis. Is there any truth in that? How do they know you have a huge penis?
Well, in fact, this was raised on this show, what, a year or so ago, and I denied it.
Why would you deny that?
Fact, Artie, fact.
How many inches are you?
I have no idea.
You've measured it.
Nope.
Really?
Nope.
How are the balls?
You're going to stand there and say you've never.
You got it.
Not even as a young man growing up. You never measured your penis. Never. Too busy getting news. He loves getting the news.
He does.
All right, what do you got for us, Steve?
Just some of the stories we're working on in the Howard 100 Newsroom. Big-hearted Stern fans responding to a plea from Howard 100 News to help Bigfoot. A call from one concerned listener in New Jersey. The man telling us he wants to get in the car tomorrow, drive to Vermont, pick up Bigfoot, and give him a place to live.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, no, I heard this interview when you guys aired it yesterday, and it was fabulous. There is a listener who wants to move Bigfoot into his house with his wife.
No, I thought maybe he had a home that had a property off to the side.
He's got 5 bedrooms in his house. He's a married man, and he wants Bigfoot to live in his house. I tell you, that's a good man.
I can't imagine what he's up to.
I don't know.
And another caller from a call from a healthcare advocate in northern Vermont who also wants to help a clearly distressed Bigfoot.
All right, Bigfoot getting lots of shouts out there. What else you have for us?
Also today, Eve the Queefer arrested after a bizarre, unauthorized photo shoot in an abandoned state hospital in Massachusetts. Eve the Queefer charged with trespassing and misdemeanor break and entering. Eve telling us she turned herself in out of solidarity after her fellow models were picked up by cops.
Hey, I have a bit of a story, I guess, kind of like the stuff you guys follow. You know the guy Six who calls into our show sometimes?
The guy who crashes the award show.
He's been on the MTV Awards. He goes up and he pretends to be like different black rappers.
He'll join different groups, yeah.
Yeah. According to this email I received, and again, I don't have any kind of verification, that I guess Six had to go to the hospital for a simple procedure, and that he's been in a coma since September.
No.
He had a simple surgery that went wrong. So tell Howard to give him a shout out. So, Six, not in good shape.
I hope the Sirius is by his bedside. Wake up, Six.
You know, your mother might be right about hospitals.
Yeah, she is. I'm telling you. Those ghouls got a hold of her, and she never got out. That's it. And that's all I'm going to say about it. And I mean it. What else?
Artie Lang and his fellow comedians donating their time and talent to the Jerry Red Wilson Foundation last night at Town Hall in New York. Artie twice telling the crowd he's effing tired. But the big guy going out there and doing 24 minutes on stage, Artie apparently not seeing the 2-minute warning light flashed 3 times after 15 minutes telling him to wrap it up.
He left show business.
Artie, were you imbibing?
No. Does that mean not drinking?
Here's some more information. Six had a bad allergic reaction to the anti-inflammatory medicine. He was okay for a day and then went into a coma.
Wow.
He was 230 pounds. Now he's 198 pounds. His parents have him in a private facility with some great doctors.
So he's in a rehab, like he's really in a coma, he's not coming out.
Yeah, we keep Howard on all the time, and that's when he gets the most movement from his hands.
He should write a diet book. What, he losing? How long?
If you went into a coma, Artie, you'd have to stop eating.
I've considered it. A diabetic coma.
Put you into a diet coma?
But Steve, was someone last night upset that I went that long, by the way, backstage?
To the contrary, in terms of what Greg Fitzsimmons told me. However, they were, I saw some activity. He didn't
I just want to make sure that they weren't aggravated. Okay.
And it was a great set.
All right, anything else, Steve, or is that what you have for us?
Earlier in the day, Artie having lunch with CBS executive Vinny Favale, along with Tom Bernard, co-founder of Sony Pictures Classics.
Nice guy.
Favale telling us it's nobody's business what was discussed, but revealing that Artie had a healthy meal, avoiding both bread and dessert, he says. And Vinny says...
He does that in front of executives.
Actually, I had a steak, and I didn't eat the whole steak.
What was that, your second lunch or your third?
Why would you not eat your third lunch? I mean, like, why would you not eat a steak?
I had a steak.
Yeah, but you didn't eat the whole thing. Like, why would you leave something over?
No, because you know what? I had just had all this rice up here, and I didn't do it on purpose. I honestly didn't feel like finishing.
You mean you were full?
Yes.
Wow.
But I also had potatoes au gratin and...
See, there's always more to the story.
Yeah, right. I ate quite a bit.
Yeah. You couldn't finish your steak. I'm shocked.
There's a smoking hot chick down at that Del Frisco.
So what, you thinking, like, maybe I'll lose some weight and not look like so piggy in front, like I'm not going to eat the whole steak?
You couldn't eat in front of her?
I'm telling you. I'm telling you right now, I think she likes me.
Really?
I'm not even fucking around.
I hope you get her.
But she looks so hot.
This is a waitress at Del Frisco's, and you think she's into you?
No, she's like a
chef?
No, a chef.
Hostess. Hostess. Oh, hostesses are always the hottest.
Oh, my God.
You're telling me you think you can get her?
I don't know. Either that, maybe, or...
Are you going to ask her out?
I don't know.
Want me to ask her out for you?
No.
So, hey.
I can handle it.
What are you going to say? Practice on me. I'll be the hostess at Del Frisco's. You ready?
Yeah.
Hi, Artie.
Boy, that's good.
Is that what you sound like? How did she indicate that she's into you?
We talked for a little while once, and, I don't know. I don't know. I could be completely wrong.
Okay.
But what was awful is, that's like Del Frisco's obviously like a businessman's lunch type of place, and I'm the only one in there not in a suit. She looks stunningly beautiful in this fucking outfit she was wearing, and I look like sweatpants. I look homeless. I got very insecure about it because I had to look like a grotesque ogre eating there, and
so you stopped eating the steak because you wanted to look like
maybe I stopped subconsciously because of her.
Right.
Not because of the head of Sony Pictures.
Did you tell her that you have a glandular problem and that you're not really a heavy person?
No, because I don't.
She doesn't like people with glandular problems
she don't,
anyway.
Exactly. I don't have a glandular problem. I wanted to tell her I'm 30 sit-ups away from the body of a young Steve Langford.
Did you walk over to her and say, did you see I didn't finish my steak?
You know what your mockery is?
No, you should tell her. You should tell her you dropped to $2.95. She doesn't even know that.
First of all, I'm very excited about that, as is everyone in my family. I got people calling, we heard, are you $2.95?
I heard she's good friends.
Did that reverberate?
I heard, someone just wrote me a note, actually, that Jared Fox is good friends with her.
Oh, of course.
Oh, forget it then, Artie.
Well, what's that mean? Well, I don't have the hatred for him that JD has.
No, but he's probably softening her up for the kill.
That's right.
No,
All right.
I checked. I covered some bases there.
Oh, yeah?
I checked, and they're not an item. I don't think. If they are, then I'll hate Jared, too. But
anything else?
No, it's everything. Jared's a good guy. Everything's fine. Stay out of my love life, all right?
Right. Anything else?
And Vinny at lunch says he did not discuss the unfortunate email mess involving Artie's ex, Dana, that caused a certain amount of discomfort for Lang earlier this year.
So Vinny set up a meeting with Artie and the head of Sony Pictures to get over his guilt of fucking up Artie's entire relationship.
Yes, I think so.
In a way, no, well, in Vinny's defense, this is a lunch I canceled 8 times. Jackie was supposed to come to this lunch.
Oh, yeah.
And he started asking me before the Dana incident. So, it's not because of that.
Jackie didn't make it?
Jackie did not make it, no.
Does Jackie know March 5th is my Christmas?
I guess he knows now. I wanted Jackie to make it because maybe with Jackie there, we would have gotten the paper.
Are you guys thinking of doing a buddy film together, you and Jackie?
It's been in the works for a long time.
I'd go see that.
Absolutely.
It's called Two Fucking Bozos. I'm in a movie with Jackie. Do you know that?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm in an independent film that Jackie's in called Mail Order Bride.
Very nice. I don't know how I missed it. What else you got there, Steve?
Jay Thomas, live on Howard 101 tomorrow, 6 to 10 a.m. Eastern. Stern News You Know to the Howard 100 News tip line 8733 Sirius. Choose channel 100 or email us at howard100news at sirius-radio.com.
All right, great. Let's go to Johnny Hine.
Amy Fisher looked great and lasted about 10 minutes with Howard before storming out of her interview.
Was it 10 minutes?
A little under, I think.
All right.
We'll discuss everything that happened with Amy and her husband. If anyone was surprised when she walked out, who here would screw her in spite of her checkered past? And was that the quickest interview in the history of the Howard Stern Show?
Somebody else once walked out, Robin, and I can't remember who.
She never got in here, but Rachel Hunter left the green room.
Right. Yeah.
Frank Sinatra Jr. left the green room.
Yeah, they never got on. But what's her name? Not Lily Tomlin. Who am I thinking of?
Gilda Radner?
Gilda Radner. She walked out.
That's a long time.
She didn't walk out. She stayed for the whole interview.
She did?
She did, yeah.
Why did you upset her?
She just cried.
Why did you upset her?
She thought I was weird.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Anything else?
Yeah, sticking with the attempted murder theme, Henry Hill stopped by, and we're still trying to figure out exactly what he was saying. We'll talk about how badly Henry wanted that drink, how everyone feels after hearing his cough and seeing that hernia, if he's a good match for his fiancée Lisa, plus how Henry fixed games and how he'd handle Artie's bookie.
By the way, John Hine gave me a great little note here. Did you realize that in last week's TV's Top 10 list, Lost is the only scripted show. All the rest are
American Idol,
Oprah's Big Give, Deal or No Deal, were the top shows, and they're all reality shows.
Yeah, I noticed that yesterday when I was looking at the Top 10. American Idol 1, 2, and 3, 1, 2, and 3.
That's right.
I'm going through that thing right now where there's a sitcom on that I said no to because of my last deal at Fox, and I hate to say this, but I'm rooting for it to fail.
Is it coming on now?
It's on now.
Of course, if that thing's a huge hit, you'll kill yourself. What's the sitcom?
Well, it's the Farrelly brothers are producing this thing.
It's that thing, Unhitched.
Unhitched, yeah. And I was, because it was a Fox and I had a deal there, I was offered it for a while. I don't know if I would have got it, but I was offered to go in and, because they're going to pay me anyway. I think I would have had it with a nice chemistry read with Rashida Jones.
Well, let's hope it fits.
But, I mean, you know what I'm talking about.
No, I sure do. There's nothing wrong with that. Go ahead, Johnny. What else you got?
Plus, Gary is making and rejecting friends on Facebook. JD's playing Guitar Hero and getting half price for Artie's gift card. Howard relives his mom's sadness. No one's loving Lisa G. Benji's gets naked and smells a bit yeasty. Howard wants Gary to get his facts straight. And everything else that happened on today's show, we cover on the wrap-up show.
All right. Thank you, John Hine. Appreciate it. And we love the wrap-up show every day at 11 o'clock or as close as we can get to it. And now, Robin, it's time for you to shine when we go to your news. Robin?
Robin Quivers is going nuts. She's pouring coffee inside a bug. Meat and veggies fell in the bowl, and she put some coffee in her asshole. Robin, baby, you need to quit, cause coffee ain't for taking shits. Drinking shakes wrapped like a mummy. You're really looking like such a dummy.
Wow.
Robin, do you feel you're looking like such a dummy?
Well, Sal's saying it, so.
Hey, Howard?
Yes, Gary.
If you're interested, Amy Fisher's husband's on line 21. He wants to talk about the ambush this morning.
What ambush? Hey, Lou, you're on the air.
Hi, Howard.
Hi, Lou.
What happened, Howard? We came in hat in hand. My wife came humbly on your show to say hi and have some fun.
Yeah.
And then you, blindsided her with...
Lou, I got to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Lou, I got to tell you something. I am shocked that your wife, I know it's her thing, she walks off a lot of shows. She walked off, I believe it was either hard copy or Inside Edition.
Well, you know why? I'll tell you what happened. I'll be quite frank about that.
All right.
My wife didn't want to come on your show. Red Light was contacted by your show requesting her to come on.
Is that true, Gary? Did we make the request?
No.
No, that's not true.
I have the email, so I can send it to you, Howard.
Well, maybe they lie to you to make it seem like you're wanted or in demand, but we were approached by them, quite frankly.
Listen, all we wanted to do was meet you,
Lou, I was all up for it. Lou, I was not told ahead of time that we couldn't take phone calls. I thought it would have been interesting. It would have been nice to hear. And as far as I could...
you know what? Hold on. I'll tell you why it would have been interesting.
Why?
Because it would have been interesting if you would have spoke to me about the tape, talked to my wife about the tape. We would have had some fun. We're good sports. We don't mind that. But what is Jessica Buttafuoco going to say to my wife? My wife was already publicly on Entertainment Tonight, front page of the Post, forgiven by Mary Jo, and which we hold her in high esteem. And we're very thankful and grateful for that forgiveness.
Lou, again, from my point of view, I'm sitting here. I see Mary Jo's daughter wants to call in. I'm not aware of Amy's agenda that she doesn't want to speak to her. She says to me, "I'm leaving. I'm not going to hang. I mean, I'm not going to allow my guests to dictate who can be on the phone or not."
No, we don't want to do that.
I can't do that.
No. Unfortunately, it came out that way because we were asked beforehand, do you want any phone calls? My wife said, no, we want to come on and we want to dedicate our time.
Who asked that?
I doubt anybody asked you that.
Gary asked you that?
Come on.
Yeah, my wife. In other words, when we were pre-screened by Will, we told Will, look, my wife doesn't want to be accused of shooting somebody in the head for the rest of her life.
But she's going to prison. But Lou, look at it from the public's viewpoint. Hold it, Lou. I'm not going to argue with you, but listen.
No, I don't want to argue. Let me just make
Lou, listen to me. It's unfair to expect anyone to have your wife on a show and not... What did she get famous for? She got famous for shooting a woman in the head. It's going to come up.
Wait, hold on. She also got famous for being an award-winning columnist.
No. All of that comes from the shooting.
Lou, you are good, man. You were good.
All of that comes from the shooting.
Let me just...
Lou, I love your pussy.
And then I'll be happy to listen to you, all right?
All right.
I think in society, if you do something wrong, especially if you're some dumb, mixed-up kid from years ago when you weren't even able to vote, and you went to prison for 7 years.
We get that.
Forgiven by the victim, where we embraced her. I wrote Mary Jo a beautiful letter.
Lou, this is a radio show.
Right.
And when you can't put people on and ignore what is essentially their whole reason for being infamous.
Yeah, but hold on, Howard. Don't you want to turn the page on 92 and talk about what's current now?
Well, I was going to talk about what's current.
You're telling me I look like a stiff in the sack. I mean, we're going to have fun with that.
We were going to get to that, but you got to be willing to listen. Your wife just gave an interview to a guy named Chauncey, and she made comments about Mary Jo. I've heard the clips.
That's not true. That's not true.
You want me to play the clips for you now?
No. I'm going to tell you what the clips are. What he did was cut and paste.
No, he didn't. I don't believe it. I know the guy. I don't think he'd do that.
The guy who screwed you behind your back on Lou Dobbs, the guy who said that he was sick about what you did, how you accomplished your position, your position.
I know Chauncey. I don't believe he would do a cut and paste job. I don't think he said nice things about me, but
fans want to have him. They want to have him killed. That's how much they think about him. What he did to you. I know what he did. He cut and pasted it. What he did was the interview was to be on about the tape. And in the context of the tape, he had asked her some questions about Mary Jo. And my wife basically said she's a non-entity regarding the tape, not as a human being, not as a person. Let's get focused on why you're interviewing me, because you asked me.
Well, Lou, Lou, I hear what you're saying. I'm sorry it went that way, but, you know, the point is, I don't think I did anything wrong. I don't think it was such an ambush. In fact, what Mary Jo's daughter was trying to say, if you could sit and listen to her.
Oh, I'll listen, of course.
She was saying that she said, you know, everything has repercussions in life. And the way that, you know, her relationship with her father after this whole incident has been ruined. You got to be careful when you put out a sex tape. You could be ruining your relationship with your children. That's all she was saying, and it's a very legitimate question.
I disagree, Howard. Yeah. You make your bread and butter in the adult entertainment industry. You talk about porn. You do whatever you have to do. It's a free capitalistic society. You're not hurting anybody, and Pete, there's a market for that.
But so Amy should have said that. That's all. Mary Jo's daughter wasn't attacking her.
And, Lou, don't you see the difference between commenting on it and, you know, actually participating in a porno?
Let me ask you this question. Would it make some common sense if we had a little fun first, had her on for 10, 15 minutes?
It didn't go down like that.
I think Lou's idea of fun is not fun.
Yeah. And
but sitting and kidding around. Here's Jessica Buttafuoco Bada bing. She just sat in the chair. You didn't get it.
Well, I mean, listen,
well,
big
as soon
deal.
as she sat in the chair, Jessica called.
Lou, give us an example of the fun. Boy, you're a stiff in the sack. What would you have said?
What I would have said?
Yeah, well, make it fun.
Let's have some fun.
Let me tell you something. I don't think you saw me outside in the waiting room, but that tape was made for our own personal enjoyment. And when you make a tape like
Lou, that's a lie.
Hold on, let me finish. When you make a tape like that, it's not for public consumption. So what I was making the tape was filmed on a tripod.
Lou, come on. Lou, I'm one of the brightest guys you'll ever meet. You can't get me that.
He's insulting us.
You're
As
insulting
I recall, this tape surfaced while your wife was supposed to be back with Joey Buttafuoco, and you were putting it out because you were angry with her.
Which was all a scam, too.
That's correct.
All right, so if
but
it's
that
all...
those tapes were made over a period of years, of a couple of years. But the point I'm trying to say, the reason it looks so-called creepy, unquote, is because it wasn't natural. I had to look at a monitor when I was making those tapes.
But Lou, listen.
So you're denying what you just
Lou,
said.
in light of everything, all I'm going to say is Amy could have stayed here today. She could have said to Jessica Buttafuoco, I'm so sorry what happened.
Right. You already told her mother that.
Well, she could have said it. She could have said it to the girl. She could have said it to the girl, and we could have moved on. Amy chose to leave the hot seat.
She said it to her mother.
All right.
I can answer that question. Lou, I can answer that because she's made comments recently that makes it seem like she isn't sorry.
And if she...
And quite frankly, Mary Jo didn't suffer in a vacuum.
Do me a favor. Have Mary Jo Buttafuoco come on your show. And as soon as the Post wrote that twisted article about my wife not caring about Mary Jo, the first thing I did was get on the phone myself, personally, my wife and I called up Mary Jo and told her how untrue that was. And we were offended, not because of my wife's well-being, because of Mary Jo's well-being.
All right, listen,
hey, can I ask Lou one more question?
Lou,
one more.
Go ahead, Gary.
Lou, do you have a lawsuit against Chauncey for the cut and paste job?
What lawsuit? It's a free country. I mean, how many...
Well, if somebody smeared me that way, the first thing I would do is sue them.
Does Howard have a lawsuit against Chauncey for smearing Howard on Lou?
I think there's a huge difference between what you're saying. You're saying that Chauncey out and out re-edited a piece of tape.
Let me tell you something. I have emails, and I brought them with me to go on the show.
But are you suing him?
I have to sue what? Who's going to sue?
See, that's why you're not credible, Lou.
But Lou, listen to me.
We're credible. We came on the Howard Stern show.
And you left.
What do you want to do?
But Lou, listen, you guys left. I understand why Amy left. She didn't want to be a part of phone calls and all that. That's her prerogative. But I don't feel we did anything wrong, and I do certainly feel she should have stayed here and gone with the flow of things, as very much as like what you're doing now. You have...
Howard.
You're not...
You know what? Somebody asked us before we came on, are you nervous? I said, of course we're not nervous. I said, we're looking forward to meeting Howard. We want to come on.
It didn't work out. Lou, what can we do? What can we do?
I'm not blaming you for that, Howard.
All right.
Listen, Lou, if you want to apologize to Mary Jo and you want to keep that private, that's understandable. But once you come out with a tape like this and want to promote it, then it becomes public. And I think what Howard's saying is correct. Any decent human being or something. Like, I mean...
hold on. Whoa. We didn't want to come on and promote it.
But you did.
I have an email that Will wrote to Larry Schwartz of Red Light requesting my wife to come on the Howard Stern show. I have it on an email.
Right.
And my wife didn't want to go on the show because, quite frankly, she thought she would be intimidated by Howard.
Lou, forget all of that. Forget all of that. You're out. Leave our show alone. Your wife is out promoting a tape based on...
She's promoting on a behest of Red Light.
But that's Red Light because you and her are going to make money from it. She's out promoting a tape, yet she...
what's the point?
The point is that nobody knows who she is except for the crime she committed. And if she's going to go out and try to make money off of that, she has to answer those questions.
It's true with everybody who comes in here. If it's celebrities...
Let me ask you this question. If O.J. wanted to come out with this book called how I would have done it, how I would have committed the crime, that recent book that he would have came out with. To me, that's trying to make money off of a crime. Now, if O.J., who's presumed innocent in a court of law, regardless of what your opinion is, says, I want to come out with my own nude golfing course where everybody walks around nude playing golf, how is he making money off the crime?
No, but I will tell you.
Let me ask you this, Lou. Let's get off this stuff.
Hey, look, listen,
can you say for me, I love that pussy. Can you do your famous line or not?
I do.
And what is that whole daddy thing between you and Amy?
And the little girl clip thing.
Yeah, let me see your little girl clip.
Howard, you did a great, masterful job in the segueing away from what we were talking about.
Yeah, because it's going nowhere.
Man, Howard.
Yeah, all right, let me ask you. When you and Amy make love, she says she's into this whole daddy thing, and you say, show me that little girl clip. What's going on there? What's the fantasy?
Oh, you tell me.
You tell me. You think of her as an underage girl?
Not at all. Not at all. She's a beautiful woman. I mean, everybody has a little fun in the sack from time to time to spice things up.
All right, I'll play you the clip. All right, I'm going to play the clip. You tell me what's going on here. We'll change the topic.
I know the clip. I don't have to hear it. I know.
You need to hear it. Here you go.
Yeah, baby. Wow. You are so hot. Unbelievable.
You should have come and fucked me.
I'm going to fuck you in a little while.
I thought you had come all over my tits.
Sounds good.
What is that?
Sounds good. Sounds like I want to go out and buy that tape.
Well, here she is talking about her little girl pussy. Here you go.
I love you, pussy. Yeah. Love that clit. Come on. Oh, yeah, let me see that beautiful wet clit. That little girl's clit.
What's that little girl's clit thing all about?
I don't know. You tell me.
What are you going into there?
I'm not going to there yet. It's the privacy of my own bedroom.
With a tape?
I'm not running for public office.
You spread it with your fingers. That's it.
You like when she spreads opens her pussy?
Yeah, you like to examine the pussy.
What does that mean? What do you? Why do you like to examine the pussy so much? Let's get into it. What?
Howard, I like seafood. Do you?
I do like seafood. What's that?
There you go, baby.
But you like when the girl opens up her whole pussy?
Well, I think so. I think I like that.
You want to see that much?
I'm a nice to see you, man. I do like that. Right. I have to admit, I'm going to come clean, Howard.
All right, now explain. I'm going to play a portion of the tape. You explain something to me.
I'm sucking this cock. No idea. I dream of it every single night. I know you can come to bed and fuck my little pussy. I'm here alone time with my daddy. He's going to let me suck this big cock.
All right, now she refers to you as her daddy. Is that a common thing? Does she call you daddy?
No, not really. I mean, it was a hot moment. I mean, we all like to have fantasies and have some fun.
Is the fantasy that you're her daddy?
I mean, when you're in a sack, are you totally silent? I mean,
no, but I'm asking you, is your love...
Let me ask you this question. Are you a boring lover when you're in the sack? You don't say a word? You just...
I am.
Totally silent?
I don't say much. Beth doesn't like when I talk.
No, well, maybe you should take some lessons from me, buddy.
But when Amy says, okay, the fantasy is that you're her daddy. So
I'm far from it.
But she's hung up on her daddy, I guess.
No, it's a little fun. It's a little foreplay.
Well, a lot of the fun tells something about the relationship.
You know, I'm with my wife for 8 years. I mean, you're taking out, 10, 15 seconds out of an interview.
We don't have the other 8 years on tape.
No, the other 10 years talks about when we're in the sack.
We only wish.
Pope. We talk about the Virgin Mary.
What is it, J.D.?
I watched the tape. I would say in every...
We talk about how handsome Howard Stern is.
Lou, listen to the question. J.D.'s saying something.
In every single sexual scenario within the tape, he either refers to her as a little girl or she refers to him as like a daddy or something.
I beg to differ on that.
Well, let's see. Let's go to the tape.
Cut and paste job, J.D.
You're saying in every single sound. The tape is, I think, 56 minutes long, so you have 56 minutes of us speaking that way.
Well, not the whole time, but...
As if that's wrong anyway.
Okay, you got me.
Open it up for me.
Oh, yeah. Let me ask you, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, let me see those beautiful nipples I love. Play with those nipples. That's it.
Oh, fuck me with your ass. Go ahead, fuck me. Oh. Yeah, you like fucking me.
Where is Amy now?
Actually, I'm at a car wash right now.
Well, first of all, she should call me and apologize, number one.
I don't think she should, because we spoke...
And I'll ask her about this daddy thing. That's where I was going, but she ran out of the room. Because daddy wasn't there.
Well, I think I answered the question on that. It's part of verbal foreplay.
There's a little more to it.
Well, if you want to read into it, that's up to you.
All right.
Lou, you brought up O.J. before. You know what? You can make a better argument that O.J. would be justified in that, because you know what? He's famous for something else besides the murder. Your wife isn't. She's famous for one thing.
No, that's very one-sided because you're going to have Britney Spears now crucified for the rest of her life. I mean, she's a talented entertainer, and she has some problems, and the press day in and day out just ram at home how awful she is.
Britney's known for something else.
Yeah, Britney, I could talk to O.J. or Britney about a whole other part of their career.
Hey, Lou, look at this.
My wife about her writing ability, she won 2 awards in a column.
Again, she got to write because of almost killing somebody.
She got to write because she earned that right.
We forgot you were married to F. Scott Fitzgerald.
That's right, yeah.
No, you're a hypocrite. I'll tell you why you're a hypocrite. You know, a person paid the price. She went to prison, and she was forgiven by the victim. What the fuck do you want to do?
But Lou, you gotta. She can't come on a radio show and avoid that topic. It's going to sound silly.
My wife could cure cancer tomorrow, and you're going to still call her a whore or a cunt.
If she cures cancer, we won't.
Lou, if Jerry Mathers came in here, the kid who played Beaver, right? If he came in here with a new tape he was putting out, he'd have to agree to talk about Leave It to Beaver first for an hour.
My wife agreed to do that. She was 1-1.
She wants to talk about Leave It to Beaver?
Does she know the show?
All right.
She did, but no, she didn't.
But Lou, you have some phone calls yourself. Do you want to take them?
Hold on. I'm getting a call on my other line. Hold on.
All right, maybe it's Amy. I want to know about her pussy and nips.
Right.
Oh, play with those nips.
Yeah.
Who was that?
No, it was nobody. Nobody. No, but the point
all right, you got some phone calls coming in real quick. Here you go. Josh, you're on with Lou. Go ahead.
Hey, Lou, dude, you're such a whiny bitch.
Fuck you, scumbag, motherfucker.
Fuck you fucking cunt.
Say it to my face, you fucking prick. You fucking low-life
shit about you and your little dick.
Say it to my face, you scumbag, low-life. I break your fucking face in half. Get the fuck off the phone, you fucking lousy piece of shit.
Dude, you're a
Get the fuck off the phone.
All right, wow.
Now, otherwise I'm fucking hanging up.
Wow, Lou.
I don't want no yellow fucking bastards who want a fucking phone. Let them come to my face and say it. Let me tell you something. I love my wife. My wife is a good person. I know her. If people want to go back to 1992, that's their prerogative. But I know her as a woman, and I know what she's done. She's tried to turn her life around.
Well, we tried to interview. I don't think we were treated fairly, Lou.
It's a big laughing stock. You know, let's see. Let's knock Amy. Let's call it a cunt.
No, I never called her a cunt. I never did anything like that.
You shot the woman in the head. Look.
Well, that's part of her past, Lou. You can't deny it.
Lou, when you first met her, did you think of something else?
Actually, she has a lot to offer. I think she's very...
Yeah, but you first met her. You said, that's the girl who shot Mary Jo.
Was she wearing something she wrote on her shirt or something?
I never said that.
Brian, you're on the air with Lou. Go ahead.
Yeah, big fan of yours, Lou. You seem to love her pussy so much. What about her asshole?
What about that, Lou? Is there anal?
How about I take your fucking nose and I put it right in there? Would you like that, buddy?
No, but Lou.
Right after she took a nice fucking crap, I'll put your fucking nose right in there.
No, but Lou, wait a second. That's a legitimate... Lou, wait a second. That is a legitimate question. Will we see anal on your new film?
What new film?
We have no new film.
The porno film.
There's no new film right now that we know.
No, I'm talking about the film you were releasing that you're promoting on AmyFisherCaughtOnTape.com.
The only film you've ever been in.
Is there anal on there?
No.
Why are you getting so defensive?
Yeah, because you put these jokers on who obviously have to hide behind a phone. They haven't got anything legitimate to say. They just want to be insulting and hurtful.
Well, of course. Listen, you're putting yourself out there. You got to expect
I don't mind it, but I can also respond the way I want to respond.
All right, that's fair enough. Billy, go ahead. One last question for Lou.
Lou, I just wanted to ask you why you feel it's okay to exploit this troubled young woman.
She's not a troubled. You sound like a troubled young man. She's not troubled at all. She's a very bright.
You're the lowest scumbag in the face of it.
Yeah. Why'd you suck on my big cock? Maybe you'd like that too, right? You in a movie sucking on my big dick, you fucking asshole.
What about a movie, Billy, with you and Lou, and you suck his dick? All right.
Get him off,
well, there you go. All right, Lou, listen, you're under attack. You're under siege.
I don't mind.
And,
I can handle it.
All right, you seem to be handling it. I'm sorry Amy left the studio. I did want to ask you about these fantasies and little girl stuff and the clit and all of this.
That's your fantasy, Howard.
All
I think you're using 4D technology to place upon me what you think is a fantasy. That's just chatter, verbal chatter.
No,
chatter.
she does call you daddy. She does call you daddy on the film.
Did anyone ever call you daddy in your life?
Yeah, my kids.
Yeah,
my kids.
Oh, if they didn't do that, would you like somebody to do that?
To call me daddy?
Yeah, maybe.
That's not my thing.
Maybe you wouldn't need Viagra then, huh?
I don't use Viagra.
Oh, maybe, who knows? We don't know.
All right, well, fair enough. All right, hey, Lou, listen, sorry it didn't work out. I would have liked to have met you face-to-face.
Okay,
maybe another time if we can work it out. And go to AmyFisherCaughtOnTape.com if you have interest in this tape. How's that, Lou?
Okay, thank you, Howard.
Real good. Bye-bye. All right, there's Lou, your boyfriend, Robin. Robin is dating Lou.
Hardly.
Yeah, but Howard, you made a good point. Doesn't he think that people would buy into the she's sorry for her sins if when someone like Jessica called up, she honestly said, look, I can't tell you how sorry I am. I was a kid. I was mixed up.
Yes, I think she should have.
Acting as if Mary Jo is the only one who suffered. Her kids.
Lou might have made a good point.
Their mother.
He said she sat down and within 2 seconds Mary Jo's daughter was on. Maybe you need a little more foreplay, whatever. Whatever. It went horribly wrong. That's it. It went down.
Couldn't predict how that was going to go.
No, we couldn't.
But the point is, Amy has to be able to deal with life. Life is what it is.
If I were her, I'd thank you for the opportunity to get to talk to Mary Jo's kids. They might not talk to her anywhere else, and really get a chance to apologize.
I didn't think it would be. I didn't know she'd have that reaction.
It seems to me that she doesn't care about those kids.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, yeah,
you're right.
That beautiful wet clit. That little girl's clit. You spread it with your fingers. That's it.
I never want women to spread their vagina.
It sounds very hustler-ish to me, and it sounds premeditated to appeal to people who might be buying a tape.
That's what I was going to ask Lou. I was trying to say to him, what's your thing with spreading the pussy?
It's a cut and paste job.
All right. Anyway, let's get back to Robin's news, or do I have to break, Fred? All right, a little break, and then we'll finish up the news, and we'll call it a day. It's been a very trying day. We'll be back right after these words. By the way, Jared, Tim's assistant, is very angry with J.D.
And he should be.
I don't know if you want to hear Jared's response to what J.D. said earlier this morning about Jared.
Well, we're only hearing one side of the story.
All right, real quick, Jared, I got to give you a little airtime to fight back against J.D. if he's here.
Boy, I said Jared lost his look.
Yeah, 2 seconds. He was just here, just walked out. He was...
No, that's Benji.
Pacing around angrily.
Why is Jared so upset? What's going on?
I don't know what goes on with these two. I don't know. He's just mad that he's being portrayed in not a nice way.
You know what it is? Jared's a really good-looking dude, and finally it's like Revenge of the Nerds. J.D.
You know that this whole thing started over an argument over rotisserie football. Yes.
Jared, what's going on? I'll give you a second to respond. You're J.D.'s enemy. He was talking about you earlier this morning. I even forget what he said, but it was not nice.
You know, I just told them, or I was going to tell them, but they started following me with the cameras, and I don't want the cameras picking it up. You're fine if you don't like me. I don't care. I have no problems with him, but stop talking shit about me. I don't talk about him. And
what did he say about you this morning? I forget. Honestly, I do.
He said, well, he was the one who ratted J.D. out to Artie about the gift being sold at 50 cents on the dollar.
But I said that was a while ago, and not until a bigger situation came up did it ever get mentioned.
Jared, you're really upset about this, aren't you?
I'm not. You know, it's just it's fine if you don't like me, J.D. I have no problems with you, but I don't go around trashing you. I don't go around trashing you, and you do that to me all the time. Anytime you have an opportunity, you're going to talk trash about me.
J.D., how do you respond in your inarticulate way?
I really have no response. He got his story out, and now he's on the air. So
can
whatever.
You look at him?
No.
All right, what Jared is saying, he no longer wants you to talk about him.
That's fine. I won't talk about him. But it's also weird within the office because you got people like Will or whatever trying to start shit whenever me and Jared are, like, in the same area.
Don't fall for it.
Will's like,
you were upset with Jared at the strip club, right? You were upset that he was even in the same strip club with you.
Well, no, it was just, I don't necessarily...
You're jealous of his looks and you were afraid the girls would like him better? Is that it?
Would you lose your girls?
Oh, I'm sure I lose my girls. I don't necessarily like being in the same areas. It doesn't have to be the strip club. It's even here. And so you know.
But there's got to be more to that.
Really?
And the fact that Jared's coming on the air asking you to see what it is, he apparently doesn't think it's as big a deal as you. So
JD, did you tell Tim that Jared is a piece of shit? Tell the truth, did you?
I might have after he told Jason what, you know,
What did he say? What happened?
I ran out of steam.
Jared, what do you want to say to JD?
JD, you know, I have no problems with you. I've actually I've gone up to JD after this all came out and said, can we just put this past us? Can we, you know, continue to do business and speak to each other? And he said, I don't even want to speak to you. That's fine.
On a professional basis.
But if you don't want to speak to me, then don't go behind my back and say that, you know, I'm a piece of shit and things like that.
You want to see him on a personal basis?
Are you going behind Jared's back? Jared's saying don't go behind his back.
That's fine.
What do you mean that's fine? Are you really going to be able to do that?
I will not say a word.
Artie, is it true out in Vegas he flipped out when he heard that story I told you about the girls that we went out with?
Yes, it is true.
You're trashing me out there also.
What happened, JD?
I don't know.
Well, you know what? Unlike some people, they don't want their business talked about, so I won't talk about it.
I'm not talking any names, but I heard
okay, whatever.
Jared, what are you comfortable talking about on the air?
Guys. Wait. JD, what are you saying? I don't understand.
I'm saying he got very lucky with a penthouse girl.
You got lucky with a penthouse girl?
Well, Jared, you brought this up. What do you want to talk about?
So were you jealous?
I did.
Of course, but whatever. It doesn't mean...
So he got a did he bang a penthouse girl and you're pissed off about it? Is that what you're saying?
A chick who JD thought was hot.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So
basically, yes. Of course.
You hate him.
So you hate him because the guy got laid?
And then he started trashing me on Vegas.
A lot of people got laid.
Brad Pitt is getting laid. Do you hate him?
What do you want from Jared? So he got lucky.
I don't want anything.
Did you think you were going to get the penthouse chick?
No. It's just, it's a whole, it's his whole, you know, attitude and whatever. It's whatever.
What is his attitude?
What attitude then?
It's the attitude I see and whatever.
What is it?
Everyone else is fine with it. I don't care. That's fine.
Whenever I hear JD talk about Jared, there's one word that shows up over and over again. Arrogant.
Because he's good looking and confident?
I guess, yeah.
JD, can I tell you something? I relate to you more than you know. And this chick, I won't mention any names, but it's a chick that JD might have spoken to. And
no, I never spoke to her.
Well, okay, he thought she was hot, all right? And, you know...
Who fucking who?
If somebody else bangs them, it doesn't mean they're arrogant. I know. You got to let that go. You got to let that go. It's life. It's how life works. There's plenty of broads out there.
Some guys are going to get more women than
I let it go. Dude,
And the thing is, Jared wasn't walking around flaunting it in an arrogant way. We had a private conversation about it.
Artie, I'm trying to let these two guys talk.
Well, no.
You're not letting them talk.
JD's not saying what he's...
That's the idea.
Yeah, but...
You're not getting the show.
It would be better if you understood what I'm trying... It would be funnier.
It makes no difference.
There was no arrogance, though. I told Artie in a private conversation. Artie mentioned it out in Vegas, and then I heard that JD started trashing me.
What did you say when you trashed him? What could you say?
I was like, fucking asshole. I don't know.
I would see anger. This is funny hearing him try to explain.
Yeah, all right.
You're too articulate for this guy.
No, I understand, but...
JD.
There's situations going on. I don't want, you know...
JD, it sounds to me, all right, in your own befuddled way, what you're saying is, hey, I wasn't born with all of Jared's good looks. I don't have Jared's breaks. I don't have the wardrobe Jared has. I don't get the penthouse chicks that Jared gets.
I can't make sense.
And I can't even explain myself. I need Artie to step in.
If you keep selling $500 Barney's gift certificates, $250, you're never going to have the wardrobe.
My point is, it sounds like a massive case of jealousy.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm sure it is. But it's also, you know, there's just, you know, a way about him, the way he talks to me, the way... You know, we've talked before and stuff, and I was just like, whatever, I'm done with it.
Can you explain it to me? How am I speaking to you?
I don't know. Just don't worry about it.
Jared asked you to explain it to him.
It's just, I don't know.
Explain to Jared what he's doing wrong so he can correct it.
What
has he said?
He's just being himself. That's it.
Be specific.
Come
Say
on.
what he said.
Give an example.
You.
I don't know.
JD, I went up to you after you started saying that I was out to you, and I said, what did I do?
Do you want an example of...
Yeah.
All right.
That's what we're looking for.
This is totally going to be like, whatever, to you guys, but to me, it was just like another Jared being Jared.
Hearing you explain anything is always priceless. Go ahead.
For Halloween, he came dressed as a pimp. All right? And I'm not talking about, just like a joking pimp. You could tell he was a little serious about it. Or whatever. I don't know.
What?
It just annoyed me.
Okay. Go ahead. Now I'm getting
And that was it. And it's just little things like that.
All right. So when you went to the Halloween party, you're saying, and this is good to know, Jared's costume was arrogant.
To me, it was.
Maybe it's the costume that you hated, not Jared.
He really thinks he's a pimp.
Yes.
You mean Jared dressed up as a pimp, and that pissed you off?
Yeah.
You took that as a personal offense.
No, well, no, not personal, but...
What he's saying.
Enough so that at work, you would turn your head and not look at the guy.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't even remember, what we were fighting about whenever I said this, that he...
I got to tell you, J.D.
Yes.
You know, I got your back.
No, I know.
I got your back.
That was a bad example.
You know I like it.
I know.
You're offended by his Halloween costume?
I don't want anything I say to affect...
What would you like Jared to dress as next Halloween? Something more humble, like maybe Cinderella?
Just like a toad?
Was he mad that your nerd costume seemed a little too real?
What costume were you wearing at that same party?
I didn't actually dress up.
So you didn't even bother.
Were you pissed that he even had a costume?
No.
Can I ask a quick question, J.D.? If I'm so arrogant, I'm so mean to you, can you explain then when you turned in your performance review, I came to you and sat down and tried to help you write it out, try to be a little more articulate about it?
Well, that was when we were friends.
But what happened?
That's before the costume.
I find it just like a pimp.
What was your costume? Was it a big fur coat?
It was, I bought it at one of those costume stores. It was a coat and a hat. And a
big coat and hat.
And a cane.
And you walked in arrogantly wearing it.
I was wearing the same coat as Bob Levy wore.
Right,
he wore the same costume.
You wore a big coat, a flashy coat with a cane.
A giant red coat.
Halloween, and you were did you have a shirt off? Were you showing off your physique?
Absolutely not.
No.
I was wearing It came in a package that you could buy for $20.
Did you think it would upset J.D.? Did you ever consider J.D.'s feelings when you put on your pimp outfit?
I did not think twice.
Were you thinking of J.D. when you bought the outfit?
I did not.
He's lying. He know what to kill me.
Jay, do you think there was a reality to it in that he might really have a stable of girls?
J.D., would you like him to dress up in a Dungeons and Dragon outfit? Would that be more like in keeping?
Maybe as one of the guitar heroes.
Would you like him to come as a guitar hero from your guitar game?
J.D., there's got to be a better example of why you feel this way. That's not a good example.
It's just that my associations with him. It was always where I tried to like him, and he would say something and would just annoy the fuck out of me.
You know what?
And then I would try, and then, I would try again, and I just got tired of it. I was just like, why do I have to keep trying? I don't have to be friends with everyone in this world.
But Howard, these are the stories that he would freak out about. I'd be sitting in the back on a Friday afternoon with Will and Jason, and we'd be talking about our night before or the weekend. And he'd hear something that I did or, somewhere I was, and he'd freak out about it, thinking that I was making an attack towards him.
So it sounds to me...
And he would also lie about, being with certain girls or whatever. How do you know that?
How do you know?
Because he would tell me. He would tell me, I was just joking. I was like...
Or maybe you felt you were upset about it.
And maybe he really was, and he was trying to make you feel better.
Whatever.
It seems to me that if I can sum up, because I got to move along.
You can figure this out? I don't
Here's what it is.
Why he's upset.
Jared, when you dress up for Halloween, because you get so many girls because of your good looks and you're articulate.
How dare you dress as a pimp?
You know how to speak the English language. You know how to explain yourself. You're good looking. When you dress up like that, it makes J.D. feel bad about himself. And then when you have sex with penthouse pets and other girls, it makes him feel bad.
So what should Jared do?
Well, Jared...
Throw acid in his face.
Listen, I don't want my issues or whatever to affect anyone else's.
Oh, their issues. Does anybody else feel the same way you do? That's a good thing. Does anyone else feel the same way?
Jared hate club?
Yes. I just heard other people.
Who is in it?
I don't know.
I think people tell you they hate Jared so that you.
Oh, that's fine. Whatever. Okay, that's fine.
On your friend's Facebook or whatever that is.
Facebook.
Do you say anything about Jared on Facebook?
No.
What about on your MySpace?
No.
You never talk about Jared?
No.
Okay.
Why?
Has Jared ever been a friend, and did he get thrown out?
I've heard that you hate Jared. Well, one of the reasons you hate Jared is because all the intern hot chicks think he's cute. And
right away.
And let's be honest about it. Is that true? That gets on your nerves?
Of course. Yeah, of course.
Well, why hate him, though?
Yeah,
what should he do?
Not anything about that.
Would you like him to wear a burqa? You want him to gain 50 pounds?
No.
What do you want him to do?
One of our past interns who JD had a crush on was my cousin's girlfriend. He got angry when I was talking to her. He got pissed that I was talking to my cousin's girlfriend, who was an intern here.
JD, that's crazy. JD, look at me. Come here. Look at me. Look at me.
Yes.
I'm commanding you.
Hold on. I have to...
Look at me.
What?
Yes, go ahead.
What are you doing?
I have to change... My phone is on. I wanted to...
That's all right. Ignore it. You can ignore it. We're on the air.
Why do you want to make it sound? Sorry.
Listen to me. This is sounding a little crazy.
I know.
I want you to apologize to Jared.
I'm sorry, Jared.
Look at him.
No. That was not a real apology. I'm ruling on this now.
Why do I have to apologize to him?
I'm going to tell you why. This is crazy talk. You don't like the fucking guy because he wears a Halloween costume?
Good looking.
Now listen.
Okay, hold on. There's no one ever that you've met ever that you just didn't like just based on like
a Halloween costume?
No. That wasn't. That was like an example.
I hate I walk in, I see Frankenstein. I hate him.
No. My one buddy dressed like Greg Nettles in the 12th grade, and I said, "You think you're a great face."
But I'm just saying, no. But hold on. There's no one like you don't like talking to or will not talk to based on
Jared. You're reacting to. You're not even looking at the guy. You don't even
because I'm just whatever.
Listen.
Look at him.
If I tell you you're being crazy, I want you to look at Jared right now. Say, Jared, I apologize. I'm not going to turn my back on you.
That's fine. I will be the bad guy. I don't... Jared, I am sorry.
There's Jared in his pimp outfit.
Look at it, JD.
And yeah, look at the hot chick
I saw plenty of it.
Wow. You know what? I do hate him. I hate you, Jared.
Wow.
Look at that chick you're with. Who is that?
Who's that?
She is hot.
She's a bartender I work with.
Wow.
JD, come on. Look, dude.
I hate you, too. Me and you, JD, we're in on this together. I'm not talking to Jared either.
You got to nip this in the bud, JD.
Looking at him.
You're going to go drive yourself crazy your whole life if you keep thinking that.
JD.
What?
Get out this anger. Go ahead. Say to Jared. Listen, my friend, I apologize.
Jared? It's not my friend.
Come on.
Jared, I apologize.
Apology accepted.
Did you really look at him, or were you looking at him?
No, he looked.
I don't think so. I'm looking at him.
He's a little bit...
No way he was looking at Jared.
He's a little bit cross-eyed. That's okay. You can't hold that against him.
He just called Benji Jared, from what I saw.
All right, go ahead.
Which is a common mistake here.
You know. We can go?
No, you got to look at him.
I thought I just did.
No, shake his hand. Give him a hand. Shake his hand.
Why?
Give him a hug.
Give him a handshake. Call this the feud over. Come on. This is silly.
There's no feud. I just don't like him.
There's no feud. What did he do to you? Shake his hand. Give the man a handshake.
Why do I have to shake his hand?
You don't have to. I'm saying if you're a man, you'll go over and shake his hand.
He actually told me he tried to help J.D. with a girl once, and J.D. got pissed at that.
So you tried to set him up, Jared?
Well, I didn't try and set him up, but...
This was after I had already been to lunch with this girl, and there was no interest or whatever, he's whatever.
One of my good friends, attractive girl that works here, JD found attractive. I knew that she wasn't, looking to date anyone, but I said, why don't you come out? Because he immediately started getting angry at some of these attractive girls. So I said, why don't you come out, speak to them, and just see that, they're actually not that bad of people, and they're not, So I invited him out to lunch. I had her call him and invite him out to lunch.
Oh, my God.
And
what was lunch like?
And again, but this wasn't anything more than just going out to lunch.
So you tried to help the guy
to an attractive
You took
girl.
offense to that? What, JD?
It wasn't under the guise of,
JD,
getting
did you take
laid.
offense to that?
Well, you know what? I don't remember everything or whatever. It's just whatever.
How many times can you use whatever in this?
I'll use it as many times as I want.
JD, you're going to learn what I learned. That good-looking guys can be your friends. They can get you laid. Dude. I'm telling you.
JD, you're not being upfront because when this subject, the one they just discussed, about him wanting to take out to lunch, came up on the wrap-up show like 6 months ago, you said flat out that you felt like he was treating you like a charity case and like, fuck him.
I don't know about fuck him, but yeah, I don't like being a charity case. But
you are.
Dude.
Well, Jimmy, I'm sorry if I presented it that way, but I was just trying to, introduce you.
Well, Jared, in J.D.'s defense, here is Mike on the phone who agrees with J.D. about Jared. Go ahead, Mike.
Hey, guys, I used to intern last semester, and J.D. is 100% correct. There should be a shitload of guys in the back office that are coming out to his defense, because this guy walked around like his shit doesn't stink the whole time.
Because I didn't interact with the interns?
What's that?
Because I didn't interact with you?
No, you interacted, but you walk around like your shit don't stink, and you talk to, all the females,
Were you a hot chick?
What do you want him to do?
All right, Mike agrees with J.D. No one can seem to really pinpoint this. Well,
J.D., my antenna's up with arrogant guys. I hate them. I really don't. And he's not a guy like that.
No,
I'm telling you, he's a good guy.
I'm with Artie on that. I've never, when I heard J.D. making those accusations, I was blown away because he seems like, he's a good-looking guy. Being a really good-looking guy.
Does your shit actually stink, or is it true? Your shit doesn't stink.
I've never smelled my shit.
Irish John, you're on the air.
I smell mine.
Hey, Howard, I just want to say, JD's coming off like he's gay for Jared. I think he's got a man crush. The things he resents him for, usually you hate a guy for something.
Are you in love with Jared? Do you want to sleep with him?
How great would that be?
Howard, can I ask JD something? Because Howard did this when Jason and Scott DePace didn't get along. Can you tell me 3 redeeming qualities about Jared?
You tell us something good about him?
And not looks.
Do you think he's good looking?
If you're, I guess, yeah. If you're friends with him, he'll help you out. With things.
If you're a total stranger, he won't help you. What an asshole.
All right, listen, it's enough of this. Thank you, Jay.
Thank you.
I really think we're in trouble here. JD's a little crazy.
JD, come on. Yeah, buddy.
Jared, I hope it works out with you two guys. I wanted to give you some airtime to air this out. Obviously, it's a bigger problem than I thought.
Thank you very much.
Stay clear of JD if he's near any sort of knife.
Do the chickens have large talons?
Now I feel bad for JD.
JD is oh my God, I'm really concerned.
Fucking heck out of me. Gosh.
That wasn't going to bode well for him because I knew there was no real good explanation behind his hatred for him. And
yeah,
he can't
he's
explain
literally upset that this guy has a life.
Well, I don't know. It was very upsetting to me. I was trying to bring those two closer together, and it didn't work out.
I feel bad for JT now.
It's awful.
He's in a funk.
This is not good.
You see what I have to deal with? You get off the air, and you have a great time with that Jim Florentine. I'm stuck dealing with all this.
Oh,
Thank you.
Goodness.
That's from Newsday.
Yeah. Already on Newsday, Amy Fisher walks off the Howard Stern show.
I see. Yeah.
See, I feel a little set up.
Yeah, like we're the bad guys.
Right.
Did it get the story anywhere accurate, at least?
With a recently released sex tape making headlines, Amy Fisher appeared on the Howard Stern show Thursday morning. The interview abruptly ended when Stern took a call from Mary Jo Buttafuoco's daughter. Jessica Fisher said she did not want to talk to the daughter of the woman she shot in the face in 1992, but Stern took the call anyway. It only took one comment from Jessica Buttafuoco for Fisher to walk out of the studio and leave the building. Sirius Satellite Radio calls home. So then it goes into some other stuff. Buttafuoco told Stern she was calling to let Fisher know releasing the tape could have grave impacts on their relationships with her children, but Fisher already walked out. And then it goes into what's on the sex tape, and then it's Red Light District. They're claiming that I blindsided them by taking a call. The purpose of the visit was to discuss the tape with Stern. But Stern rebutted by saying it would be unfair if he could not mention what originally made Fisher a public figure.
No, blindsiding was what she did to Mary Jo.
Yeah, that's more of a blindside.
She didn't see the bullet coming.
Robin, anyway, you were finishing up the news, and I got off on this track, and I apologize.
I don't know how that happened.
All right.
Stay home and eat all the freaking chips, Kip.
Napoleon, don't be jealous that I've been chatting online with babes all day. Besides, we both know I'm training to become a cage fighter.
Since when, Kip? You have the worst reflexes of all time.
Try and hit me, Napoleon.
What?
I said come down here and see what happens if you try and hit me.
All All right, that's Napoleon and Kip.
Love that movie.
Right.
That's exactly what's going on. He's exactly Napoleon Dynamite.
This is pretty much the worst video ever made.
Oh, you don't know the pain.
All right. Well, J.D., are you going to be all right back there?
I actually really feel bad.
Where is he? Get in here. I love this kid.
Are you guys having a killer time?
I don't think he feels it.
Is Pedro there?
I do. I love J.D.
Dang.
I love him, too.
I love this
idiot.
Oh, no, they can't. He won't even come out of his little...
I wish you'd get out of my life and shut up.
Are you all right over there?
Fine. I just thought, you know what?
I was just trying to help, dude.
No, I know.
Sweet.
You can't like everyone in this world.
All right.
Okay? And Jared's a person I don't like.
But do you understand?
I just got to tell you, it's weird when you say you didn't like his Halloween costume.
Yeah.
Well, I know, and that's why I tried to have some sort of preface before it.
What was the preface? I just want to make sure you're all right. That's all I want to know.
I'm fine.
All right,
you know what?
Go back to your room and watch
If
TV.
it's all right that I don't have to like somebody.
That's fine.
Okay.
All right.
Then I'm fine.
Fine with us.
All right, Robin, what else is in the news, please? I mean, it's crazy.
The new list of the world's rich... What? What was that?
Just keep going.
The new list of the world's richest men has just come out, and Bill Gates has no longer the lockhold on the #1 spot that he's had for the last 12 years. And year 13th, he has been superseded by his foundation partner, Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett takes over the #1 spot. Gates is worth $58 million.
Billion.
I mean, billion, I'm sorry. But Buffett...
Please, Fred is worth $58 million.
is worth $62 billion.
Wow.
Gates is not even #2. There's a Mexican dude between him and Warren Buffett.
Really?
Pedro.
Yeah, there's a Mexican billionaire.
Wow.
Carlos Slim Helú. His fortune has doubled in just 2 years, and he's now worth $60 billion.
Is Pedro there?
I'd like to play the Mexican delivery game with him.
They say it's the dawning of a new era, not because Gates has been dethroned, but because of all the different countries that billionaires come from now. 2 years ago, half the world's richest were from the U.S. Now only 4 are. India wins bragging rights for having 4 among the top 10, more than any other country. And for the first time ever, the number of billionaires Forbes could identify crossed into 4 figures, reaching 1,125. Even Nigeria now has its first billionaire.
Okay, the guy in Mexico got $60 billion in tips.
Oh, stop it.
It's really.
Cesar.
Cesar. What if it was Cesar?
I would love that if it was Cesar.
Now, did you see that your old friend Mayor Sharp James is in trouble?
Yeah, it made me sad.
Yeah, I don't know.
I had hopes for him.
I don't know what to think of this, but he's on trial. They're saying he, in order to impress a lady friend.
I see.
Dressed as a pimp?
Helped her with some city property.
Biatch!
That turned out to be very lucrative.
City property. You know what?
Well, look at hell.
If Sharp James is ever on trial or something, and you're at the head of the jury, you go, listen, we don't agree with any of the evidence, but guilty just because his first name is Sharp.
Holy mackerel!
He was always nice to us, Artie.
No, he's mayor of the North, man.
He was good to us. Let us work there.
Speaking of billionaires, Trump has flirted with that list. I don't know if he's on the current list, but the head of The Apprentice, they're saying now has big losers as casinos. The casino company founded by Donald Trump fell the most in almost 2 months in NASDAQ trading after posting its biggest loss since emerging from bankruptcy in 2005. So the Trump casinos are being battered by a slowing economy and competition from both the slots-only casinos that have opened in Pennsylvania and Atlantic City and the other rivals they have there on the boardwalk. So the Trump casinos not doing well. I wonder how Donald will spend that one.
You know, Trump's a good friend of the show and everything, but I got to say, man, you walk into the Borgata.
Well, why you got to say that?
You don't have to say that
As a
right
friend
now.
of the show.
All right, fine.
Why you got to go?
Hey, listen.
Come on.
You know,
we love Donald. I hate to even read that things aren't going well for him.
That's right.
No, I hate it too. It's terrible.
Anything else, Robin?
You're saying that sarcastically. I'm serious.
No, I don't want Donald mad at me.
The plasma TV, is it going the way of the 8-track?
Yes.
What? Because I just bought 4 8-tracks. What's going on?
Pioneer is reportedly getting ready to stop producing the expensive TV sets because it has been losing money on them for years, while a rival technology, LCD TV sets, are booming.
All right.
So if you have a plasma,
get rid of it.
You're out of step.
That's
really? Right. Oh, fuck.
LCD's the way to go, baby.
Boy, stuff just never goes my way.
All right.
You're a loser.
I'm a loser.
Want to have more sex?
Yes.
Help around the house.
Yes.
They say husbands who pitch in around the house get more sex than those who won't help clean up.
I'd rather not.
Love that clit, come on.
You know why? Because they're in the house.
Yeah, Gary does all that chore stuff, and he doesn't get anything.
He doesn't get more sex?
Yeah, Mary hardly gives him any.
Joking about that, but my wife would think that I don't do much.
Okay.
If a guy does housework, it looks to the woman like he really cares about her. He's not treating her like a servant, according to a psychologist who looked over the results of the Tidy Bowl Men study.
Hey, can I do something, Robin?
What?
Guys, roll tape on this. Otherwise, I'll have to do it after the show, and I'm too tired.
What?
Just let me... I'm just... Ignore what I'm about to say.
You got to make a statement?
Yeah, just ignore what I'm about to say. Hey, Keith, Tony, Julia, Tom, and Brendan. This is Howard Stern. I just want to thank Beck's Beer and Anheuser-Busch for all their support, and we look forward to working with you at Sirius and hope this is the beginning of a successful relationship. All right. Go ahead, Robin. You know I love Beck's.
Of course, we all do.
Beck's fantastic.
They asked me to do that, so I did it.
I guess they're having some kind of a convention.
Yeah.
Ashton Kutcher hasn't always been a Bruce Willis fan. You know, we marvel at that relationship where they all get together and they celebrate the holidays. Ashton, Bruce, Demi, the kids.
Can I say something? Just roll tape on this.
Go ahead.
I just want to say hi to Sal and Tony at Biancamanos. Mozzarella and Bookie Emporium.
Roll tape on this. To my dentist, Matthew Kaufman. Thank you.
To everybody at Barney's, the best department store.
All right, you two. Ashton says he just had to get over his ego. You know, he used to sit there and look at Bruce Willis and say, that's the guy who used to sleep with my woman. But then he got over himself for the good of his family, and now they're all the best of friends.
Yeah, good.
Clearly, they're shoving that down our throat. Look how good a friend we are.
Patrick Swayze. We talked about him earlier today. There are reports in the newspaper that he is fighting a deadly disease, but his doctors want to dispute the near-death reports.
Sounds like one less guy JD's going to hate in the world.
Now. Of course, we know Patrick from Dirty Dancing and Ghost. He's 55 years old, and they say he has pancreatic cancer that he has been fighting for some time. Here's a little clip from Dirty Dancing.
I never liked his Halloween costume.
Arrogant.
Who is this?
Fucking idiot.
It's not Napoleon. It's
I wish you'd get out of my life and shut up.
What number?
2-1.
All right.
Now I had time of my life.
I love that song.
Shut up. I am not.
I love that movie, too.
Yeah, well, that's when he and Baby are dancing.
I love when him and Baby are dancing.
You know what?
So romantic.
I've never seen Dirty Dancing or Ghost.
Oh,
really?
They're so good, those two movies.
Yeah, you know.
Ghost especially.
And I'm not saying, like, I'm trying to be rebellious. I really just haven't seen the whole thing.
Get Ghost this weekend. You'll love it.
Really?
You were weren't dating at that time, I guess.
I haven't been dating at any time.
Yeah, I saw both Dirty Dancing and Ghost all alone.
No. Here's a clip, another clip from Dirty Dancing, the famous line that Swayze says in the movie.
Nobody puts baby in the corner.
Nobody puts baby in the corner.
That's right. He's become known for that.
Yes.
I thought it was Let's Fuck Some Whores.
And he also sang a song on the soundtrack.
She's like the wind through my tree.
All right.
So arrogant of him to do his own singing.
Yeah.
I'd like to focus on
I wonder
that.
what he dresses up as at Halloween.
Here's a clip from Ghost.
I've always loved you.
Ditto.
Yeah, I love that movie. Gives me chills. I hope the dude does all right, but it doesn't sound too good.
Well, they say that he is responding to treatment, and he's continuing to work while all of this is going on.
That must be a fun set.
I don't work. I don't want to work when I have a cold.
Yeah, Mr. Lazy over there won't even come in when he has a cold.
Yeah, you're right.
That's right.
Because I don't want to get you sick. Dude.
Well, if you get pancreatic cancer, you're not going to come in?
Yeah.
The big baby?
No, then I am coming in. And I'm hoping it's contagious.
Oh, that's not nice.
I'm sorry.
All right, anything else, Robin?
I just want Jared to get it. I can't.
Congressman Anthony Weiner of Queens, New York, is calling on the FBI to lay off Roger Clemens.
Thank God for Anthony Weiner. I got news for you. That guy's a real good dude. We've had him on the show.
He is a Mets fan, but he says the Justice Department is understaffed and can make better use of its resources than going after the Rocket. Weiner believes Roger Clemens may have lied to Congress last month, but calls the hearing a PR stunt with lawmakers not legislating through the highly publicized ordeal. Weiner tells Newsday he wrote a letter to Attorney General Michael Mukasey, and he believes the nation faces other challenges.
Yeah, there's a couple of things that are going on in the world that are a little more important about whether some baseball player did steroids.
Well,
who cares?
It's a fascinating character study and a crazy person now, because he might have put himself in a position with that life to go to jail.
Yeah, you know what?
But nobody should be bothering him about it at all.
In the first place. Anything else, Robin?
Traffic is returning to normal in the Times Square area of New York this morning after an explosion in the early morning hours. Police initially closed the streets around the busy tourist area. Local television reports indicated subway train operations through the Times Square station were also back to normal. The small explosion at a military recruiting kiosk has drawn the attention of the U.S. Homeland Security Department, responding to a question on whether the incident was linked to terrorism. A member of the department said an investigation is underway.
All right, Robin.
I don't know if you knew that there was a little explosion out there in Times Square this morning. I don't think you would have come to work.
No, I would have stayed away.
An Illinois motorist was not so lucky the second time. After his second accident, authorities say 33-year-old Brian Johnson was killed. He crashed his car into some boulders at a stone quarry. He was pronounced dead at the scene, and no other people were involved. The cause of the accident is under investigation, but about an hour earlier, Johnson was involved in a crash with another motorist. The other driver was not injured. So 2 crashes in the space of a few hours, the second one killing him.
Okay.
Not Brian Johnson of AC/DC.
Anything else, Robin?
With 3 primary losses looming over him, Barack Obama is signaling he's ready to act more aggressively against Hillary Clinton. He is now calling on the press and others to question Hillary's claim to having experience. She was just the wife of the president, not the president himself. Was she really taking phone calls at 3 a.m. about the nation's crises?
Good point.
Hillary Clinton, meanwhile, is sort of hinting that there might be a joint ticket between Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. Barack says it's premature to start talking about such things, and Hillary even says we still have to determine who will be at the top of the ticket.
All right.
And will it be the superdelegates who determine the Democratic nominee.
As I said, Hillary Clinton will be the nominee, and the superdelegates will rule in her favor.
Yes. There's also some questions being floated about the Michigan and Florida primaries, which were disqualified. They were both won by Hillary Clinton. Of course, she would like to see their delegates seated at the National Convention. And now they are saying maybe the voters in those states will get a second chance to vote for their party's presidential nominee.
All right.
The head of the Democratic National Committee raised the possibility of do-overs in both states.
Okay.
And finally this morning, I feel that I'm being rushed, so I will just end everything here.
All right.
Voters in 2 Vermont towns...
Robin, take your time.
Take as much time as you need, my love. Yes, voters?
Approved a measure that would instruct...
Yes, voters? Yeah.
Approved a measure that would instruct police to arrest both George Bush and Vice President Dick Cheney.
Why not?
This is now a party. I guess if they go to Vermont, they'll just be arrested for crimes against the Constitution. It's a non-binding resolution. But
they should arrest Jared, too. He dressed up as a pimp on Halloween, and he had all the girls.
Oh, let's just listen to some people who sang on American Idol last night as we wrap up. Here is Brooke White. It was the girls' night.
Brooke White, yes. I don't even remember which one is which. What number, Robin?
1-8, sorry.
All right, here we go. 1-8. Chick from American Idol.
Here's Amanda Overmeyer.
They liked her. I was surprised.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't think it was that good.
Is she the girl with the two-tone hair?
Yeah.
And here's Katie Malloy.
A lot of these kids sing like in a very old-fashioned way. Like they sort of don't seem to be that contemporary.
And they sing like they're at a pageant. There's really no passion. They're just sort of mouthing the words.
It's a big problem, Robin.
And that's what's happening.
All right, Robin, thank you. Everybody, thank you. I had a couple of clips to play for you and a bunch of phone calls still here to get to. But you know what? We're just going to have to wait till next time. That's all. What can I tell you, Robin? We've run out of time again. And, you know, we could keep the show going for another 5 hours, but we don't want to do that.
Well, you think J.D. and Jared will make up in that time?
I don't know. If they do, I would like to get it on the air.
Check out King Norris March 8th, Saturday night. King Norris at Tiki Stadium, Keansburg, New Jersey. For more info, go to Tiki Stadium's MySpace page. See The Killers of Comedy March 7th and 8th at the Clubhouse Theater in Tempe, Arizona, March 21st and 22nd, at the Republic Nightclub in Toronto, Canada, and March 29th at the Starland Ballroom in Sayreville, New Jersey. For more info, go to RevBobLevy.com. Check out Levy's Comedy Club at the Ramada Inn, Levittown, Pennsylvania. Call 215-945-LEVY for upcoming shows or go to RevBobLevy.com. To book Benji and his naked lesbian bachelor party strippers for all your party needs, go to dialadancer.com.